Does it tell you guys you're about to go live on Zoom or on YouTube or anything?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Cool. Cool.
Cool.
For some reason now it's telling me I need a green screen, but remember the last time we were here and I had the background?
Yeah, you had some cool stuff.
Yeah, you were
Weird.
fine. Okay, here we go.
Unless this is different. Live.
We're live
Make
now
yourself a
on
dog.
YouTube.
You guys ever watch the video on YouTube of the judge? He couldn't get the cat face off of him for the Zoom meeting.
Oh,
Oh, dude, I did see something like that. He was all jacked off.
Yeah. He couldn't keep a serious face. He goes, guys, I'm really sorry, but this ain't working out.
but a cat face, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's
For all the
cute.
cat lovers out there, I'm one.
Yeah. My massage person was she's a dog and a cat person. And she told me
That's
that she just lost one of her cats and she's like trying so hard to get another one, but her mom wants another Chihuahua. So they end up
Rat
getting another
dog.
Chihuahua.
They could get the cat, they could grow up together, have like 2 new buddies in the
Yeah.
house.
That's why, but then her mom wanted something else. So she said, okay, mom.
Hey, at least that she's got an animal, you know?
Yeah.
We were like, it was easy for our old apartment to hide a cat. We weren't allowed to have any pets. And we rescued her, so she rescued us actually.
Yeah.
So we had to hide her, but you know, now we could get a dog if we want or another cat, but we're too worried about her. We treat her too much like a princess. I don't want her upset when another animal comes in here. If she acts a certain way, I'm gonna have to be like, now I gotta find a home for this animal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. That's how I feel too. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. They'll hate each other at first, but then there will come a day where they're sitting together and they're like, we gotta band together against this dog. Or we gotta band together against the guests. Yeah.
I feel like
So
we're
we
doing
know-
her an injustice by not having a little friend for her. She needs like a
Yeah.
little friend, whether it be a little dog, another cat, or both. You know, we have a big house. It's just the 3 of us.
Yeah. You'll eventually want another one.
So here's something I wanted to tell you guys. When we're on YouTube, if you don't play your video and it doesn't show you as being here, it only shows the screens on the YouTube that are actually showing video. See what I'm saying? Like you guys have your video off. So if somebody comes along on YouTube, they won't see a screen that says Mountain Dan or a little square that says NG Grows. It just looks like I'm here by myself.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm just letting you know, it doesn't matter to me, but people coming by won't know you're here. You could do that. There you go. I was gonna say you could do that, or you could change it to or just put a piece of tape
Hell
over it.
yeah.
I don't know. They was telling me if you're on your computer, it's easy to throw up a background, you know?
Well, it's telling me I need a green screen,
That's weird. We didn't need that before.
but on my phone, because I wanted to use these so I can actually like go around and do shit in the house and put up a picture as
Right.
we're talking.
Yeah.
But on my phone, that's where I was getting the pictures before, I think. I don't know if I was on the computer. I can't remember.
Dan, just
There
put it in
you
your tent.
Say who what?
Just put it in your tent. Just put the camera in your tent.
No, well, the camera's on the computer, yeah, but the cord won't fit my tent.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like way over there. But I just cleaned out like that whole space. I don't know. This cabinet here was against that wall and I had another cabinet underneath here. Took that out. It's over here waiting for some books because I've got like 10,000 books I need to shelving
whoa.
for.
So
Well,
you're
not
telling me
10,000.
you're making space for more grow.
I am actually. This couch is gonna have to come up 4 or 5 feet. And then I'm gonna put a 4-foot tent back there.
Hell
And-
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I only have that much space.
Damn.
So, and it's a disaster. It's always been a disaster, but it's getting less of a disaster as I organize, but
You get there.
yeah, I'll get there.
Now that you got time on your hands, you're doing all kind of different shit, huh?
Yeah, like this, I've been planning to do this forever and it's just like on my days off and working nights, I just like, fuck it. Fuck it. Too many fuck it's.
Yeah.
And then, now they're just, giving me shifts or offering me shifts, sorry, because they don't give shifts to me anymore. Working like an hour outside of Calgary, which is like an hour and a half drive for me, doing parking traffic control. So I'm gonna be outside for like 8 hours in like -30 weather. Like, I
Wow.
swear to God, they're just like, oh, this guy's, well, we wanted him out of this place for so long, and now that he has been removed from that site, we're just gonna fuck him over.
Dude, that's fucking horrible.
I feel that way. I can't say that that's what they're doing, but you know what I mean?
Right. Right. Hey, I wanted to say real quick that Rowdy 420's in chat. Hello, Rowdy. And then
Alright, I was
Crack
gonna-
Babies DWC says no go on Zoom for me, so I'll just stay here. Wonder what's going on because he's been on here many times, man.
Yeah.
Hmm,
Could just be a connection issue.
That sucks, man.
Yeah.
yeah. I gotta ask, like, how loud am I? Like, am I, like, I don't want that.
No, that's perfect. I can hear you
You're good.
perfectly clear.
Okay.
Those are the HyperX's, right?
The headphones?
Yeah.
Nazari, Nary Essentials?
Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
Guy from work, actually a supervisor, said like, he's like, I got a bunch of cat food and stuff, like you got cats, you know, come on over and I'll give you some shit. Like, I don't know what he does, but he has an entire room full, like he gave me laundry detergent, cat food, dog
Uh-huh.
toys, and I was like, I don't got a dog, like I can find people to give it to, but
What the hell?
and then I was looking at the headphones and he's got like 24 on a shelf. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, oh, you game? You want a pair? I'm like, sure.
Well, yeah,
I'll
man.
take it.
Yeah, like
Cool.
I'm not a gamer. Like I am, but I'm not, like, not on the computer, but anyways.
Just
Yeah.
tell me you're a streamer. Same thing.
Hemp with Gigi just joined us. Hello, Gigi.
JJ. She's ignoring us.
Merry Christmas, Gigi.
And you're muted. And I wanted to yell, I wanted to
Merry
shout
Christmas.
out to Crack Baby says his mic and video wouldn't connect. Just so you know, Crack Babies, your video did connect. I could see your video. You had a picture of a bud or something up there. And then
She's got her logo.
yeah, and then it was but you wasn't saying nothing. It was like your
Yeah,
mic.
it is muted. It shows a red mic with the line through it.
Yep.
So it's just below on the left bottom, it should, she should be able to,
I think
Unmute.
Gigi had problems before too.
yeah, hey?
Something about connection issues with the router and supposedly it got fixed. But if you can hear us, Gigi, you're muted. We can see your fire. Oh, there's a fire. Somebody's hanging
Oh,
outside.
sweet. That's that fire.
Where?
It's on
Gigi, Hemp with Gigi is having fire. It's
Why don't I-
Nice, a fire pit. She's a fire
hell
pit.
yeah.
That's fun. You
That's
know,
pretty
we're
cool.
having really good, nice weather. We could have done that tonight. It's like 55 degrees outside right now. It's crazy.
I
and
actually might do that
unusual
tonight.
warm.
55, is that like 16 degrees Celsius?
Yeah, something like that. 16, 16, 32.
Yeah.
That's shorts and t-shirt weather, come on.
No, it would be.
We're talking in Fahrenheit here.
wanna
I
say
know,
it would be-
15, but 15 and
Yeah.
It'd be like 10 maybe. 10 and 10
don't
would be
know.
20
What they're
plus
trying,
30.
what Dan's trying to say is that's not really cold at all.
No,
No,
that's
that's what I'm
Earth.
saying. It's like summer weather out there. I told Smart, I'm like, it's like we're celebrating Christmas in Florida.
Yeah, I tell you,
We got snow.
so
Florida was 55 the other day, and then it went up to like 80 degrees, and it was raining out of nowhere.
Wow.
That's Florida. It can literally get cold as hell the first day, like freezing like hell cold. It can be in the 40s, like today's was 30s or yesterday was 30. And then it can be like 80s tomorrow with like rain.
Gotta love that swing, hey?
Yeah.
Our,
What time
our,
do they let this
our
thing
aunt
out?
and uncle are leaving for Florida on Saturday morning at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, they're driving from here.
One shot with a 94-year-old lady.
Who?
How many K?
Our aunt and uncle,
Our aunt and uncles
they're
take.
just, yeah, they're taking a vacation down there.
That's cool.
They have a place down that they have like a condo they go and stay at.
Neither one of us can remember where. Every time they talk about that shit, I glaze over. I'm thinking, you know,
I
Yeah.
can't, like, we get invited, but I don't want to drive, and Smart won't fly. Nope.
Why?
my arms get too tired.
It's the drive is killer. It's like you feel like you're, I don't know. It's too hard, I feel like.
I'm
Takes
afraid
so
to fly,
long.
man. I'm afraid to fly. I couldn't get on a plane. There's no way I'm gonna put my life in the hands of one guy up there at the front or two guys, and if that
You
thing
let
breaks,
Crispy drive the car?
No,
Ah.
he's gonna drive. He won't get no rest.
I just told
anyway.
you I wasn't insane to get on a plane.
So this is
No,
what you can do.
she don't
I
like to
haven't
drive.
actually wrecked a vehicle since I was 16, so
Knock on wood.
I've never had an accident. I'm so lucky. I've been a passenger to accidents, but never the driver, which I am lucky. I don't like to drive though. When I strike it rich, that's the first thing I'm buying is a chauffeur.
A
Jill
Tesla?
Nancy has me.
Get yourself a Tesla.
Yes, an electric car. Yes, drives itself.
Self-driving electric car. That's I don't know.
I'm gonna
That's
tell
a-
you guys, Tesla was claiming that they're gonna be the first automaker to make fully autonomous driving, and I think it was BMW that laughed at them and just won the award.
Really? That's crazy.
Yeah,
You know,
Either
here in
have-
Pittsburgh,
BMW or Audi, one of the two
in
brands.
Pittsburgh, they do a lot of testing for that, man. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of like businesses here in Pittsburgh that are involved in that. So you see a lot of them cars driving around with
Mhm.
them things swirling on top of them, and there's nobody inside, you know. And it's a shitty city to drive.
Oh God,
in, man.
it's here in Pittsburgh. It's just terrible to drive. You're white knuckling it because everybody's an idiot all around you, and it's constant rush hour, and it's just
because
not
of
cool.
because of the Three Rivers, they didn't use the grid system. So all these roads go at
Oh,
weird
it's
angles and
fucked up.
shit. And there's
Oh,
no rhyme
no.
or reason. You can make one turn and you're screwed. You end up on the other side of the river, man, and you're stuck over there.
45 minutes to get back to where you
45
started.
minutes
You're
to
late.
get back, man. It's really bad. One turn, and then if you're watching GPS, you're on like an overpass where there's like you'll have
A million
3
different
roads.
ways. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 roads stacked on top of each other. You don't know if it's telling you should be on the middle road or if you're on the top or the one way
Mhm.
below, you know. And it's
Yeah.
like, damn, they all 3 go to
Crazy.
different places. So it's easy to get mixed up. And so there has been wrecks with those cars down in Pittsburgh. But I know there's a lot of like Carnegie Science Center has a Institute of Technology or some shit. And I know they do a lot of work there. And yeah, man, it's pretty wild. I see
Yeah.
those damn things. They also have a lot of those ones that drive around and they like, I think it's Google Earth or whatever. So you can see like your front door when you go on there, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
We see a lot of that shit too, autonomous driving around. It's wild.
Crazy.
I'm all for it, man. I don't like to drive, especially in Pittsburgh.
I feel like the more autonomous we let cars drive, the less accidents we get into because it eliminates human error.
Hell yeah.
I think there'll be a few growing pains along the way, but I agree.
Definitely.
In the future, I guarantee you this is how it's gonna work. Cars are gonna talk to each other as they're driving on the road.
Yep.
And I'm like, hey, I'm going this way, so watch out because you're going that way. And it's gonna be an
Yep.
accident-free world, you know what I'm saying?
And then Cyberdyne and Sarah Connors and all that's going to come back.
Well, I was thinking about, you know,
Skynet.
Shit,
Max
you
the
really
Movie,
gotta
here,
know.
by
man.
Stephen King, you
Yeah.
know, where
They're
the
already
machines took over
here.
the world. That's
Yeah, man. Like for all we know, we probably the idiots that made that mistake and created AI, and we can't control it because we're so stupid. We didn't do much research into it like we usually don't.
What do you think about the possibility that those all these years we're seeing UFOs. They're not UFOs, but they're us from the future coming back saying, stop fucking this shit up. And that's why they're
I think so.
silent.
And the ones that probe their booties, the ones that get their booties probed, those are the ones that have been probing around too much and fucking around and messing things up.
Yeah, it's like, you want to get out, stop this. Like, we want you to stop. So we're gonna like, yeah,
You're gonna
invade
probe
your
this
space.
motherfucker, yeah.
Why
No,
don't we
the
ever
pun
stop,
intended, right?
though? If it's us from the future, we should just, there's Auto Man 420.
I gotta trim this bud. Auto Man.
Shout out to Auto Man, the ass eater 420.
Merry
Hell yeah.
Christmas, everyone. Christmas.
It's Christmas. Happy
Crispiness.
Yeah.
My AK-420 is actually quite crispy in the tent.
That's
Awesome.
awesome. A to the motherfucking K, homeboy. A to the motherfucking K. We grew AK. We would sing that all the time.
Oh, I got so.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so beat. We were always, and then when we hear the song, we were just like, yeah, we got to turn.
Well, I think this would
Oh,
hear.
there's a song.
Well, why?
We're Cypress Hill.
Cypress Hill has
A
that
to
song.
the motherfucking
K.
K, homeboy.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know Cypress Hill that well, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The one with all the weed songs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they do a lot of cool weed songs. They do.
Yeah, and
Hits from the bong?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry.
this
Mhm.
this old tune goes out to Crack Baby Steve WC. It's Wazza.
Wazza!
He's like, he was on here the other day. He goes, no, I can't believe we just did that, man. We can't do that no. That's so old and beat. Oh shit.
That's the old school throwback.
Oh,
yeah.
that's why I thought it was so funny.
Voila.
There you go. That's just-
Sorry,
was-
my bad. I'm really here now.
I wish
we
that was
watched
a little bit
movie
more
the other
focused.
day, and some dude did that, and he goes, "Is that coming back?" Because I like saying that. He goes, "Is it coming back?" And so Crispy and I looked at each other. We're like, "We're bringing
Oh,
that
we're
back."
bringing it back.
Look at that. He got a big butt up to the dude's face, man.
That's awesome.
Who is that with the blood all over him? It looks like
Oh, come on. You don't know the Hoff?
no.
David Hasselhoff, yeah.
David Hasselhoff and Sharknado.
Oh my goodness, we've never seen
Never
Sharknado,
seen
but I am a
Sharknado.
fan of.
My cousin was in
I like the
Sharknado.
house.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, my cousin was in Sharknado. She was one of the extras. She was one
Nice.
of the people
So
running.
freaking cool.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, she was one of the
So
extras.
we're talking, to someone that's related to a celebrity, so
Yeah,
to speak.
Pretty much.
That's pretty awesome.
I got to see her face, but she was really stupid. She laughed instead of got scared. Because
Oh,
you're supposed to be scared
Oh.
when you're running. But she laughed and she ran away.
That's fucking funny, though.
Oh yeah.
That's my cousin.
Yeah, David Hasselhoff and the dude.
Hey, I liked Knight Rider when I was a kid, man. That was one of my favorite shows. I thought that was the coolest freaking car, and
I would totally let Kit drive me around
Yeah.
anytime in any city. For sure.
look at him with Gigi.
Who is that? Andy's.
Oh, it's got the good candy.
I got the good candies. I have yet to have 1,000 milligram candy bar.
I
Same.
wouldn't want to do
I haven't
that.
had
There's
any
no
real
way I'd even
edibles.
try it.
I've done it before. It's not that bad.
Do you guys know,
$25 each, man.
You didn't feel like you were dying or wanted to go to the hospital or anything?
I don't gotta eat the whole thing. I
Me?
just want to.
I did. I felt like I was dying. I felt like I died. I might have died.
Oh man.
No, you just get really sleepy. And you feel like you're running out of breath. But you're not.
No, I
It's just in your head.
died.
Nice plants, Gigi.
Thanks. These were actually ones I almost threw away.
Never give
I
up.
did.
Sometimes those ones are the dankiest shit.
Hell
man.
yeah.
The little straggly
The
bastards that
under,
have
Little
root
crack
problems or
ones, yeah.
something.
underdog. That's perfect. My cookies off the tray.
All righty, thank you, dear.
I'm out.
they're just trying to do, oh yeah. I was gonna say, you mentioned Night Riders and there's a guy on IG Smurf Premium Extracts, he posted a video that's, it sounded like it started with the Knight Rider theme song, and I was just like, fuck yeah. And then it wasn't, and I was like, dude, you gotta do a video with it. And he's like, I'd love to, I love putting music on all of my IG, but if it's a popular song, within a couple of views, he gets pulled.
Yeah, yeah, because of
You
the
have to, I think you have to
copyright.
dub their thing in there or something. You have to put their name in there or the song.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
yeah,
You
like,
gotta give
no,
credit somehow.
yeah,
Credit. Yeah, credit them.
Like Instagram does that for you. If you pick a song, it automatically gives the credit to the corner, and it has like a banner at the bottom that plays and tells you who's on the radio or who that song belongs to.
they do that for you.
Huh?
Mhm.
Oh, wow. I totally forgot I had coffee on the stove.
Well,
No, it's not good.
you
You
don't
burn?
fill up your solo cups very far at all, do you, Gigi?
No, it's interesting you say that, because the video I just released about making germination simple is kind of why it's like this. There's actually a rapid rooter that's in the bottom of this. It's basically sitting a rapid rooter into the bottom, putting your seed, covering it with dirt, and then putting a bag over it. And 72 hours later, you get some beautiful seedlings. But I think this having to do the whole soaking in water, then paper towel, unless it's an old
Yeah.
seed, but it saves them from that and the thing of transplanting it to a seed starter and then trying to get it into a solo cup, and then they overfill it and they're holding it up with paper clips and stuff. So this kind of gives them that opportunity to kind of learn watering on a smaller level, so they're not overwatering a whole solo cup, but it doesn't have paper clips holding it up, so you can kind of bury it. So this is kind of an experiment to try to simplify stuff for people. I even took away the heating mat, the dome. I went every day showing them day to day germination.
Yep.
So we'll see how it works out. But if I water, I'm going to let them know. If I snap it, bend it, break it, I'm going to let them know about it. Like I want to
There's
try
a
to
couple of
simplify it,
things
but
that
show
we ran
everything.
into when we tried that before, ran into a couple issues. I can give you a few warnings. One is there's not a lot of substrate there. So if you have any crazy temperature swings, their roots are really going to feel it, and then they'll be dwarfed from hot roots, because that's
And
what
then
happened to some of ours. There's just not a lot of insulation there, so if it gets
Yeah, but
hot in the tent, boom, man.
wouldn't people
they'll
have
fry
this
up.
in a rapid rooter at this stage anyways? They'd be with this with a rapid rooter and like
No,
12 paper
that
clips.
at that stage, no, before it even gets leggy like that, that would be in the solo cup with the rapid rooter or the Jiffy.
Full.
And-
Yeah. But I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. Another thing I seen
No.
some other people doing were, instead of them, I don't know what your plans are, but I watched them. They took the cup like that and flipped it upside down, and they let the whole wad of soil fall that 4 inches until it hit their hand, trying to get the seedling to flow between their two fingers. So we started instructing them to take scissors and cut the top off. But then
Yeah,
what we
but by
had the
then-
problem was, by the time they did all that, we didn't use rapid rooters too, so this makes a little difference. But by the time they cut the top off and they had to handle the cup that much, it broke open the substrate. So when they went to up pot, everything was falling apart on them and shit. So I'm not saying you're wrong, and that soil, it's a little different, but I'm just saying here's a couple pitfalls you might want to look forward to as you move forward on how you're going to get them out of there.
Yeah,
Careful
no, I
not to
looked
run-
in.
Well,
I have the same
Gigi?
concern.
Are you, as they are growing, you're gonna be adding soil or cocoa to the top?
Yes, and that was some of the concerns I had, especially one where he's saying, transplanting out of it, you're not at surface with the transplant when you flip it upside down. But you're not going to be transplanting this out of a solo cup until it's well above the top anyway. So if you're not filled up, you could just fill it up with whatever you're going to transplant with, kind of just pack it to the top and then flip it over. That is how I'm going to hopefully mitigate that issue. But yeah,
wouldn't
this
you
is
be
definitely
worried
an
about
experiment.
the roots becoming root bound in that small area, and then they're gonna be obviously forced to grow upwards?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about too. And that one I don't have a workaround for, so that'll kind of be a as we go. But the
Yeah.
goal is definitely to simplify it. So we'll see. So
I
far,
think the simplest way for me is to scuff the seed, soak it for 24 hours, whether it's cracked open or not. It goes right into a full solo cup, and 10 days later, that thing's ready to come out, man. It's already volumized. It's ready to rock and roll, And
Yeah,
it's just less handling. I don't have to put it in a paper towel and shit and handle all that taproot. I'm like a bull in a china shop. I've lost quite a few $10 seeds by busting off the embryonic root,
Or if it damps off later on, we're always questioning, like, did we fuck it up
yeah. No, I'm
somehow?
definitely trying to take away as many steps as I can without actually making the plant suffer.
I like that. I like that you're doing that though,
Yeah.
and you're documenting it, you're experimenting it. And like I said, I in no way was trying to discourage you or say
Oh,
anything
no,
negative.
no.
I just wanted to help maybe give you a pitfall, some advice for
Oh, I 100% agree, man. I was thinking about some of those same issues, and I was really glad to hear that another issue with that root thing came up, because I was kind of curious about that, even though this is about not trying to make it bro science. But how's that going to work with the roots now growing upwards is the only part I'm kind of still concerned about. Everything else I
Well-
found a workaround.
A lot of the other jiffies that I have, the ones that you don't soak, or well, you do soak, but they don't swell. They're like the rapid rooters. They would always, because they're only like an inch square, and the roots would come up, and that's how I'd know to transplant, is because they poke out the top. I transplant and they do grow back down, but that's a young seedling. And I wonder about yours being in the solo cup, the more roots that they might just end up going, you know what, we're all gonna go across laterally the top and then go down and really fill up your pot. So you could actually be building a
denser
larger
root.
root ball.
No, it's definitely interesting to hear those ideals. Why aren't you in my comments, man? That's what I've been telling people. Like, comment me your concerns and ideals and what you think will go wrong, and we can kind of brainstorm them together.
Yeah. Well, it's like my buddy in Cochrane. I don't know, like we haven't really talked about how long he's been growing. Like he grew in the past and he's growing again. And when I'm talking with him and stuff, like I can't help it, like right now, in a sense of like, we all do this, I think, is we talk in a manner of expressing what we think is going on or what we think can be done and whatnot, and hold back the thoughts of this grower might know already what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that in the same sense, but you know, that grower that already knows what they're talking about is kind of be an asshole about it. You know, that's kind of, I run into some people that really turn it into a pissing contest, and honestly, there's millions of ways to grow cannabis, and I love hearing other ideals. That's how
Oh,
we
yeah.
learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I like
It-
about
it-
cocoa for cannabis.
But I
You can
mean,
see
it's
that's like, but
but I mean, like, say, like he was trying, he's doing a lot of training and defoliation and taking that off the lower bud sites, and like he left so many of them, and but he left some of the fan leaves and took some of the fan leaves at the bud sites, and I'm I'm telling him, the bit when I'm watching people do, because like I'm still reluctant. I'm a little too afraid to just like do some of the shit you guys do. I got to get past that boundary, but mentioning to him is like, well, you should leave these fan leaves, take the bud site, but leave the fan leaves. He's like, oh yeah, I just wanted to open up the light too. And it's like, yeah, but there's nothing below this, so you don't need to open up the light.
yeah, you know, I love my training, man. It broke my heart watching that live when you broke that main. You were like, all right, gotta go. Wasn't
Who,
that
me?
you? Yeah, wasn't that you, Dan, that broke the main like on live? It was like stuck to the bucket or something.
that was crack babies.
Oh, it's crack babies. My bad.
Yeah.
I put damage
He's
on
in
you.
the-
You didn't do.
He's in the chat right now. That he picked up his bucket and he forgot that he had his branches. He had his axial branches tied down to the thing.
Oh,
When
Yeah.
he picked up the root ball to show us, it was pulling his branch down, and we just heard snap. It sounded like a straight twig snap.
Mhm.
oh man.
Yeah,
That
and he was like, all right,
hurts.
gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking. Oh, that sucks.
But I'd say when it comes to training, probably the most important thing I've learned in my last few grows is all about these freaking artilleries. Like these ones, we have such a tendency to like train them with everything else. That's not even a good example. Probably this artillery. But yeah, we have a tendency to kind of train it along with our main. So we end up training it down here, and then it ends up with this weird mushroom shape. It comes up and around. With this same node shoot that's off to the side, you can just push into the center. So I've kind of learned to push my secondaries into the center and then just elbow your mains. And I mean elbow as in like
Super crop type.
allowing it to, not even that, just allowing it to come back up. We have a tendency to like keep training flat. And then if you look from the side, what do you have? Like a 2-inch canopy where you could put an elbow in that where you're technically pulling it down, but you're allowing this to come back up. So you still
Yeah.
are maintaining your depth of your canopy. And I used to just overtrain so hard.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to super crop, but like the initial elbow to get it lateral.
Yeah.
You make it, you do the super crop, and then as it's turning back up, you either hold it down and keep it so it goes outwards. But like yours, you don't need to because you got nothing below it to expose, right?
Correct. I keep, I don't know if you, yeah, you've watched some of my shit, man. You know, I keep really short canopies, like 2 foot
Mhm.
deep canopies. I don't put 3 gallons of gas in a 2-gallon tank,
Yeah.
which is a little odd because I see these big ass plants and I'm so jealous. And it's like, oh, I have to go against my kind of own belief of these 2 foot canopy, 1 foot like.
I try everything I can to keep my plants that small, and the autoflowers definitely don't agree.
They
And
do what they want.
yeah, they
They
definitely
rule
don't.
the house. They really do. They do what they want.
Once they take off, man, it's just hold on. But and then like this last one, we obviously vegged a little too long, but they slowed down for like a week early on. So I didn't want to. I just kind of waited. But this time it'll be 44 days, and we're going to see how. I think 30 days will be perfect. I think 30 days in flip. I think we can keep them around 3 foot tall with about 18 inches to 2 foot of buds, and the rest just plant architecture that
We're gonna work on
we can work
early
on.
on.
I'm trying to work on getting as little amount of plant architecture with as much as, but I want them colas to start and come all the way back down to the main, with
Yeah.
no bullshit. But that's hard to get. You really have to be aggressive when you get a plant that's 4.5 foot tall, 5 foot tall. You have to be aggressive because what you
that's
see
fair.
today as a top node today, because when they grow, they telescope out like an antenna. So them nodes stay there and it pushes and pushes and pushes. So now a week later, that node is now the 4th node back, and now you're wondering, should I cut it? Should I not cut it? And then 2 weeks later, it's got a little bud on it. Then I don't want to touch it. I
Yeah,
figure
yeah.
that's material now. You know what I mean?
But with that said, you get what you start. If you start with a nice open foot, then you're gonna have a wide plant. But once it's like 3 feet tall, you're trying to take a stick and turn it to a bush. It doesn't work. It's kind of like deer antlers. You have your first set that come out, and then you have your second set. If you try to tie down that foot, which is the first set, you're overtraining. If you don't tie it down, then you're straight up trying to take something that's straight and turn it to a bush.
Right.
So
There's a
early
happy
training-
medium there. You can get it started one direction, and then once phototropism takes over, it'll pull it back up, So you get it started that way, and then you have to realize now's when I need to quit, and it opens it up more. But you're right.
Yeah.
If you keep too many inner satellite colas, you're going to drown that out. It doesn't matter anyhow. And that's the big question: is how many bud sites can my light flower out productively? And it's always a struggle in our house because I don't like cutting shit. And then she don't want to cut, and then I'll start cutting, and she'll say, "I think that's enough." And then a couple weeks later, we're like, "Shit, we got to
You
stop."
don't necessarily have to.
When we're trimming is when he likes to bring that up. Like we probably wouldn't be trimming all this shit if you didn't,
If you didn't stop
behind
me.
the scenes.
Well,
It's
I
your fault.
think really it comes down to controlling that apex. As your plant first grows, it's going to try to grow like a Christmas tree. It's going to go up and grow side shoots, grow up and grow side shoots until it's into the light. So you have to control that apex. I don't care if you top them, full plant tie down, super crop, but if you control that apex and then get your foot, so you're even at the start of your plant's life, you're getting that even foot and then allowing that even foot to come up. And that's like how you said, you have that, now you have that kind of bush and you can open it up to whatever degree you're needing for your tent. But yeah, early control of your apex is probably key to getting a bush plant.
I'll never grow a plant without topping it ever again, unless it's outdoors.
Yeah, you don't have to top though. You can full plant tie down, super crop, LST.
Oh yeah, I've done full
Whatever.
plant tie downs. We got 10-ounce autoflowers without topping them, just pulling down the apical meristem and tying it off and letting the bottoms grow up.
See,
Yeah.
we talked about I want to do a plant next year for the plant training grow challenge and not do any training, but like start it so we're cutting it down right before Christmas, and then I'll have a nicer carcass for the Christmas tree. It'll look like a Christmas tree. It'll have the Christmas tree shape, and we'll put some garland on that. And
Yeah.
one
If you
thing
don't
I see a lot of people doing is they'll top, or they'll take, even if they're, no matter what kind of training they do, whether they top or not, I'll see them taking their lowers and tying them down even with the uppers. And then
Yeah, that's
everything
what I
that
was
you
just
said,
talking
it laid totally flat, like you just mentioned
Yeah.
a little bit ago. And I try to tell them like that's, and then they'll strip all the leaves out of the inside and just have these little tufts at the end everywhere. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, that's so inefficient. Not to mention you're an inch away from the most moist spot you could possibly be in your tent. You want to get up off of that fucking substrate, you know?
Yep. In the same sense, I try for that 1-to-2 ratio. So 1 leg, 2 canopy, but yeah, definitely.
Say that again,
definitely
GG?
1-to-2 ratio. So if your
Yeah.
light supports a 2-foot canopy, I do a 1-foot leg to a 2-foot deep canopy. So you have a gas tank basically. If you have a 4x4,
Okay,
you
okay.
have 4 feet by 4 feet by 2 feet. You can't put 1 gallon in there. Well, you can put 1 gallon. You wouldn't want to if you're doing yield, and you sure don't want to put 3 gallons in there because then you're kind of stuck with not enough penetration to that last foot. So then you end up people defoliating. There's a reason to defoliate, but there's reasons you can avoid defoliation.
So you're saying that the lights 2 feet above or 3 feet above the canopy, take everything a foot below the canopy off.
I don't know about hang height on lights, but I'm saying when I grow, I don't. Why grow like a 4 foot? If I'm doing a 2-foot canopy, like why grow a 4-foot canopy or a 4-foot leg and then put a 2-foot canopy on it when you could have had that same effect with a 2-foot canopy and a 1-foot leg instead of a 3-foot leg? So the long leg is just a waste in veg.
Mm.
Hey, that right?
Yeah. I think. Well, wouldn't that be more for like, cause you're getting the vertical growth, like say with Mr. Canucks, he just did this, or I don't know when he did it, but he did like a 10-gallon pot in a 4x4, 1 plant. And the plant started out to be like 5-6 feet tall. And he just sprawled it all out in this net.
Yeah, 100%. That's what you do with a runaway too. You take a runaway and you'd actually, if you were doing 1 plant, you'd push it all to the side. So if you take 1 plant, throw it in a 2x4, you'd push it all to one side and start weaving through. So yeah, that's a way to do a runaway. You can also do something called a too late lean, where you try to grab what you can of the main apex and lean it over. But yeah, he's going for still his 2-foot canopy. He's just grown a plant kind of out of control for a reason, so he can strog it through a net. But in the
I
end
think
of
it
the
comes
day,
down to time. I think it's all how much time. There's a trade-off there. You can do 1 plant and veg it for a while and do a lot of training, but have a less pot work. There's only 1 pot to deal with then. Or you could do 6 plants and veg them for a short time, but then you have to have a lot more substrate. So if it's cocoa, that's a lot of buffering. If it's soil, it's a lot of buying and building. So it all depends on how fast you want your turnover rate to be on fresh buds, really.
And really
I
more
agree.
work too, because you got to work each plant rather than one.
Plant count's going to determine your veg time. And I would say if you're going for yield, never do 1 plant in a tent. If you're going for yield, do 2 plants and catch the corners. If you're going for
That's
yield,
all I'm doing anymore is 2 plants and a 4x4. Because any
catch
more
the
than that,
corners.
I get nothing but mold. It doesn't matter what I do.
Yeah.
It seems like we get nothing but mold. It's just too much biomass for that 16 square foot of space. It just,
Well, I don't know how many new people are watching, but when we say, plant count is veg time, it's just to the sense of when you flip the flower, your plant's going to double or triple in size. So if you can veg to 50% and you flip your plant, depending on the strain, it's going to double or triple. So you're ensuring you're filling your whole tent. Now, if I did 1 plant in a 4x4, it takes me a lot longer to get to 50% than if I did, 6 or 7 plants. And that's kind of
Now, here's a question that I've always thought, but I've never seen anybody talk about or cover is like, if you have this 1 plant that's massive and you trim it enough to get these nice buds on the top, there's obviously a large root mass and a lot of stem for the water and nutrients to get pulled up in. Is there a difference between quality of the marijuana if you grow 2 photo periods and you grow 1 out for 6 months and get these massive buds on a massive plant to the same strain, same photo period, but 2 months veg? Smaller.
It'd be the same variable. It's the same flower time. You just veg it longer. Same flower time, same development. There might be a difference in phenos.
If you had 2 clones, you'd probably look at pretty much the same, but 2 seeds would be different.
Seeds. Obviously, I would say like if
it would be
genotypes.
It wouldn't be phenotypes because it would be grown in the same environment. So that would be considered a genotype difference.
Genotype, yeah. Okay. I call them genos, yeah.
Is pheno and geno, they're 2 different things.
Yeah, well, maybe.
a genotype is the way it works is if you're growing a seed in the same environment, two different seeds, you'll see two different genotypes. But if you
Mhm.
take that seed and grow it in a or if you how's it go? If you take that seed and grow it in a different environment, now you have a phenotype because it'll express differently in different environments, even though the genes are exactly the same.
Okay, so you're saying an environmental change that's causing a different trait in
Yeah.
that same genetic strain. Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So
Now,
if
some
you
are more
if
prone
you're
to
growing
that than
two
others.
if you're growing two plants in the same environment, they have different genotypes. But if you take one and put it in a separate environment,
Yeah.
like, then it would be considered phenotypes because then you would see the different reaction of the same genes. That's what they just had a big thing about this on taking clones. It's a thing called genetic mosaicism, and what that means is there's a thing called what the hell was that? But anyhow, it's not a genetic change. Like we were talking, if you take a clone and you clone it and you clone it and you clone it and you clone it, people say that it never changes or whatever. Well,
Genetic drift.
yeah, they call
Mhm.
it epigenetic drift is actually wrong because they said that means the
Hmm.
genetics change over time. What it is
And they're not.
that's for the genetic mosaicism. All it is the same genetics, but they're expressed differently because after a long period of time, you get a buildup of nucleotides in the genes. And because it's an annual plant, it doesn't have long-term repair for the DNA like a perennial would. So you end up getting that like breakdown over time. But it's not always guaranteed. And there was a lot of different shit that wanted to go into that. But that was a dude from up in Canada, Adam or Christian Adamek he's a PhD student from the University of Guelph. And he did that on the Future Cannabis Project about a month or two ago. And it was pretty wild, man, because that's something that's been talked about a lot, especially over these people that are keeping genetics for 10 years,
hmm The ones that won't let go of them, like a true sour diesel. I'd like to
Yeah.
find a true sour
So-
diesel.
So when you hear growers or breeders or whatnot saying they're doing a pheno hunt, they're basically saying is we've got these seeds and we want to see the best one that's growing in our environment.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
what
I see how
that's
you're
what I'm
separating it.
understanding from what Smot just said.
Yeah, no,
That's
I see
how
how you're
I'm-
separating it. Environmental and actual genomes that are in the plant.
I
Hmm.
have a whole write up on it. I can send you guys. It's pretty simple and easy the way they break it down. It's the like I said, phenotype is the environment and genotype is the different genetic.
Genetic, yeah.
Yeah, you can
Yep.
send that to
And
me
it-
for sure. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I before this conversation, I always thought the phenotype was, yeah, it's the genetic expression in the environment, but I was never thinking that it was that genetic expression is going to be different in another environment.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. 'Cause I
Yeah,
had
like
to,
You know
the
it will,
hollow-
but
like the hollow stem argument recently came up. Everybody talks about it's called autopithius, or is that what it was? Autopithius or some shit
it-
is hollow stem. And some people say it's genetic. Some people say it's a way for the plant to regulate its temperatures. Some people say it's a deficiency. And there's so many different things that we've heard about this over the years about the hollow stem. And it seems that it could be it seems that it's just like it can be very based on the environment that the plant's grown in. So if you grow one plant in a certain environment, it won't get such a hollow stem as it does in another environment. That it's not really anything you should try to change with nutrients or anything like that.
I haven't seen any negative effects from people that have hollows either, but I've never dived down that rabbit hole either. So there might be something behind it, but
Some
it-
people said hollow stems meant that your plant wasn't healthy. Some people said that it meant more nutrients could flow, which meant a bigger, better plant. So there was
they've
all
never
this
been able
different
to
shit.
correlate it to a negative issue in their garden.
So I like to
Some
ask you guys this because we're talking about how it brings more nutrients up. I don't understand how that works because inside that hole, it's not like nutrients are flowing up that hole.
It's
if you
not
look
in
inside
there,
the
but it's
hole at all times-
I want to say it's the hydraulics or whatever it is, the pressure that's being able to suck the water up.
using
Yeah.
Too deep of a
like,
rabbit hole.
It's
capillary
almost
action? Like
I said
capillary
too deep.
action?
kind of, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can
It's-
kind of see that.
Well, like if you think of a McDonald's straw to a diner's drinking pop straw, a thin one to a thick one,
Yep.
you're going to get a lot more coming up with that thick hole, but that hole's not pulling up water. I don't think. I think that's full of air, and it's the amount of air that's going to assist the what's it called, the breathing of the plant, the stoma. Mhm.
Transpiration, yes.
Transpiration, that's it. It'll
Yeah.
assist the transpiration. So there's more oxygen in that stem of the plant that's going to come out while it's breathing. So then it'll draw more up. The thinner the plant, the less moisture that is going to go up. So I would lean to the concept of saying that the plants that have the hollow stem more so is a temperature control. I don't want to say issue, but issue. Like I get hollow stems. I can't get my tent down below 22 Fahrenheit, which is like what, 60, 61, 62 Fahrenheit? I said Celsius, Fahrenheit, sorry.
You know, Celsius. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fully
Gotcha.
understand. I get the concept.
But that's what I mean. Like I'm only saying off of what I'm experiencing with mine, and
Okay.
and hearing that people have said that it can be a heat issue and it allows it to regulate itself.
Yeah.
And if it does do that, it makes sense because I have a hot tent. It needs to cool itself down or regulate its heat. So it needs to have a bigger oxygen thingy to push or draw the moisture
The
up.
perspiration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you think it needs to
So-
move more, it needs to move more moisture, but Angie's right though. It doesn't carry nutrients, the nutrients
No.
come through the roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be that the amount of water that's being brought up by the roots, ratio wise, like I know the roots aren't
Yes. I think you're right.
grabbing nutrients, but
It would
the more water
physically it would physically be capable to process more water if that's how that works. Because there's the phloem and then there's the xylem. Some of them, one uses what's called active transport, which takes energy from the plant, and one uses what's called passive transport, which doesn't take energy from the plant, because it's just, as you said, capillary action. Water leaves one end of a tube, it draws it up the other,
right.
And
Okay.
so the way that they take the nutrients is different than the water. The water is osmosis. It moves through the membrane and goes right into the plant. But with the nutrients, you have diffusion, or I think they call it active transport, where it has to actually go into the cell wall, kind of be sequestered, and then pulled in through active transport. That all takes energy and shit. And your plant does move a lot more water versus nutrients. So
Yes.
it's going to obviously, that's why, but that's where that goes, is the some of it does take energy from your plant, when it's moving that shit around. Some of it doesn't. And that's where I get a little bit confused about, I think the phloem doesn't take energy and the xylems do take energy, because they have to be kind of helped along versus letting capillary action do the work.
And are they using the photosynthetic energy or energy that the plant's made already from?
Yeah, all the energy would come from photosynthesis. It would create photosynthate, which would turn into carbohydrates, complex sugars, right? And that's how the plant fuels itself. And that's how it regulates its EC in the root zone. So that's why when someone does a major flush, the plant puts all of its energy, it stays all droopy, because now it's going to take all of its energy to readjust the sugar levels in its root zone to match the EC of the outside of the plant. So
Okay.
that's why it takes a few days. And that's why when you do a flush, you want to slowly introduce your newts back at like half strength, because you don't want that super roller coaster ride of a high EC, low EC, high EC, that's pretty stressful. So you flush the shit out of it with, either get your EC down or go 3 times the volume and break your lockout. And then when you come back on with your nutrients, we always do half strength, and then we'll build it just like seedlings, like 50 or 75 every fertigation till we get back to our target. Seems to work out pretty good. They recover well.
Yeah, they do. We try to avoid doing that, but
Had enough mistakes where we had to do that many times, man.
well, we learned that, like with those photo periods, the 12 hours, that's a long time for them to go without watering, when you're hand watering, and that the EC runs up, of course, because of drying out. We had some issues. I'm excited to be using this AutoFert systems to maybe avoid some of that.
Hey, look, Hemp with Gigi and NG, they're both laughing at us like dry back. What's dry? What do you mean? We water. Gigi
Yeah.
waters once a week, and NG's living in water over there.
Yeah, I mean, I do my own version of dry back. I let it. I honestly, it's just pure laziness, but I let the container get down to like 25%. EC jumps up to like 2,000, and that's why my fan leads look like shit. But buds are still growing. Not complaining.
Yeah, our buds turned out great. I mean, we run into that problem, but we fix it the best we do with the best we can.
I think some dry stress isn't a bad thing. It just depends on timing and how long you do it and shit like that, which I don't know what those answers are. I just feel like based on some of the shit that we've done, that maybe some of those dry stresses haven't been the worst thing in the world.
No,
Mhm.
I don't think so either. I don't think so. I think it's okay to
You
stress
still
them out a
got any
little
shirt
bit.
or
It
what?
also,
You go
I
check
feel
out my
like-
old lady's shirt real quick, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Show them that shirt.
I have an interactive sweater.
Yeah, it's pretty
Ah.
cool.
You know-
Where do you see this, man?
I don't know if it's gonna be the same, but there's this guy on YouTube who does the glitter bomb for people.
Nice.
Okay, you see?
See,
This
lean
is
down a little bit.
Nice.
Lean down a little bit. There you go. And when you rub it, it turns to a different color.
What?
Ah, okay, yeah.
That's
They're
nice.
like
Now you're gonna
sequins.
give smart excuses to rub on you.
Yeah, that's what I told her. Every guy we see
All
now
the
is gonna
girls
give you.
want this sweater for
Yeah.
wear it to the party. Everybody's coming up and being like, "Ew, your sweater turns all different colors."
You're having way too much fun with that,
That's so
Crispy.
cool.
Ah,
That's so cool.
way too much.
Favorite sweater ever.
Okay.
Way too much fun with that sweater, man. Let me tell you.
I thought it was gonna be like the ones where they got a screen and like a moving, like, well, it's Christmas, so say a Santa, but like they got the Halloween ones with the
Oh,
moving eyeball or the beating heart.
nah, that's for a better class of losers, man.
Yeah, but the guy that invented it, like he actually did work for NASA. He does a YouTube channel. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he did a Kickstarter of like, yeah, like you
Cool.
put a phone.
Mhm.
He started it out with a phone. And the money that they invested when they put it on Kickstarter or whatever thing they wanted to make money from, within the day they made like 5 times what they invested.
Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That would be what a great business model when you start off like that. Shit.
Yeah, well, it just shows too that like the stupidest little things, if you
If you have a good idea.
you
Yeah.
have a good idea, why not? Like I've been driving around and I have all these ideas for things that like, and my
Me
brother just,
too.
and it's
Yeah.
like, like,
I tell y'all, that's why you get a 3D printer.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Here, how
You
about
make
this?
it.
Like, okay, incense, right?
Yeah.
But
Yep.
not everybody wants to burn an entire incense stick. At least I don't.
Okay. Right.
And I was thinking like, I put a piece of metal, like a U, hanging over it. It didn't work well, but I was thinking of something decorative in a sense that would hang on the end. And as soon as the coal of the incense reached it, it would draw enough of the heat away that would suffocate the amber,
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
but allowing the incense to burn for a couple of minutes or 5 minutes. That way,
Cool.
like you can do stuff around the house and then not be like, oh shit, the incense.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
That's
You can
pretty
also
wild.
you can also wet the spot that you want it to like burn out at that moment.
Hey,
Ah,
don't kill our ideal, man. Jeez, I'm
Maybe
gonna shut
drop
us
some
down.
droppers. water droppers.
Damn.
But would it stay wet? Like, and then it's only held together
Oh,
by
yeah,
like
it's absorbent enough. It's absorbent enough to like hold water for a while. It's pretty
yeah, but
absorbent.
but wouldn't that, yeah, I don't know. Like I've never tried it. I'll have to.
We have to talk
But
But
about
it's like an
Yeah.
organic glue that's around it, right?
Yeah, it's more like I forgot what it is. It's some ground
Xanthium
up.
gum or something.
Yeah, something ground up, really ground up, and you're really dry, and it's put together as a paste, and then it's left outside to dry out on a stick.
if it's
Yeah,
a
that
shark,
makes
get
sense.
him out.
Okay, so there's no actual binding agent really.
I think it's like
Or-
a putty. Like, you know how cement starts off as dirt or clay, and then
Yeah, once you add water and it dries, it's a solid mass.
pretty much same
Okay.
thing, except it's even drier and more coarse and more airy. I forgot what material.
Yeah, the stuff is really, really fine, like my
Yeah.
incent holder.
Oh.
Oh, you can't even see it. Where,
Are we gonna
see all
powder?
that?
Yeah.
That's all the powder and it's layered all through here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you can see it down there.
Damn hippies.
So I could probably make more incense sticks with this. It has nothing to do with hippies. That's the Chipuli shit.
See, what you can do with that is use a rosin press mold and
Right?
Ah, there you
Make
go.
your
rub it
cones.
together, and you can have a brick instead. And what you
Yeah,
do is
yeah.
you put it in a bowl. You put it in a metal bowl instead, and you just burn it, and it'll just burn off over time.
Yeah, yeah. I have done that and I hadn't even pressed it. I just light a little patch
Yeah,
and it would smolder and it would actually go out on its own.
yeah, it's really
so that-
nice. It's really nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I was
okay.
young, man, I had one of those ones that looked like a genie lamp and it had like stars and moons stamped in the top of it. It was like brass. And that's what we did. We'd put those little teardrop cones in there
Cones, yeah, yeah.
and light it up and it would come smoking out of this thing like a nice, cool genie lamp. And like I said, it was cool as shit, man.
I was
Yeah,
just
they-
gonna say, Merry Christmas to all the hippies out there. I love you.
Oh,
Andrew Patcholi.
She it really is a hippie. She used to eat acid on Haight and Ashbury back in the 90s. Yeah, man, she lived out there. That's pretty cool,
Yeah,
right?
I
Oh,
partied
man.
with hippies left over from the 60s.
Nice.
that's crazy.
I remember a Christmas, I think it was 2000. And actually it
getting
might have
old.
been 2000. I was on like 4 hits of acid and nobody believed me.
Ah, the
Jeez.
Millennium Party. The
Jeez.
end's coming. Y2K is gonna take us down, so let's get it in right now. Remember that?
Oh, fuck.
Free your mind and your ass will follow.
That's sure.
You gotta wonder if that was the initial, like, oh, how can we panic people and see how they will react against something that's not that actually worrisome?
Yeah.
They're gonna say that the computers are all gonna go kaput.
You know, the difference there is that one came and went overnight. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And it only came because like they realized with some of the computers, they did
Yeah.
crash.
And they were scrambling to fix it. I remember that was on the news every day, like this big company scrambling to fix it. And I've been really enjoying this. And Angie, you'll probably appreciate this being a computer nerd. You're my friend, so it's all right if I call you that.
Of course, man.
I
Nerd
say it,
enough.
I say it with plenty of love and affection, my friend.
Yes.
But
Yes.
anyhow,
Yeah.
that dude, I think we talked about this. I've been watching more and more of him. This dude, he gets these scammers, man, and then he steals their identity. Dude, he actually took a picture. He used their computer and took a picture of the people that was like scamming him. He stole all their identities or whatever off of there, put it on the screen. He wiped away like 64,000 files that he had on people. He knew the dude's name and all the other workers there. It was so badass, dude. I was like cheering this dude. I'm like, yeah, they're finally getting it stuck to him. You know what I mean?
Okay, Smart, you're gonna love this guy. He's this NASA engineer that I was telling you about. He does a whole bunch of other things. He did the world's largest t-shirt cannon.
Hold on, we got to get our pen here. She got the paper. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'm
Mark
just gonna
it.
tell you a little story first then.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The
I'm
largest
trying to write it
t-shirt
down.
cannon,
Yeah.
what he did is some kid who designed out of Lego a ventilator was being interviewed on a news station, and they were like, "Oh, so what do you want in the future?" or something like that. And he's like, "I would really love to have a interaction or a work along with Mark Rober, the YouTube creator or content creator." And they're like, "Oh, great, hi!" Like they had no idea who he was.
Okay.
So he gets a hold of the kid's parents
Wow.
and then tells the parents that he's got like a Zoom call from a teacher or something. And it's it's his fucking mentor. He's just like dumbfounded. This kid's only like
Wow.
10, 11 years old. But okay, his name is Mark Rober. But he basically, with this kid, he gets him to design the cannon. Mark did nothing about the design. He built it because the kid can't build it.
Right.
But he
Oh, that's
doesn't tell the kid that he's he's saying they're gonna build it or whatever. But long story
Exactly.
short,
He actually does it without telling him or something.
yeah. And then he
Oh.
shows up at a football game that the kid's at
Oh,
in a disguise and shocks the shit out of him. And then he actually is like, yeah, so the cannon you designed is it's for this game and we're shooting it and you got to come down with us because
Oh,
he
that is
designed
so
it.
cool.
Like, and he keeps on saying through the video, like, I got to do this for this kid because he's going to be my boss one day.
wow, that's
Being a
cool.
joke, but it's something that really gets me like in the heart is, and I'm going to cry. Shit. People that will do something like that for a kid that has the ability. He has a future.
Yeah.
So let's reinforce that future for this kid, you
Yep.
know, because he's gonna make
Exactly.
changes to the world.
To be able to
Yes.
recognize that seems like a special trait in somebody, you know?
Well, there's like sad thing is there's like hundreds of thousands of kids out there that have this talent,
Yep.
you know, but they don't
Yeah.
have they just sit at home, they do what they can and they move. And
Talent
then
is spread evenly throughout the population, but opportunity is not, you know?
right. But sorry, I just rambled on about this guy. Like, but
That's
No,
pretty awesome.
no,
I
but-
love stories like that on Christmas Eve. That's what like
And it
it's
says a lot
awesome.
about you that story touched you like that. And I can appreciate that, man. That's pretty cool.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
my main thing I was trying to get at is he does the glitter bombs. So people that steal, like the porch pirates that steal shit,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
he gets like 4 pounds of the finest glitter ever made.
Mhm.
Damn.
He puts it in a box with a machine that he built with cameras all around it and actually the nastiest fart spray in the world. So these people, like,
Oh, this is so freaking cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
but when Smot, you mentioned those guys that was stealing the scammers' identities.
Yeah.
Okay, he's done work with them too. I think
Oh,
maybe not the
Oh,
same
that's so
guys,
cool.
Cool.
but it's all about like, you know what, like they call up and they say, oh yeah, you got a refund or something. Oh shoot, sorry, we put 2,000 instead of 200. You need to give us 1,800 in Amazon cards,
Yep.
you know.
Or
And
give us your bank account and we'll just draft it back. And as soon as you give it to them, they take out a lot, you know?
well, yeah, that it's not exactly give us your bank account. It's give us access to your computer and then open up your
Yeah.
bank account, and you don't know that we're now.
Right. Oh, they get so mad, man. Them
Yeah.
people get so pissed. They start calling names. Gigi,
Yeah.
did you want to say something? I felt like I might have cut you off a little bit ago.
No, I'm just agreeing to things people that you're saying.
Oh, it's pretty wild shit, man. I like watching. I also watch them First Amendment audits where they go to like the United States Post Office. They go to like parole offices, and these dudes just go in there and start videotaping the cars and everything. And then they come out. They're like, "We're going to arrest you," and they're like, "No, this is our First Amendment right, the freedom of independent press." They start saying all these penal codes, and then these dudes end up like. They call it the walk of shame because they have to turn around and just leave. But they're used to being like in control. Like the one dude told the parole officer, he's like, "You're not in control here. You're not my fucking boss." He's like, "I don't have to listen to you." He's like, "You're so used to pushing everybody around, and it doesn't work like that. You can't just step on people's rights and shit." And I was like all pumped up. It was like watching Mike Tyson fight back in the day. I used to I'd jump up off the couch and shit, man, like I was in the ring, you know? Mike Tyson had that hammer, dude. Yeah, it's fun shit. I like watching
Yeah.
that. Crispy will wake up in the morning. I'm sitting beside her with my headphones on and I'm sweating and shit. Like I just watched an episode of Cops. Oh
That's
shit.
funny.
Yeah,
That
but-
sucks.
Merry Christmas to all.
Yeah, Crack Baby's
Merry
messed up.
Christmas,
His
guys.
shit's messed up. That sucks, man. I think Naw said he's coming on as soon as he eats his dinner. He wrote that in the chat. I don't know if he's still doing that or what. I think he thought it was 9 o'clock. He said him and his wife are coming on, but yeah, we'll see. sitting here smoking. Now, I would play
Yeah.
music, but they'll take your shit down quick if you play music. Like you guys said, it's not, you have to do some copyright shit. Hell, I don't know how to do that.
Or have your own stuff that like, or the older stuff that is no longer protected type thing.
They should let me play
you
the
would-
songs that I have on my list on YouTube because I'm on YouTube. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got a growing question in a sense, if anybody's ever done
Lay it on us.
Cocoa dry amendments. You know how I'm
Mm.
doing that.
Yep.
I have, you know how I did my magic or well, psilocybin mushrooms.
Yes.
Okay, so I have 2 bins, small like shoebox bins of coco coir that also has vermiculite, and it had germinated or sorry, colonized grain with mycelium, but the grow failed. But I still have the cocoa and the dead mycelium and okay, it doesn't look bad or anything. There might be, say, I don't know, in that top corner, bacteria or some sort of mold, fungi, but it's naturally in the dirt anyways, and some of those things are good for the plant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Doc actually speaking on a podcast, something about it being harder to wash the cocoa once you're using solid amendments and stuff. But he did say there was a way to wash it out completely. I don't remember what it was, but
No, I'm not looking to clean this. I'm thinking of adding it to my dry amendment cocoa.
mm,
And I
Need to
don't,
know if that's good
you-
shit in there growing.
that's what
mm.
I'm wondering. Is it good or is it bad? What kind
There's
of
many-
mycelium is
There's
gonna be
many types of
beneficial?
that shit,
Question.
dude. Like trichodermis, and
Well-
mycorrhiza and all that shit. There's so many different strains. And
Well, that's just
my-
it. The trichoderma was one of the ones that killed the mycelium because it grows faster. But that is one of the beneficial mycorrhizae that they add to the mycorrhizae mixes, right?
I believe, and I think it depends on how much you want to spend. Some of them have more than others, like, you know, so.
But it is one of the ingredients.
I want to say yes, but I
Mhm.
can't be sure, Dan, because if I did say for sure and I was wrong, you know, I would feel like.
Oh,
shit.
dude, no, you can say what I'm gonna make a choice of doing it. Like I'm in the midst of about to dump it, regardless of our
think-
conversation.
I don't think it's going to be bad, but then again, man, common sense has let me down a lot of other times in growing.
Yeah.
The real,
You think sounds like common sense will
Yeah,
really burn
exactly.
you, dude.
Yeah.
and the real
Like,
question is it worth saving whatever you're trying to use? Is it worth the value of that to take the risk? Do they outweigh each other? You think it's going to help, or you think it's going to hurt, or you try to save it, or what is the balance here? Why are you wanting to use it?
Well, because it's sitting around. And it's
Okay.
either I'm gonna reuse it maybe for the next mycelium grow, but it's got all that other stuff in it, so it probably won't take.
What's the value worth the risk then?
That's a
Is
good
there a
question.
That's
value
just
to
it. I
that?
don't know if there is a risk. That's
Yeah,
why.
I think what Gigi's saying is like if you put that on your plants and it fucks them all up, then that's really gonna suck. It might be best just to throw it out. But I think Dan's thinking
Mhm.
like there's some really good juice in this shit, and I don't want to
I
lose
think-
it. I
I
want to
think
use
There
it.
might be, but is
I
it worth
think I
it?
read that trichoderma you can use as a top dressing for soil. I read it somewhere on Build a Soil.
Okay.
We're messing
So
with
I
But
would
it's-
totally go there and look at their oyster mushroom bags or something, I think it was called. They had
Okay,
it on sale during New Year's and I was reading into it. I'm sorry, man. It just clicked all of a sudden and this is
That's
what
all good.
happens to me sometimes.
No, that's
That's
cool.
awesome.
Run with it.
But yeah, in the Build a Soil website, I was looking at Black Friday sales a couple weeks ago or month ago or whatever, however long it is anyways. And I stumbled across that. I'm like, oh, cool. Maybe I can put that in like my outside garden or something when the whole mushroom bag turns into trichoderma. And they said that once everything, you can leave it as mushroom bag, let the oyster mushrooms come out, and you can use it as CO2 for your grow space.
Well, that's all
Or
the
once-
CO2 bags are.
All
Yeah.
They are is mushroom. Yeah, mushroom and orange
Yep.
Mycelium, no mushroom.
or
Yep.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, mycelium.
And then
We
they
call them
said,
mushroom bags, man. That's what we call 'em, mushroom
Yeah.
bags. I don't know.
definitely. And they said that once it turns to trichoderma, the entire thing, you can
Ah.
break it down and sprinkle it as a top dressing for your plants. And there you go. So I'm pretty sure it won't do anything detrimental.
Well, you're talking about soil too, right? He's
Yeah,
talking a
soil,
little bit
but
different with this cocoa. But if it's a solid amendment, it can clog the pores of the cocoa, right? If we're gonna jump into the, I guess, the science of it all, I'm a lazy grower, so science is a little off put for me.
yeah, that's a good valid point too. But he's also using other amendments. So
Yeah, it's all, yeah, I've got the other amendments. I've got worm castings in there. So everything that is going to work together in a soil grow, it's just not using peat or, compost or whatnot to build the soil.
No silt, sand, clay, peat.
A little bit of gypsum and obviously the coir or coir, perlite.
I got you highlighted, Dan. What am I looking at? It's like Chucky. I see Chucky and Jack.
Yeah, I
Skellington.
was just thinking if I could maybe I gotta try.
Jigsaw.
Take it.
That's right. Jigsaw,
Like-
you got it right, baby.
Yeah, my sister sent it to me a few years ago. I need to get it in a poster, in a frame. But it's just a
That's awesome.
It is
Bait.
cool.
baby horror kids.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's obviously not as full as focus as I would like it, and it's got this shiny. I was gonna take it out, but it's sealed.
Is this the Nightmare Before Christmas?
Huh.
Yes. It's either that or I got a Jon Snow, a Grey Worm, a Harley Quinn, pop head, a Gandu, Pinhead. You like Pinhead?
I remember Pinhead from
I do,
Hellraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit was scary. I don't do much scary movies. My old lady loves the scary movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Well, Hellraiser isn't scary at all. It's more shock value and like what they do, like the blood, guts, and gore, because at the time you never really seen that kind of graphic.
yeah, I like scary stuff, but my girl doesn't like it, so I'm not allowed to watch it. So
yeah, I wish I had someone that would watch some Rob Zombie with me, but that's a big giant no-no. He couldn't even handle it. But that's like to me the best horror because it's so freaky. You know,
Which
that
one?
shit can really happen. You can
Thousand
I mean,
Corpses
too much
or
fun.
Halloween
Yeah, I mean,
or
you know what's my my trigger for scary movies is religion.
Mm.
That's my thing. That's my no-goes.
oh,
That makes any sense to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
like
I
you
was
know,
gonna say,
then you
Exorcist,
should.
It was
I thought it was
Freddy, Jason.
yeah, Jason,
Freddy, Jason, and
Michael
Michael Myers.
I mean,
I'm okay with
Leatherface.
those. Doesn't bother me. I love them. Just
Classics.
when you start throwing in the Exorcist, when you start throwing in a priest that flips upside down and shit, I'm out.
Because I was gonna say you should watch Stigmata, but
yeah.
Stigmata
I don't know.
is such an awesome movie because one of the things that they do in that, they talk about this Dead Sea Scrolls,
Mhm.
which one of the Dead Sea Scrolls is supposedly written by Jesus himself. And I get shivers thinking about it because this is at the core, if you want to say there's a God, it's the energy of the universe, and it's not sentient. It's not aware like you or I. And in the first sentence of supposedly Jesus, whatever you scroll or whatever, he says, if you split a piece of wood, you will find me. Lift the stone, I am there.
Creepy.
And
It's
it's just,
everywhere.
well, yeah, well, it's not he. It's not about a he. It's about
It
Energy.
is everywhere.
It is everywhere. We are part of it.
Yep.
And that's what he was trying. Well, that's what I get. What is being trying to be communicated.
That's your interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. Gigi, those buds look rock solid.
Looks good.
Yeah, it looks real nice.
And I got to go to my computer.
Banana, and then this one's blue
Oh,
gelato.
nice.
I was gonna say they do that one darker. That blue gelato looks really nice and thick.
Jeez, I can't believe I haven't smoked yet.
I'm
Nice.
on 3 deep. I got a couple more ready to go. We got a couple trolls in chat. They keep posting these weird links or some shit like www.
That's fine. They count as a view. As long as you don't have them as a admin, nobody can click them anyways.
No, I deleted their crack babies. I crack babies is I gave him the blue wrench so he could take care of that shit. He can't join, so I figured he's all over it. So that's awesome.
Get on it, Crack
Shout out to
Baby.
crack babies.
Yes,
Huh.
thank you, crack babies. He tried to give me one, but I like to just sit here and chill, and I'm not on my phone or anything. I'm just like
Crack babies is
hanging out
all
with
over it.
Smont, like normal.
Hey,
babies,
Over
and then-
there with a band hammer, boy.
Yeah, that's what he said. I got the power. Somebody step out of line right now.
Yeah. Fuck with me, see what happens, fool.
Somebody, our friend Staggering Productions, they seem to show up all the time when we come on, and they always chime in and talk to us. But they said, "What's everyone's favorite additive?" Mine is CalMag. They said, "I think my favorite additive is Armor Psi." It seems to be the biggest change in our grow. It builds a better plant. Without it, it's weak and feeble like the Ukraine.
it's not as fun as CalMag,
Well,
you know,
I think it is.
soaking in it, and
I think
foliar spray when things go wrong.
Sure, CalMag's an additive. I feel like that's a primary. You gotta
Yeah.
add that shit.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
CalMag
if
would
you're
be a
in cocoa.
primary.
yeah, you have to have, you know.
In cocoa, no way you're getting away with no CalMag. Good luck.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You're right.
That shit's hungry, a CalMag. That's why when people mix it in their soil, they don't realize that their CalMag
Even
consumption
if you
is
buffer it, man, even if you buffer it, you still got to use it.
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
hungry. I don't know the science behind it.
That's
You
my
might be
only
able to
worry
use it.
with
You
the
might be-
Coca Gaia.
That's what
Right.
you're working. Well, you could always use a foliar. You could really supplement some good CalMag with foliar.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Looking
should
for
have-
some-
That's a
Well,
lot of
that-
spraying. And here's a tip, man. Get yourself a cardboard cutout that's pretty big, and you can get and put it between the plant and the light. And when you're spraying up under your leaves, you'll soak that cardboard instead of spraying your light, you know?
Oh, yeah. That's good
Especially if
tip.
you have a light that doesn't have that protective.
Yeah,
coating. Yeah.
Some lights, yeah, it might just be smothered in glue versus having like these photon techs actually have a cover that you can wipe down. It's pretty cool. I
Oh, wow.
guess they
I like
invest.
that feature.
They
too.
invested a whole shitload of money into testing like hundreds of different plastics and parts to find the one that doesn't diffuse or deflect or cause a lot of heat loss, and came up with this formulation for plastics. That's what Dr. Coco told me, and I thought that was pretty cool, man.
Hmm.
That they're going that far into it, you know. And then
Yeah.
it gives you the ability to wipe it off, and you're not even close to the diodes, man.
Yeah. Well, Mars Hydro has some sort of film over it. And yeah, when you just mentioned about water, like it's supposed to be waterproof, but it's
Yeah.
waterproof, but like when you have your
P-ring.
old end tables of wood and they had that varnished shellac on it, you put
Yeah.
a cold cup on it and it swells up and goes opaque.
Yeah.
Would these do the same thing? I don't know. I'm not going to trust it, but because you
It's
see
Probably
it.
just-
water resistant. I don't know if it's waterproof, maybe resistant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Resistant. Sorry.
IP rating or some shit. IP71. Is that what it is?
Yeah, like aren't they rated for a certain amount of moisture?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just feel like that coating that like, what is it?
Or
like
the
a-
depth, I think it might be.
Water.
It might be a certain depth. I don't know, a lot of watches are like that. They're waterproof, but only to a certain pressure. depth.
Yeah.
They'll take a good. I've seen some people spraying their lights pretty hardcore, man. And I
Oh,
was
wow.
like, there's no freaking way I would do that. I'd be afraid to catch on fire.
Yeah, again, it comes down to benefit versus
Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say
it's not there.
it's
I
not
was just
recommended,
gonna
I'm sure
say,
by
Gigi was just
manufacturer.
talking about benefit and risk. Like,
I'd have to put something in there, man. Some kind of cardboard, wrap my light in a quick bag, piece of plastic or something, and then go to town and then just cut the plastic off when I'm done or something, man. I just
Do
couldn't
you
see it.
guys remember the flat stem like poly thing you guys told me about? I think it was Coco that answered the question when I was like, what the fuck is it? Where it was a flat stem, it grew like a caterpillar nug.
poly, not polydactyl.
Polyploid.
Some people call it
Polyploid.
some people call it a fascination though.
Look at that. There it
That
is now.
That thing's pretty righteous. Look at the
Oh, I gotta
flat.
see this.
That's cool.
Nice.
Okay,
I see the flat stem.
but the nug didn't really,
Well,
widen
when it
and
was
flatten out, eh?
Yeah, but when it was drying, you can't really tell now. Well, kind of, but this whole top was just like clustered in orange hairs. It's like it grew 50 chlorixes in one spot. It just grew it really funky.
Mm.
That's why you see like that weird stripe of like creamsicle.
Yeah, the line in through the center.
Gigi,
Yeah.
how do
And
you
how do
like
you get-
your trim bag?
Oh, trim bags, spot on, dude. Spot on.
Should
I agree with everything that everyone says though, but there's reasons, and again, it comes back to a risk and reward. But definitely, I would say a lot of people that say, you know, it takes sugars or trikes or whatever. I 100% agree with that. But it only
Mhm.
really takes the guard leaf unless you take your cannabis down too soon. It does say dry trimmer right on the side. So if you're shaking for more than 60 seconds, you're not dry trimming. So it should only
Oh.
remove the sugar leaves from the sides of it. So then you're getting all your sugar leaves and your guard leaves, some of those ones where, you know, it's really integrated, but you get those. So you do lose, yes, a percentage of trikes. But in the same sense, you collect it at the bottom. But at the same time, I've done some interesting microscope readings that actually show that either I'm a really shitty trimmer or I do more damage to my trichome heads than the trim bag does.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to
And-
know because I molest my fucking buds too. When I
And
trim.
I was gonna say, Gigi, no
Us
offense,
too.
but
We
you
haven't
really
been
do.
this
Guilty. Well,
This time we did great. We didn't really touch them at all on some of these.
some of them, yeah.
And
Some of them.
it shows a big difference, man, when you don't try to, because instead of us trying to separate the bud and get in there and get every little piece out like we sometimes do, we kind of just buzzed around the outside, and then as we're breaking it up, those little crow's feet just fall off pretty much, you know, and it's much nicer to not have to handle them.
But
That's
those
where you get
buds-
that mechanical look. You know, everybody says you can tell it's mechanically trimmed. Yeah, because it takes all the guard leaves. And that's where I do agree. Yes, it's going to take more trichomes off of your weed because it's taking the guard leaves. And you're getting that mechanical
Because I
trim.
would take that bag, I would unzip it, and I would dump it right into the washer, man.
Yeah, we would save
Yeah.
it anyway. And
Go
those
right to
buds
the
look
washer.
good that you have there, GG. Like they look bomb dig. If that's what you're getting out of that trim bag, I want one.
I seen a dude. That's what we were talking about getting one. I seen a dude on the YouTube here. He said he said you tumble it 15 times or some shit, and then he tumbled it 30 times or something. I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah, really the best time to take it down and put it in a trim bag is when you can push your fingers against your nugs and the leaves come off, you know, and then when the nugs can pop off, like as you go up the stem, you know how they kind of separate. If you can pop those off easily, then you're good to go. And a lot of people say, well, I don't want to hang it that long. It'll dry out too quick. But as we all know, a long, slow dry is definitely a better way to go.
You can
And how do you
take-
get that rounded bud? Like, my buds never have that form, like when I've gotten it, when I buy it
The-
off.
It's the trim bag. I'm pretty sure that's what. It
No,
does.
Gigi's gotten round, solid looking buds like that before, and you show people show their bags and they're lifting up the nugs and they're like, I wanna say they look compacted. Mine
Oh,
are
yeah.
just like, maybe it's because they're growing, like she's getting solid buds and I'm not,
Well,
but
it
they're
might go
good.
back to that 2-gallon gas tank, and you know, if you put 3 gallons in a gas tank, you're not gonna. I'm trying to kind of explain how it's more like density. You know, after you go past that 2 feet, I feel like you get a lot of loose buds. So I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how to
you know,
tell
like-
you why it does it. I guess the only difference I can see in my grows and a lot of other people's grows is just size of plants. So maybe
No,
that
like,
2-foot
I
gas
mean,
tank.
like,
Yeah,
Those
there's
are nice.
they're shorter buds, but they're tighter. Instead of having a whole bunch of larf and shit, Gigi's just getting all the growth on a certain amount of the plant, and that's how
Well-
you want to do it. It's a
well, no,
short
do you
plant, that's
remember
all you need.
my lamb's breath Gaia Green? It
Well-
was short, stocky and solid nugs, but they still
Yeah.
didn't dry and get round and
Do you remember that plant we grew that had the gallon colas on it? We grew 4
Yeah.
colas on it, and they were gallon size. It had them big cone buds like that too, man. And they were just dense and hard. And that's
Yeah.
I chalked that up to the that chilled grow light, man. That thing made
Right.
some of the hardest buds ever. So I think light has a lot to do with it. Good
Yeah,
genetics
density.
and a good light. Man,
I've got a TS 1000 in a smaller tent than it's rated for, so
Yes,
you would
you
think.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're talking, yes, light is yield, but grower talent is taking that light and turning it to sugar. And it kind of comes back to what Smot's saying, is that light density can control how dense your bud is. But then it goes back to that rule that we know a LED really only supports up to 2 feet. So you want to get tight internal spacing so you can get as much as you can in that 2-foot area. And that's why I do that 1 to 2 foot ratio.
That's why spectrum's important too when you're trying to keep your plants short.
It's important to us, Smot. It's probably not important to probably good 50%
try-
of growers because they're not
Yeah.
capturing the light they have to begin with. So the spectrum's kind of the second thought. Training and watering not even in the sense of nutrients.
I
That's
I don't know. Like it seems like my buds are solid, but then when I dry them, they don't
Watch
they
my,
don't just look like
watch my
solid
video.
nuts.
I did 9 days worth of dry. I took you every single day what I was looking for till I got to that point where like, here's where I would use a trim bag. Here's where I would hand trim. This is the moisture you're looking for. Here's how they should pop off. Like I went through every single day of it. It's in the yield video for Banana
Yeah.
Crumble.
No, but it's not about that. It's about
whenever
okay.
they come together like that, man.
See, mine's looking like NG's.
Yeah. Where
Is
it's
it
like
all the way
uneven
up
and
and
shit?
down your stem? You're saying everything, even like the tops? Like that ain't bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad, but like
Beautiful.
Those look great.
These are pretty like hard. They're pretty dense. Like
yeah, like mine too. But it says that I don't want to say they're PGR because I know they're not, but
Yeah.
GG's has that solid, dense.
Oh, you can say it. I've been
Rounded.
blamed for it a few times.
Well, and it's because of that appearance. It gives that.
So- I've
But-
noticed that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I noticed it's genetics that does that too. It's
Yeah.
genetics
Grown
that
every
do these.
the
type of
flower
thing.
structure.
Yeah, it
Okay.
That was
builds that
two
flower
different
structure
strains.
and that's how it ends up. Like these are actually
Yeah,
they
because-
start off like these sharp little like I want to say sugars, but I don't think they're sugars, but they're just little gourd leaves, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
stuck out.
sugar. I would say.
Yeah, sugars. And then I just cured them in a box, and I would every couple days I would just like shake the box a little bit, kind of get the buds rotating a little bit, and then I'll clear it out. And over time, it compacted itself into that. And
Okay, that's what I was kind of thinking. If it was just because it settles and then you shake it and it settles, but even mine when they've settled and I shake, or it's because I'm keeping one big bud and not taking them into the individual nuggets.
Yeah,
That might be it too.
That-
Like
that
these
might
were
be
bigger
it,
than
yeah.
what they were now, and I broke them down.
yeah.
Yeah, it's that style. It's like where so many things you can do. Like you harvest, you wet trim, you dry trim,
I
you
gotta
break
say,
it
this is
all
the-
down and trim it and put it on one of those racks, or you hang
Yeah.
the whole thing and dry it.
well,
Hey, man, we tried it
Or
all. We
it's
tried
dry
brown
trim.
paper bags. We tried fucking closets. We
We tried
tried
turkey bags.
we tried turkey bags. We tried dry trimming everything. We tried taking just the fan leaves off and dry trimming the rest, which isn't bad. We tried pretty much every single thing that we've come across. We tried cardboard boxes. We tried buckets, curing in buckets and shit. Like we've really literally tried everything, man, and had some success with some shit. And then there's other times where if you're only trying it once and you're trying it in the summer, how can I not chalk that up to just the horrible temps and shit that I had to deal with versus something that I tried in the winter? So they weren't really the greatest tries, but we found the answer now. But it's wild that all the different shit like you were just mentioning. It's hard to figure out what to do, and we've been saying that to a lot of people lately. Once you get to harvest time, it's not over, man. You still got a long ways to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd say this is my best cure. Probably out of all the grows I've done, this is the best cure wise I've had. And I kind of tried to imitate what you're doing over there, Smot, just on a bigger, larger scale, which was once I got to the point where, I would have taken it down if I was hand trimming. I then tried to use my tent kind of like a jar. I tried to stabilize my tent for a few days so I could get it to that point that the bag trimmer would work in, you know, the 30 to 40 seconds. And it was, I mean, straight out of the tent, I mean, I was smoking on it. I'm not gonna lie. Straight out of the tent, I was
Oh,
smoking on
nice.
it. And I
Cool.
never do that. And I mean, it had all the flavors and everything. You know, you're expecting to taste that grassy bottom of the lawnmower straight out of the tent after
It's
hanging.
not
But
always
it
there,
hung
dude.
for
Yeah.
it hung for probably 6-7 days, and it was ready, you know, to hand trim, but it wasn't ready to bag trim. So I tried imitating what your Canatrol does, which is curing and drying in the same area.
Right. Controlling the rate at which moisture leaves your product.
Yeah,
That's
so I gotta
it.
say that was nice, and I mentioned all that in the video, all my temperatures and when I dropped it and everything. Yeah, it was one of the
Oh,
best
yeah.
drives so far.
It's important to cure, man. I mean, that's how you can really, because then you don't know,
Yeah.
did I do a shitty job of growing or did I do a shitty job of curing, you know, or did I do a
Yeah.
shitty job in the dry cycle? Because there are two different things. Drying and curing are separate, you know?
Yes,
Mm,
100%.
But the conditions you're keeping them in, are they the same?
Are they the same? No. Like when I'm doing a slow dry, it's a 60-60. This is what I did in mine. I did
Yeah.
a 60-60, and that was probably for the first 4 days or so. And then I started lowering it to like 55 to 60, and then I went down to the 50 to 55 during the last bit of, I would say, curing the last 2 days, not really hang drying, but curing. And I've never had cannabis come off the vine like that and just immediately have its terpenes just bright and shining, you know? It was definitely shocking.
Here's something you can try, man. If you ever you got a lot of buds to go down, take a 5-gallon bucket, cut yourself just on the top of it, just cut yourself a little notch down about maybe 3 inches, you know, and then you can lay your stems in there and have your buds inside the bucket and just yank the shit out of them, man, and it'll just buck them all off at one time.
Stripper. Yep.
Yeah, man, you can make one on a
Yeah.
5-gallon bucket.
But that's if you're going to be using the product in something like a Canatrol or a basket or a hanger.
Yeah.
I'm
If
not
you ever
taking
get-
it down until I can pop them off with my fingers like butter. You know, I could use scissors, and I do use scissors, but that's only
Yeah.
because you can go left, right, left, right, left, right, and drop them in the box. You know what I mean?
Yep. I'm trying to make, I also don't use one of those because it's a little too rough. I want to try to make the best unmolested bud that I
Yeah,
possibly can.
100%.
Most like a connoisseur kind of style shit that just come off. And so I don't want to buck mine in some rough fashion like that.
Yeah,
and
no, thank
get out
you.
of 'em.
Yeah, mine's pretty hands off because I take all my fan leaves, anything with a stem, the week before flower, because that's when you're at the most light and everything. So you can get some density further down to ripen up the last bit. So I take all my fan leaves the week before flower, helping with humidity, temperature, and light exposure. So then when I go to hang them, there's nothing to mess with or mangle them. So then they hang until they can pop off on their own. So they're very like untouched and just naturally doing their thing. So I agree on the not touching. Then it shakes 60 seconds in a bag and goes in a jar.
But
See,
that's what
I
I was
do-
trying to get at. Like you could, if you had a room or the conditions to keep it, you
Yep.
could dry it in that room, adjust that room, and then cure it in that room. You don't necessarily have to put them in jars, right? Because like say the golden triangle, green
Yeah, you
triangle,
go
whatever,
nuts.
emerald. That's what
Yeah.
they do.
It's what Smott's thing's doing, you know, it's just changing the environment inside the space that it's in. It's just a really big jar, a really big jar.
Yeah.
Instead of controlling relative humidity, it controls the dew point.
Yeah, that's what's nice about the Canatrol. Like, if
And
you ain't
that's
check
what-
that out, check it out.
And it has a dry
That's-
bulb, so it'll keep the temperature. It'll either heat it or cool it to whatever it needs, and then it moves the right amount of moisture out to keep everything working right. So if it starts to get too moist, it'll move a little bit more air, but it's weird how it works because then it'll only move so much to control the dew point. You know, it wants to keep a certain amount of moisture at the box, and then as Gigi said, as it goes on, it'll change parameters and start keeping less moisture in the box, and then it'll go to hold phase. And right now it's holding the buds at 68 degrees and 59% humidity. I think it's 53% dew point, which I'm hoping I can't remember. They say after 2 weeks you should have a certain percentage of moisture left inside your buds, and I can't remember what the percentage was.
I think you want like 32%, or is it 13%?
I was gonna say it's 12 or 13% inside there, but I was way off one time. I did the same thing you did. I thought it was one thing, but it was really another. And I can't remember now if I thought it
I
was.
just remembered the 3 and I wanted to say a 2, but it might have been exactly that, at 12 to
But yeah,
13%.
Yeah,
I'm telling
everybody's
you,
gonna
so
come to
far,
stable.
man, it's been awesome, dude. But I will say this though. So here's my disclaimer about all this is that we couldn't fit it all in there. So we did
Hmm.
some the old
Ouch.
fashioned way in a tent, and plus we kind of wanted to see how it went. So anyhow, we dried some for like 5 or 6 days in the tent. I can't remember now, just until it felt good. You know, I don't even really pay attention at the time. We just go in there, and when I squeeze them and they feel right, it's time to come
When they
down.
can, yes. give
Sometimes
little
it's 4 days,
snaps.
sometimes it's
Yeah,
7.5 days,
100%.
you know?
No set
Uh,
time.
Bro
but
science.
yeah, so we took
No
those
set.
down, and I didn't want to put them in jars. So what I did was I took them down, and I at that point all the shit that we had in there had shrunk a lot, obviously. So we
You had room.
combined a few trays together to clear up another tray, and I put all the shit that we hung dry for 6 days or whatever it was. I put it on that rack, and that shit there is just as fire as anything that we did in there. So then first 6 days. And what I did was, only thing I could do was mimic the temperature and the relative humidity that the box was reading. I couldn't do a dew point, obviously, but it
Yeah.
turned out really good. So, you know, I told her, how ironic, we buy this thing and then we nail the cure right there with it, right beside it. You
It
know,
doesn't matter though, because like
we won't do that in the
we're
summertime.
always gonna have that. We're always gonna have that bud that's like, I don't have to worry. It doesn't matter if we have overflow and we can get it right. That's a bonus. But you know, I don't have to worry about the majority of my bud going bad in the cure process.
Yep.
That's, you know, one of the main reasons I wanted the Canatrol, and it delivers. So I'm happy, and it does exactly what it says it does. They make a product and it really does what it says. You know,
A lot of
it's
people out
awesome.
there, a lot of people have it legal where they're at, and they can dedicate a space like a tent or a closet
Yeah,
or
it's
build a
hard
small
here.
area. You know,
Mm.
if you have to keep everything confined to one bedroom, man, it's really hard to dedicate a space and then have
Yeah,
a
no
grow
shit.
tent. You know, you got a
And
grow tent.
smell.
Well, you got a
too.
grow tent running right beside this thing at 83 degrees, and you're trying to keep your buds in there at 65 or whatever, you know, it makes it very difficult. And then the humidity spikes in the room, and then your buds take on that humidity and it ruins the cure. And so we're trying to, you know, it was tough for us, but hey,
Have you noticed at all like a correlation or balance between the dew point and the relative humidity displayed?
Well, we tried to keep within, you know, a few degrees of the temperature, and we did so. And we were like within
no,
we-
he's saying, I think are you asking like on the Canatrol, do we notice any kind of patterns with dew point and relative humidity together?
Yeah, in a sense, like, can you get a dew point sensor, like for myself? So I don't have
Right. I see.
I
what
don't
you're
have a
saying.
Canatrol. So if I know my RH is this and my temp's this, can I be
I'm
comfortable in
not
assuming
sure. That's
dew
that's
point?
a good question. I do know that the way the guy explained it to me was this. He said, if you take you take a 12 by 12 clear box and totally seal it up, right? And you take a teaspoon of water and you throw it inside that box. He said, if you heat the box up, the relative humidity will change inside there. If you cool it down, the relative humidity will change with the still same amount of water. He said the dew point will read the same no matter what the temperature is. It tells you the actual reading of the water in the air, not what it can hold based on its temperature.
Right. Yeah.
So then what they did was, I guess they took and harvested a bunch of buds and they sent them away for testing. They did some of them in the Canatrol box, some of them in a tent, trying to mimic the same conditions. And they found supposedly 60% more terps were saved using the box versus in a tent. And so they got these. Now I haven't seen these tests, and so I'm not one of them dudes. I don't like people when they say, well, hey, my buddy said this, or my buddy told me that. And I mean, if you didn't see it, I don't want to hear it. Or if you didn't grow it, I don't want to hear it. But, you know, to a point, I guess. Now that's to a point. But so I didn't see these tests. So this is what the dudes told me. But it does seem to be working. And all the shit that he explained to me, like he said that you want to control the amount of the rate at which moisture leaves your bud. So he said we did all these tests. He said we did test at like 60 degrees, 65 degrees, and so they found that they send the unit out set up at the default settings at what they got the best test results back from, if that makes sense. So according to them, it's set up the best it can be from the factory. Now you can add curing time, which will slowly, it's called a step and slope. Instead of going right to the hold mode for long-term store, instead it'll slowly go from cure into that over like 12 days or 28 days or whatever you set versus 4. But I didn't see a need for that yet, and I don't, we're gonna mess with it, but it might be shit. We're only gonna get let's see, 2, 4, 6 tenths a year coming down. So we're only gonna get so many times a year to play with it. It might be 2 or 3 years before I really figure out, hey, I like a 20-day cure after a 4-day dry, blah blah blah. You know,
But
so
I'm kind of getting it is like, would it be better than for other growers like who can't get a Canatrol? Everybody's putting an RH sensor in their dry room. But if it's not accurate, because as you were saying, it's going to show what it's holding, but not where the dew point will be more accurate. So it's like, we should be telling people in your dry room, you need a dew point sensor.
We should see how much those are, and maybe that is something to be worth trying.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at. And then it's in your jars where you'll have the RH sensor, because that way it's already dry. Now it's curing. Then we'd only need to know what the moisture in the air can hold, or differently. Like it's the dry, as you're saying, the dew point is controlling how slow or fast the moisture is leaving. The RH isn't going to tell you that. Or does it? And that's why I was asking, what do you see in the difference of when it's displaying a, say, 62% RH, the dew point saying 58?
I did the whole entire dry like that, where I used the tent 2 days after when really it should have been taken down. And when I put into jars, I was at like some of them were at like a 52, some were at 55. And my tent in the dry tent, I should call it, but now it's a cure tent. In the cure tent, I was usually rocking around a 50 to 55. So the dew point almost was spot on, but it did vary based on how much I had in the jar, you know, how big the nugs were. So I 100% agree there's going to be different sizes and different dew points, but I think we could find a safe, relatively range that somebody could use their tent as a curing method.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just getting at is the difference between RH and dew point, because like if you can see a dew point at say 58%, what is the RH range going to be at a certain temperature? As long as the dew point stays stable, what is the RH flux?
Well, it's going to change based on dog, but I think once you get it into a jar, as long as you're within that range where I was in that range of 50 to 55, which was the same thing I was running in my tent, it'll all stabilize and kind of trade moisture between the nugs. So that might take care of some of that differential you'll get from big to small.
No, I don't think you're following what I'm trying to understand.
I think he's trying to say on the Canatrol do I see a pattern? Like if it's holding at 68 degrees and 59% relative humidity, what does the dew point stay at? And then if that changes, how does the dew point change? Is there that way when you can look at your relative humidity and say, all right, well, according to the Canatrol, if it's 68 degrees in this room and my relative humidity is 55%, that means my dew point should be about this, which is what I want.
Okay, I get where you're going with it. All right.
And I never noticed any sort of pattern like that. I will try to pay attention to that.
Yeah, we'll document
more as I go. But
yeah, you kind of teased us there back before when you were like, "Oh, I tried some in the Canatrol and I tried some in the tent." You had me all excited. You got me up there. Then you were like, "Well, I took it from the tent and put it in with
after 6 days and put it in there."
I was like, "You mother freakers."
I still felt like that shows that, you know, I just think that shows that it's not like you can't do it. We don't ever want to put that impression out there. It's just in the summertime it's hard, and it's hard with a grow going on. And another nice thing about that is, like, if you in the summertime, that thing's able to stay nice and cool, man, versus like You know, trying not to can't stuff them in the basement or whatever. But I'll pay attention to that as I go here. We'll try to see if we can notice some kind of difference, and we'll have to look and see how much a dew point test there is, or a dew point probe.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
can
get
tell you
AC
right now,
Infinity
if you follow the Govies, if you believe in it, what the Govies read, then the AC Infinity tents do not read accurately. They're actually pretty far. They can be off by as much as like 7 degrees and 7% humidity, or as little as 2. But
Or if you have an HPS light, you can't even use an AC Infinity
Oh,
sensor. It fucks it
no,
all up.
it'll cook it.
It'll make your sensor say 100 degrees, 120, 180. There's a thing on their reviews on their website where a dude actually wrote about it. You cannot use
Yeah.
them.
Pretty
Period.
wild.
Can't use them.
It must heat up or some shit with the
It's something with the rays that are in it.
ozone.
Some kind of spectrum ray that comes off of it that just tweaks the shit out of your sensor. It just reads everything.
I bet you it's the UV.
Maybe, but there's UV and
Hey.
LED. We don't have that problem. It was all.
And you know what's crazy? We used we was running some fans in our tent, so we got I had a brand new homeowner's cord, the Orange Con, you know, just a regular Home Depot cord, and I ran it inside the tent about 5 feet and plugged in some cords, and from one grow, man, we pulled that thing out and it's totally bleached. And I'm going to take a picture of it and show, like, that's pretty, it takes a long time to do that. Like a cord laying in the sun even would take, you know, a good bit of time to bleach out like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Didn't Matt, what's his name, Magro or something like that? He did something like that where he blocked off half of a cardboard box or something. And it was a different color.
I didn't see that, but that sounds interesting. It's pretty, that's pretty cool to show, you know?
Yeah, he did the same thing. I'm looking up dew point sensors.
Yeah. wonder
Good,
what
I
they
haven't
are.
gotten to that yet.
Some kind
I
of,
can't
you know what I
even
was
see.
thinking? It might be cheaper to buy like a weather vane. Like
Oh,
an
this is
outdoor
this is
weather vane.
36,
Like a
37 bucks.
barometer?
Yeah, some kind
37
of,
bucks. It connects to your phone and it'll tell you humidity, temperature, and dew. I'm guessing that's dew point. It just says dew. DW dew.
yep,
Yeah.
that would be dew point.
Yeah, it looks like a blue little dot. I mean, it looks like if you ever had those things you put on your remotes and shit so you don't lose them or put in your wallet. It looks like something like that.
Cool.
Can I post in here or yeah, I think I can write in here, right? It's 37 bucks.
Hmm.
I don't know how to get to chat on here. Where is it?
Should be
Participant?
three little buttons down the right corner. You click on that, it should come up as chat.
Yeah, I'm like 7 joints in. I smoke when I hang out, so give me chat.
too,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
I still
Got
haven't
two
smoked
Georgia
anything
Pines.
today.
We got
It's
one
the Merry
burning right now.
Christmas. It's time.
There
Merry
you go.
champagne.
I put it in chat.
No.
Now I don't know how to get back to chat, but you know how to get there.
I'm gonna
It's
have
in there.
another coffee.
Yeah, you want me to go down?
Yeah, here, I'll take that off your hands for you.
Take it up.
You
Take
get
it
us a
up.
Were you
cold drink
holding
as
the
well?
phone this whole time?
Huh?
I thought Smart, are you guys trading off phone? Like you've been holding the phone this whole time up in the air like that?
No, it's on the stand, man. No.
Holy shit. I was gonna say
See,
you
I have
super
on
strong.
the steel, dude. It's mounted to a stand right now. It's hooked to a table, and then I just got to point it to the corner and then the Christmas tree until we get our grow up and going. Our rooms over there is all tore up. We've been working over there. I got I'm running two lines from the breaker all the way up through the 2 floors into the grow room. So we'll have 2 15-amp circuits, one for each tent. Boom, good to go. You know.
Yep. I had a buddy, he's union electrician. I gave him an eighth of weed and he ran me
Hell yeah.
30 amp breakers on each side of the grow room. So I was like, oh yeah.
Nice. My old man's
Yeah.
he wired his house. He's a mechanic by trade, but he's pretty good at that shit. So I trust him to do it. He did his house and it's been there for 30 years or so. So I trust him to do it here. I wouldn't let anyone else do it though. You know, that's my old man would never put me in harm's way or do something that he wasn't sure of.
Oh
But,
yeah, no, he was good.
Yeah, that's that, and so I'm like you though. Like the dude has to be certified. You know, that dude was a good.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, I had him take a old light out above the ceiling because my tent was hitting it, and I took the bulb out, and I was afraid it was like gonna catch a fire. And he took it out, and I thought he was just gonna straight up do what homeowners do and just wrap it in some tape and push it in the ceiling. He's like, nah, I can't sleep at night if I do that. And this
That's
dude
good.
tracked it all the way to the other side of my hallway, and it was wired into an outlet, and he disconnected it there. Like he did not want to leave what he called a hotline or something in the wall, even though it doesn't have anything connected to it. It's still holding no load.
Yeah, it's like a little junction box or something they put.
Yeah, he didn't want to do that. He said, "I'm
Yeah.
going to track it and completely disconnect it from the grid."
That's smart, man. That shows you that he knows what he cares about his shit, you know?
Yeah, them union people get paid good money. When he was like, "Yo, just give me an eighth," I was like, "Yes, sir.
Hell yeah, man.
You can
No
pick the
doubt.
nugs."
I have to feed my old man, and if you ever seen him, that might cost me more than an eighth.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it don't cost us much for cannabis from a grower own. You know, I did the math before with electric, water, dirt, nutrients, and time, and it cost me like $12 to $15 an ounce. And that's why when people are like, "Well, I want to reuse my soil and I want to amend it," like
Yeah.
again, risk versus reward. Do you want to have all those problems of trying to match
what
the
we
soil?
said.
You want to buy new?
Yeah. It's like I think we worked it out one time. It was $16 an ounce. Another time it was like $24 an ounce or something. So it's always really cheap, you know.
Yeah.
By the time you add up cocoa, lights, AC, nutrients, the whole 9 yards, you know. Then your time, whatever your time's worth. But when it comes to straight cash, because the time doesn't mean anything. That's therapeutic for me, you know.
That's the part of the hobby.
Yeah, that's something I love to do, man. But you know, and we don't sell it, but it's nice to be able to get my medicine at that rate, you know, like you said,
Yeah.
$15, $20 an ounce.
Yeah.
It's-
So why take that risk of reusing stuff or whatever? What?
I guess I could see if you make some kind of special soil that has worms in it, no till and all that shit, and you really want to keep it going and perpetuate, because I think some of
Yeah.
that shit just gets better and better
Yeah,
as
that's a
you go.
grower style. 100%. If you use a living
Yeah.
soil, you can amend the shit out of that. I agree.
Yeah. We was just going over that, the difference between no-till, living soil, super soil, different things like
I
what's
like to
considered
get it,
organic.
toss it, and I like to get it, feed it 5 times, and then throw it the fuck out. Get it, feed it 5 times, throw it the fuck out. There's no top dress amendments, teas, mixing, brewing,
Yep.
chilling.
Soil
Like,
is definitely renewable. Over, you know, you can
It
get
is, but I'm
take it
too lazy
outside,
to
use
reuse
it.
No, I'm too lazy to reuse it. My garden can use it.
That's what I mean. You put it outside and plant some tomatoes in it, or plant your flowers in
Yeah.
it, man.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
don't,
put it in the bush.
but you
But
use
raising-
a nutrient soil or cocoa to
I
start
use
with, right?
it's very like it's kind of like a peat base because it has a bunch of like organic breakdown things. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a amendment soil. Some people call it a pre-nutrient soil. It's just a
Mhm.
soil to last you your whole entire veg, and then I feed it maybe 5 to a maximum of 7 times the flower. You know,
Yeah.
Farms?
And you're feeding it with GH, right?
I'm feeding it with GH, and I have 5 rules I basically follow when I'm even feeding. I follow the same let's say EC if you want to call it. I don't ppm EC, but that's irrelevant. Either way it goes, I keep that same thing, but I have the rules of I don't feed in veg. I only feed every other watering and flower, and I usually water like once a week. So
Mhm.
then I don't read small spots, and then it just comes down to if the plant overall looks light in color, I do a back-to-back feeding, meaning feed, then back to water feed. And if it's dark, then I just skip a feed. So it'd be water, feed, water, feed.
Right. So like with yours, the being able to reuse it is difficult because you're using, as you were saying, it's a nutrient soil to start, and then you're using the GH. You would have to flush it, and if
Mhm.
you're flushing it, then the beginning soil is completely empty now.
Yep.
So yeah, I totally understand why you wouldn't want to, but
You
like
have
say,
to flush out all the nitrates and shit.
And then you have to
from-
try to
from the
match it with
flower.
GH. You can't match
Yeah.
organic peat breakdowns with a bottle of nutrients that you're trying to make into
no,
microbes.
yeah, but I mean, like what you could do is if you were gonna go a high frequency fertigation, you could reuse that cocoa.
Well, yeah, if you had cocoa, I can't do high frequent fertilization in soil. You trying to make me drown my plants, man? I already love them enough.
No, didn't you use like a Coco Loco
No,
amendment
I
or
use,
nutrient?
nope, I use straight up Fox Farm Motion Forest. I used to
Fox
switch
Farm,
between
right,
I used to
right.
switch between Happy Frog at the beginning, but yeah, it ain't worth it. It'll outgrow the little bit of darkness it gets, and it'll have some CalMag damage around week 3, but it'll outgrow that too. I'm a lazy grower.
Okay.
Lazy,
No, yeah,
lazy.
fair enough. But what I was trying to mean is like, say with the cocoa that I'm using the dry amendments in, I'm not putting a full dry amendment like when you're building it, it says, say for the 444, you need 4 tablespoons per gallon. And then to top dress, you only need 2. And then when I reuse that soil, instead, because it's been depleted to a certain degree, instead of adding 4 tablespoons of 444 back into it, I cut it in half. So it's basically like I am just top dressing, but I'm gonna mix it into the soil and reuse it.
No,
And I've
I
done-
understand how you're delivering. I get how you're delivering it for sure.
So like,
The
Like,
only
I-
problem the only problem that I picture with the guy agreeing to dry is dosage. Like when you're putting on water, I just tend to think that as soon as the water hits that the very first time, it's going to be super strong, and then every time you water after that, it gets weaker and weaker. And I feel like that's going to make them. That seems backwards. You can't control the
It's-
rate at which it dissolves. You know what I mean?
but that's just it. It is a slow release. But it's organic. It needs to be broken down. So it's not 100% available right away, I don't
Gotcha.
think.
Okay. It's not just like a dried salt
It
jacks
is.
kind of deal. I gotcha.
Yeah,
It's
it's
water
full on
water.
organics.
Miracle Grow.
Even, and this is why I am reusing the Gaia cocoa over and over. I added a little bit of the gypsum to help balance the pH in it. But on the back of the gypsum jar container, it does say it's like it can take up to a year for the gypsum to break down and be accessible
Wow.
to the plant. But before it's accessible to the plant, the gypsum, I think, is still going to assist with the pH, balancing the pH in the medium.
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
That helps buffer it out a little bit.
Mm.
Now that's another thing that I've heard people argue about over the years. I think I won't even name their names on one side, but one guy was saying you never need the pH. That's what microbes are for in the soil. They take care of all that. And then
Yes.
Brandon Rust, you guys know Brandon Rust,
Hmm.
and a few other people were saying that you should do that because when you do pH, that's one less thing the microbes have to worry about. Then they can
Mhm.
go ahead and spend their energy doing other things because they do multifaceted things. That's not just there to buffer pH, but they
Right.
can do that. And so he said they noticed a big difference when pHing water for soil for even though it's loaded with microbes, Bokashi earthworks. And I thought that was pretty interesting, man. And I was
Yeah,
like,
I
damn,
use
this-
bottled water, distilled water, so I do stay in the range. But yeah, I don't pH, but yeah, I use bottled water.
I thought that was pretty wild, though, man. That,
I think inflow is that's how it confuses people. Think pH and soil and everything. Then they're trying to read outflow of pH out of soil and they get into a
Nah.
rabbit hole. As long as
Yeah,
your inflow
man.
pH is in a certain range, you don't need
That's
to
it.
micro focus on that pH as much as if you
Yeah.
were in a hydro or a cocoa. So yeah, both sides are kind of true in a statement. You want to care about the pH, but it's not as microfiber as it is in high frequent fertilization.
Right.
I'll put in that it's more about what your tap or what water you're using
Yeah.
to begin with.
Your inflow. And that's
Yeah,
all.
like if what you're gonna mix into is like 8% or 8 pH, no, you don't want to put that into your soil without pHing it. Yes, the microbes in the soil could bring it back down and do the adjustment, but as Smot was saying, with Brendan, you're creating more work. It's like when you stress a plant out, it slows her down.
Right. It creates a
Yeah,
suboptimal conditions at the
We
root.
in return stress the
Yeah.
grower out when we say, as a soil grower, you want to have it exactly 5.28, and if it runs off at 5.29, they end up killing their plant more than the plant gets stressed just by telling them, here's an acceptable range. Know your inflow. Don't panic about every little point and pivot.
I'm surprised people getting runoff on a
On
soil grow though.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I've
know.
seen people do it, man. They come into the chat and they're like, "Oh, my runoff on my soil is pH," and it's like, "Why are you
Yeah,
running?
yeah.
Why are you reading runoff on pH
Yeah.
and soil?" And then that's because somebody's got them so focused on you got to have exactly 5.8 pH or whatever,
Mm.
and they just get lost on it. Same thing with VPD. That's a good way to
Oh, yeah.
lose a grower. Give them a VPD
Yeah.
chart. I think that's the deciding factor on a good plant.
I think the only time we ever did when we grew in soil, the only time I would ever try to get runoff is if is if I was having major problems, what I would do is, as the guy that was mentoring me then would tell me, water until teardrops. He would call them teardrops. He'd say, once you see a teardrop or two, stop. He's like, collect as many teardrops as you can till you can do a quick test on that. He goes, it's not quite a slurry test, but it'll give you an inclination of what's coming out of the bottom of your pot or what your root zone is sitting in down there. And so there would be times where we would do that. And again, I still think half of what he was teaching me was bro science as well, but his heart was in the right place, man. You know what I mean? So I don't hold him against him. He'd grown that way his whole life and got good results. But I come to see now that a lot of the shit that he did, the plant's able to survive it, but it was in suboptimal conditions, you know, and he would get 4 ounces of plant or whatever. And it wasn't bad. It was whatever, you know, but he could have did better with going against some of the shit that he held to be truths, you know.
And that stuff don't matter. Yeah, all that matters. pH matters, all of it matters. But most of the people that we help, I can't tell them change their pH to like 0.3 more and it's gonna fix their plant. I can give you the best nutrients in the world, but if you can't water, it don't matter.
Right.
Give you the best light, but if you can't train and capture the sugar, it don't matter.
You're
Like
right.
people get so lost on these little things thinking it's the deciding factor that it's gonna fix their plant. It matters, but not to you. Not to you, the guy, you know, not directly
We have a
you. I'm
range
not
of
saying
targets, man. If you set them up as a range of targets, like, you know, here's my target range for my pH. Here's my target range for EC. It's got to be within this, but no more, no less. And, you know, shoot for that as best as you can. If you don't hit it, you don't hit it. Same way with RH and temperature. I have a zone that I shoot for, man. As best as I can hold it there, I will, whether it be summer, winter, heaters, HC, you know, and but that's all I always have to remind myself. They're targets. They're not chiseled in stone. We're doing the best we can. And that's all you can do is try to manage the parameters that you can control. And I always tell people this, if you go through the grow, you can do process of elimination. Pretty much start with the most obvious thing and start what could it be? What did you change? When did you see the problems occur and what happened right then? Even a little change, like you changed your water source from tap water to bottled water. You think you did good, but you changed shit. You know what I mean? Or whatever.
Boom, your NER's off.
Yeah. So we try to back everybody up and say, all right, let's do process of elimination. And when it comes down to the short hairs of it, is there's always a reason for the problem. It's just finding out what it is. And sometimes you don't. Like you could suffer root. And a lot of people, it's hard to help them because they won't tell you 3 weeks ago, my plants dried out real bad. You don't hear that until after about an hour of helping them. And you're like, you got root zone damage, dude. Your roots got damaged in that dry bag. I don't care if it was 3 weeks ago or not, you know? And that's why your plants are looking like this, because they'll say everything's perfect. And I'm like, dude, if everything was perfect and had been perfect, plants wouldn't look like that. So we have to go back and find, and then they get mad at you and shit. So I know what you mean. It's tough. But there's definitely a process to it, even in soil. You know what I mean? There's
soil eliminates a lot of other stuff for sure. But what helps in cocoa is that it's the #1 problem with soil growers is they overwater. Cocoa is pretty damn hard to overwater. But in cocoa, you're asking them to feed from beginning, really kind of care a little bit more about that pH. And now they have to learn EC and nutrient, at least the mixing process and reading numbers right away. Where in soil, I feel like it is an easier approach because you're feeding 5 times total and it's only in flower. If you mess up 5 feedings, then I don't know.
You know, on that same token, I see a lot of new growers that seem to like the cocoa because now they get to hover over their plant and water it 2 times a day. And they get to, you know, because that's their instinctual thing is I want to water it. So I see a lot of these soil growers, they're watering every day and their plant's in a 5-gallon pot and it's 2 inches tall, you know?
Yeah, no, I see it, man. But it's if you want to learn watering, fucking water well and don't water it till it fucking sags.
Oh, yeah. When I used to water my plant and when I used to water my plant in soil, if it was in like I would only water to the outside of the leaves. So however big the leaves were over top of the pot, that's how I would water it. And I would keep watering and trying to get it to chase the roots outside bigger and bigger. And then I start, you know, but
I get you on that for sure. It's just to teach somebody the root development, everything that's new. It's just Better to
Yeah.
tell them, if you start it in the wrong pot, that's fine. You got a small plant and a freaking 5 gallon. That's okay. You can
Yep. And that's how we
saturate it and
started
don't
out.
water it.
Yeah,
for
next
the
time
garden.
you'll do it different.
Next
but
time
right
you'll
now-
call it up, man, and then
Yeah,
you'll know.
saturate it. But if they have a 5 gallon, that's fine. You can still go back to the primary rule of saturate, wait for sag, and then water again. The only thing that's going to be different here is you're going to saturate that 5 gallon pot. The top of it's going to dry out, within a relevant time of 4 to 5 days. But then you're going to have all that moisture still at the bottom, so you can keep going. You're going to water that 5 gallon pot every 2 weeks or something until you can grow some root mass.
Right. And what the problem you run in there is now that water's been sitting there, so now it's devoid of dissolved oxygen. So now you have a high.
Well, you're having that top layer dry out, which is how some soil growers will actually grow. They will only allow that top inch and a half, some people even 2 inches deep to dry out.
Yep.
Yeah, but or a knuckle. But again, you can't teach people to water that way because you can't portray that feeling or that weight over the internet. So the best thing you can do for a new grower is water it and leave it the fuck alone. If you think it needs water, like wait a day and then maybe water. Like it's better to do a controlled drought and have your roots stretched than for you to rot them all the fuck up.
Bingo.
I always like
What
to
about
pick them
those-
up, man. We would pick ours up.
You can't portray that over the internet though to a new grower. The pickup
Oh,
just doesn't work for them.
You can't tell them because they don't know how much. They don't know
They
what
don't
the
know.
difference
So if
is
they want to
until you
learn
get a
that, if they
couple-
want to learn how to stick their finger in and pick up the pot, then they need
Yeah.
to do the sag method. And then when it sags, they know what it felt like the day before. So go in there every day before it sags, every day go in, touch it, lift it. And then the day it sags, you know what it felt like the day before. And now you know what dry soil feels and looks like.
Mhm.
And now you don't have to sag no more if you don't want to. Watering is just something I think people over the fuck think when it comes to soil. Like water it, leave it the fuck alone. It's a house plant. It's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt, man. You learn that after overwatering a few times and watching them droop and just sit there. And then, like you said, as it dries out, they start to prey. And then if you go too long, they start to droop again. And then you hurry up and hit them. Bam, a couple hours later, they're back to praying again, unless you go on vacation and you let them droop a little too long. And then when you come back, there's no coming back from it,
But if you don't like the hang, you can fix the hang by learning what dry soil looks like. And the only way to show them that, because you can't portray it over the internet, is have them dry out their soil. When that shit sag,
That's
the
all
day
you can
before,
do.
that is what you were looking for.
I always tell someone the detriment of overwatering is much worse than letting your plant get a little droopy from it drying out. And it's actually good because you're always trying to balance between, like with soil. I'm sure you've heard Dr. Coco say this many times on podcasts too. When in soil, you're always playing a balance of oxygen versus water. So when you first water, your plants actually once that dissolved oxygen's out of your water here in the first hour or two, now your plant's actually devoid of oxygen until it dries up a little bit. And then it gets too far to the other way where it has plenty of oxygen but not enough water. And then you come back and water again. So you're always trying to find that nice balance versus like say hydroponics where you have
Trying to maximize the exchange of water and
available
oxygen.
at all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But again, it could just be done with the sag method. For sure.
Exactly. Yep. That's
I'd rather
that's how
you
we
do the
used to do it.
sag
And
than
it seemed to help. They seemed to like that, man. And here's what I noticed. We would get a 5-gallon fabric pot and a big friggin' plant on top, dude. I mean, these plants were huge and in Fox Farm soil, and we would have to water it every 24 hours, man. It would be totally dried out and drooping. And I would rinse the friggin'
what's your
pot,
definition?
dude.
What's your definition of large plant though? Because some people mean wide, some people mean tall, some people mean a lot of
I'm
interval
talking like
spacing.
4.5 foot tall, and it's holding like 8 or 9 ounces of bud.
Oh yeah, definitely them big girls like that are wider than the pot and got that 2 to 3 foot.
I mean,
deep
that was
canopy.
transpiring, dude. I would
Yeah.
water this thing, and I was adding dry, cool bloom and everything to the water. And I still remember the one that specifically sticks out was a blue dream auto flower that was massive, dude. And every 20, I remember specifically telling Crispy, it's only been 22 hours and it's bone dry and drooping. And 5 gallons of soil, man. And I would totally drench it down. And 24 hours later, boom. And that was like that.
Yeah, that means that just means your pot was too small. I had that issue with the X Spectrum grow because it isn't that your pot was too small, because yes, you can do 5-gallon pots. The problem was you, at some point, you must have had a long veg, because that's how I ran into it, or you had a really large development of roots at some point that were really clogging
It's
it up.
from potting up, man. That's from potting up autoflowers. You know,
Yeah,
that's how we
you
do it.
came
We
to the
pot
point you
them up.
pour it on top and it don't even want to go
Ooh.
down. Like, you're
And it
not
was
even
crazy, man.
hydrophobic.
That's some bitch. It was all root. It was all roots in there, dude. It seemed like, you
Yeah.
know, and it was just, it was badass. But I mean, it
More
ended up
roots,
being
more
a great
fruits.
plant. Yeah, man. I'll never forget that, because then we moved on. We eventually moved on to some to the cocoa, and I remember thinking like, this is kind of like how the that Blue Dream was in soil. I have to water this shit all the time, like that Blue Dream in the second half of flower there. And we had a couple other ones, but that one there stuck out the most. Like, other ones would dry out maybe 2 days or a day and a half, 2 days, 2.5 days, which was a lot quicker than, you know, just a couple weeks before that. But it was pretty wild, man. We had some success. Then there would be other plants, man, that we would get like right as we was going into flower, they would start looking bad. Then I would try to give them a little bit of nutrients and shit, and they would almost look worse, you know? And then we would just limp across the finish line and shit. And then a plant right beside it doing absolutely fabulous, getting the same exact shit, same bags of soil. And it used to be so freaking, it would drive us nuts, man. And so we switched to the cocoa, and the control that we have is much nicer for us.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, cocoa, you can definitely get away with smaller pots too, because you're doing that high frequent
Oh, yeah.
fertilization. Same thing in the sense it is nice for new growers to start in cocoa. Each side has their own benefits and negatives, because like cocoa, you can fix something in 30 minutes. With soil, if you're gonna micro read a plant, which is what new growers want to do. Yeah, new growers want to micro them, you know. So if you want to micro your plant and read little spots, cocoa is great for your growth style, because you can fix that shit in minutes. With soil, you're gonna read old damage. You're gonna end up flushing or burning because you're micro reading shit. So yeah, each side has their benefits.
I like the fact that cocoa, with cocoa, you're pretty much, especially with high frequency fertigation, you're constantly putting plant available nutrients at the root zone at all times, and it's constantly being replaced. So then you constantly have perfect amount of oxygen, you have the perfect temperature at the root zone, and it keeps a lot, and it's very consistent. You know how these plants love consistency. So those reasons seem to really help us, and I think that's why these plants get so big. Our only defense against that moving forward is a short veg. So I'm going to start trying to push for like 30 days from the time I pop the seed until the time I flip, depending on how many plants we want to have inside the about 410. If I want to have like 4, it's going to have to be a real quick, but I don't mind doing 4, because then I can have 4 different jars of bud. You know what I mean? So 4 plants, I just got a little bit more pot work at that point. I'll have to get another auto fertigation system and everything else. So
but you're in cocoa, so
everything's going to change as we move forward. I'll get more pots, be able to water more, maybe do a shorter veg time, have more strains available out of 2/10 with 8 plants versus what we're going to do now, which is 2/10 and 4 plants. So it's gonna, you know, just like everybody's grow. Yes, just like everybody's grow, it's constantly evolving.
You're doing the same as me, Smart.
Yeah. And my contract's up here in the next couple of days. I'm not sure what to do next. I might maybe try a medic grow or something different, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, when it comes down to your 4-week veg, you're in cocoa, so you do have that, but there's obviously a limiting factor between the amount of plants and how long you veg versus the space. You know, you got to get to 50% coverage with at least, you know, a 6-inch canopy depth before you're flipping the flowers. So you got to kind of find that balance.
I can do that with 4 pots in a couple of weeks. I think we can do that.
What is it?
I think with 4 pots and doing a 4-week veg, I think and doing a training system, we can probably get at least, I think I can get 2 good cuts in and do a manifold in that much time.
Yeah, you probably get a manifold in.
And this is going to be photo periods?
Yep, and then flip them right over real quick. It's right like a couple days after you know, I would say probably do the second cut around day 22, 25, and then right after that, flipping.
Are you flipping it based on the exact, like, I know you have this date in your mind. Are you flipping it exactly on that date, or are you going to flip it based on like when you get to 50%? Or you're guaranteed flipping it?
I would think 4 weeks, as long as I see the growth patterns that I should see. Now, if I see a slowdown in growth or something like that, then that'd be different. But based on the way these ones here stretched out and shit, I think if we do, I think that's what it's gonna be, is probably about 30 days. I think if we do 4 plants, and I think if we do 2 plants, we're gonna push it to more like 45 days. And I think we'll be able to fill it out and get our due weight out of each plant or each tent. With
So you're
only-
almost gonna have like
Remember, we're only using 330 watts in one tent right now, and like the other tent we ran at 75%, which put that at like 360 watts all the way through. Well, from beginning to end, that we never could go over that many.
As long as you can still get your density per square meter, you're solid, man.
Yeah,
can
because
capture
it doesn't
that
take a
value.
lot of electricity. We're getting the same
Mm.
amount of micromoles out of the 330 watts as we got out of 1,000-watt single-ended high-pressure sodium.
Yeah,
And
and
we're
you're
getting better-
capturing it. You're
Yeah,
capturing
we're
it. That's
getting better
important.
distribution with it as well. You know, it's spread out in a nicer pattern. The same, it's actually more light, actually.
your last grow, were they autos or photos?
Photos.
Oh, okay.
It was the
But-
first time in a
Yeah.
long time.
Since we
Mm.
heard, since we.
Yeah, that's
hunted
why I
this
asked,
shit,
And how long you veg them over a month and a half?
We hedged them 50 days, bro, and they fucking
Okay.
crushed. They put my light through the roof.
Yeah,
Yeah, the buds were going.
They were
out of
bad, dude. It was
control.
way out of control, man. But they weren't that big when we flipped, dude. I mean, they
Well-
looked. I kind of tried to base them off of like autoflower sizes when I started seeing pistols with autoflowers. But
Mhm.
I realize now that it just doesn't matter, because I don't know what it is, man. It must be the cocoa and them seeds or something, because no matter what we do, this shit just takes off, man. We try everything. That we've had different light spectrums now with 3 different light. We've tested 3 different lights, and
Um,
And you're
What-
still
what-
always the same company as Seeds, yeah?
yeah, we've MSNL. Yep, we got a
Yeah.
code for them and shit. If you guys
Yeah.
want to buy any seeds, let me know.
Mm,
You got to go for
I don't need any
Canistrom,
yet,
too.
but
I think we're trying to maybe do a 3-way collaboration between us, Dr. Coco, and MSNL, which would be cool for everybody, because then we can push it on more platforms and shit, you know?
mhm.
100%.
But
But I
I don't
think-
know if that's going to go through yet. I was trying to push that, man, and so people are
Mhm.
looking into it. But either way, we have a code and so what they did there is they just started up the affiliate program on like November 29th or some shit.
Nice.
And so they having problems with their website. So last week I talked to him, and the dude said, for you to get credit, someone has to use the link and your code. And I told him that's bullshit, man. That nobody wants to do that. And it's too hard to perpetuate a link like that. Well, they told Doc Coco the same thing when he called him. And he was like, no, so then they got a hold of me and said, look, we're going to change it to where you're just going to have a code. But he goes, I got the developers on it. I put in a work order to the developers. So now I'm just waiting for all that shit to come back to where that way someone can go there, fill up their cart, put that code in, and they'll get 15% off, you know?
Yeah, it seems like they just didn't want to spend the money to get to that point.
Well, it's just, I don't know what it is, like, you know, but cheers or kudos to Doc for helping me through this shit, because
Hmm.
I don't know nothing about it, you know, and he takes the time out to like spell it out for someone who's an idiot like me. I'm like, what are they trying to do here, man? Or what's going on? How do I get around this? You know, like what do I tell these people? Because this sucks. I don't like
Yeah.
this.
It should be in a sense, like if you got a link, the link will automatically give you the discount. Or you go to their site, you fill up their cart and you have a coupon code.
Well, that's the way it is right now with them. If you use my link, then I would get credit for it and you would get your discount. And but you can't just use my code. And so
Yeah,
that's
that's-
why I was like, so, but they gave me a code of SMOT10, and he goes, they can use that in conjunction with your link, but they don't get any more discount. And I'm like, so what good is why would I have them type both of them in? I said, just get a hold of me when I can tell somebody, this is my code, you put that in at the end and you'll get it, you know, simple as that.
Yeah.
Get yourself a discount. Don't pay full price.
Oh yeah, don't, and because I
Their
told them,
seeds are bomb dig though.
I've been
They're
pushing them
nice.
seeds for years, man. I told them I've been
Well,
pushing
yeah.
your seeds for a long time.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was asking if you're still with them, because you're so consistent, like you're growing their seeds.
Right.
But
Yes,
as you
it's
said, with
consistent.
the last photo period you did, just like this is what I did and this is what I usually do. And he's just went ape shit and outgrew my
Yeah.
tent. So
Yeah,
like
man.
when Gigi was asking like, are you gonna grow it to 50%?
Yeah. No,
When
I'm gonna
what
I'm
the
gonna
seeds
set
that
it.
with the seeds that they've been growing, they know that they can get to 50% to fill up their tent. You know, with that MSLN or whatever the,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, with them that like if you veg it for 30 days, it's gonna just explode because of whatever you're doing and the genetics of those seeds. It seems that you're
That's-
aware of.
Well,
Yeah, because I
Coco,
thought it might be different with the photo periods, and it doesn't seem to be. And I didn't notice any different in feeding. Both of them seem to feed about the same EC. They just seem to react. I actually think photo periods are easier because you know when to transition your newts based on you
Yep.
flipping the light versus having to watch them
Well,
and watch them. And then if you're growing multiple strains in one tent and you want to mix one batch of newts, you really can't because one might start showing pistils 15 days before another one. So now you gotta have to mix two batch of newts and shit. I'm thinking this is sweet, man. They might not show pistols all for 12 days. It took like 11 or 12 days to show pistols, but you can still know when to start transitioning. And you also know, I noticed one thing, I don't know, you might notice this, Dan, using high frequency fertigation. Every time my plants transition to flower, I get a high EC spike. I always get a high EC runoff, and I have to accommodate for that every time. And it doesn't matter. It seems like when I grew these photo periods, same deal. When we flipped in the flower, I kept watching, bam. As soon as they started to transition, they started running up a high EC runoff. And it's the same thing with the auto flowers, man.
That makes me wonder if when the plant is transitioning
It's
with
easier.
minerals, well,
Yeah.
it stops taking up nutrients because it's changing its hormones inside and utilizing
Yeah.
what it has. So
Yep.
it's ignoring what's on the outside.
Yeah,
So it's
you ever
almost
notice when you flip the flower, or when you were like, if you'll notice, I noticed even on the autos, as soon as they start to show pistils, they don't really stretch for the first 5, 6, 7 days. They kind of like, I don't want to say they stall out, but they don't get that bold action. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 they start to stack up, dude. And that's when I start seeing them. And you'll get some nice nodal spacing too, but they just start to telescope up, 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 up. And there's nothing I can do. I pull them down, man. We break them. We do all this shit, but there's just no, we try different spectrums with these different lights and shit, and they do just keep right up. So what do? I try cutting them. I try manifold them. I try tying them down. I try putting a net over them. I try doing pretty much everything we can think of.
So your issue is internodal spacing more than the issue of it actually not being trained.
Right.
That's
It's
what you're
just
saying.
it's pretty much hard to control, and so now I'm thinking maybe get my hands on one of these spectrum controlled lights and start dialing in playing with some different shit there. That way I can do my own observations and
I
see.
want to say, Smart, is like get another company seeds, grow four
Oh, yeah,
plants.
we got different ones.
Well,
We're
we
ready.
do have a wild card. We're gonna
Yeah.
grow the Amy Aces for the New Year's growth challenge by the American one sent us seeds, and we're
Oh, nice.
excited about that.
Yeah, no doubt.
So yeah, it's this will be different.
And the cloner's coming out too, man. We got the cloner.
Well, yeah, we're gonna try to do the clone thing.
Oh, right.
And you'll be very careful. I mean, we got it to work the last time, so we're gonna give that a try again because that was fun.
We're branching out, man.
I like to do like the fun side experiments and.
To touch topic on your internodal spacing, there is lighting definitely would be the primary cause for internodal spacing. That's the one we all run to, but there is different things that can cause internodal spacing. Like they say, large
nighttime temperatures and shit.
Large drops in temperature. But one of the ones I
Yeah.
see a lot of people are doing, and it comes back to that 50%, is they're not able to absorb the stretch, is what I would call it, where they're so crowded when they flip the flower that the plants are underneath each other and they think they're under another tree or a bush or something. So
trying
they
to
spend more
reach.
energy trying to like reach because they're all squished in and tied into each other. So you get that stretch and you're unable to absorb it. So there's different things that could cause internodal spacing.
Well, and then
Yeah.
overall too, there's genetics. Some
Yes.
plants are just stretchy.
Yeah, but yeah.
That's why
I'm
we
an
call it.
OCD person about canopies, so they can try to be stretchy, but I'm gonna put a sheet on it and make a bed.
That's why we call it bolting instead of stretching now, I guess, because stretching has a negative connotation that means low light, searching for light, or shade
Mhm.
avoidance, as Gigi just
Mhm.
mentioned. I believe they call that shade avoidance. Your
Yep.
plants.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Red
there's a
stick
big
does
difference
that.
between like stretching for shade avoidance or stretching for lack of light or whatever versus
Yeah.
a healthy bolt.
Right.
That
From
means,
a-
I mean, it's healthy for your plant to stretch. I mean, that is a
Yeah.
good thing, but it's just based on why is it stretching and how's it, what do they call that? Floral morphology. How's your flowers developing as it stretches, you know?
But there's
Mhm.
times you want that stretch and there's times you don't want that stretch. Like
Yeah.
if you have that 2 foot deep canopy, that is not when you want that stretch. You
No,
want it,
my whole
you know,
goal
more
in
when you're
training,
shapy.
my whole goal in training is to have the least amount of plant architecture and get the amount of buds that I want. I want just, like I said, 2 feet, 18 inches worth of solid cola all the way back down to the moon. That's less trimming, less bullshit, you know. And like you said, then you can really control your light height and distribution a lot better versus having to bury your light all the way up and dim it down so you don't fry your tops. You know, that's no fun.
We all been there, right?
Goals. Oh man.
Yeah. That's why I got so OCD about training. Definitely,
Oh yeah.
definitely that's my thing. But that's because I have nothing left to do. You know, water, I wait till they sag, and nutrients I feed 5 times, and the light, I just
Yeah.
hang it out whatever Dr. MJ Coco says. And then what do? I guess I just
Wait.
Yeah.
I bend it a few times and hope that it
You gotta
sags
be
in
in
a week.
there, hands on.
That's
Like-
like that does end up being another problem of ours too, is like that's actually one of the things that happened this last grow was the pivotal times when we needed to be here watching them and making sure that we had time to train them. We was barely getting in there to water them and had to run out the door or
Yep.
do whatever we was into, you know what I mean? And it just
But
really
you
made
had
them
real
suffer.
life problems. Real life
Yeah.
problems are all right. But when you have growers that are just spending all their time on charts and nutrients and
Oh,
pH
yeah.
and MacGyver and shit, then the plant gets
Yeah.
nothing. Like I said, all I care about is training. The rest of it is just nonsense in
Yeah.
the background.
Best use of light and shit, no doubt. Look at Dan getting it in with the bong. The bong,
Time-
bong, bong,
Time is your
bong.
most expensive thing for sure. You know, we said we pay $15 an ounce. Now, what if you're getting paid
That's it.
per hour? How much time would you want to put in there? How much you want to pay for
That's
your
it.
product?
I don't trade dollars for hours anymore, man.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Because it's the most expensive thing is time. You
That's
know,
it.
once you have the equipment, the most expensive thing about growing is time.
Your health and your time is your most two precious commodities, right?
Yeah, but I
Mhm.
need that time in the garden to have the good mental.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
that lover. There's that plant lover. If you want to
You're
go in.
deleting this, right, Small?
What's that?
Yeah, we can. We sure can.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna-
joking.
I'll delete it, man.
Yeah, you don't have.
Mhm.
I'm doubt my landlord's gonna see this.
That's all right.
I worry about certain people seeing these too.
I don't
And
give
I'm
a
not
shit.
even on the camera. I just,
I say
I
fuck.
worry.
The whole world can kiss my
There are
ass.
people I don't want to ever to hear these. It would just kill my Aunt Edna. She's so old school.
And
There's
Edna.
everybody yeah, there's a lot of people you wouldn't want to see it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta keep it low key.
Our cousin Eddie.
Yeah,
uh,
cousin Eddie, can't tell him.
Shitter's full.
Yeah. No, I feel you. Y'all got me stoned as fuck. I feel like I've been chitter chatting. My B on that
No.
one.
It's great to spend time with you folks
Yeah,
on
man.
Christmas Eve. You feel like
Likewise.
family,
Oh, yeah,
and
Christmas.
it's awesome to be hanging out with you.
No families coming over here. We don't mess around. We don't have a whole lot. We don't have we're not very social people outside of that's how we
I'm
have to
not.
live.
Yeah, we're stoners, and we like to meet with other stoners in our area, but
I don't trust them. No, I'll fuck you. Why don't you
you
get
can't tell anybody.
Yeah, you hang out with one of them today, and then next week they get busted with an eighth, and they want to sell you down the river so they don't have to go to jail for 24 hours. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mm.
I just don't trust people. You know what I say? Inside every person you met is somebody that you never knew existed, man. So just, people change when the motherfucking heat's on. I've seen it many times. You
Mm.
guys have to.
There are still good people out there and good vibes, and
No stuff.
Puffy D coming up
Puffy
on
D's
us.
coming in to hang out with
Puffy.
us. too.
Merry
Hey.
Christmas. I get to show Puffy my
I don't want to
new
sound like I
Christmas
was creeping
sweater.
on Puffy, but I seen that on one of his posts on IG or whatever that he's in a 74 baby.
Puff Diggity Dog.
What up?
That's pretty awesome.
I
How's
only
it
say that
going,
because
man?
I'm a 76.
76. Old dudes, man.
Oh,
Shit.
dude,
Right.
that's disrespecting your elders.
Oh, man.
I was born in the 90s, so
I was born 1980, man.
Well,
Oh my.
Early 1980.
Yeah, what's up, Gigi?
what's
it
up?
was
What was that, Puffy?
Yeah.
All right, we don't talk much in voice, so I don't know your voice yet.
Yeah, you do. We've
We
talked to me.
talk more lately in text messaging, or not text messaging. What do you call it? I guess Instagram and texting. I'm too
Yeah.
stoned. These guys got me stoned, Puffy. You know, blame them.
DM, in the DM.
Yeah, in the D, sliding in the DMs. Yeah, I don't know how many joints I'm in, but I probably should stop lighting them. Yeah, I went quiet. That fucked with me. Come on, I'm too stoned for that. I was like, what the hell just happened? The world fell apart.
Nope. I was on mute for a second because I had to cough. This buckhorn,
Cough.
the buckhorn got me coughing here. Let's see if I can get in the picture. There's Puffy D.
What?
What's on your shirt?
The whole time.
Hey man, you know, if I had a head like that, I'd circumcise it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Puffy. Grow love, buddy. You know, my dad said God only made a few good heads, and the rest of them he put hair.
Puppy. Puppy.
Nice to see you, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Merry
to you.
Christmas,
Yep.
Yeah,
Puffy.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks for coming and hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, I caught your guys' or your message that you sent out, but I'm a gamer, so I was online gaming with some buddies of mine, and whenever your message came across, so
Ah, cool.
I
Well,
thought,
Did you win your game?
I figured you guys would still be on chatting it up, so I would.
Yeah. I don't know how to shut up, so yeah, we still chatting.
Yeah, we enjoy hanging out. We baked a pie and a bunch of other shit today.
Cookies, pie.
Cookies, pies, and just hanging out now and relaxing, waiting for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to making dinner and
Hell yeah.
rubbing down.
You're talking to stoners though about treats. You gotta clarify. Did you put any like edible in that?
Oh no,
No.
I gotta feed this stuff to my.
That was a letdown, actually. Just a little bit.
And I guess I should have pre-warned them. But yeah, Crack Babies couldn't get in tonight, Puffy. He had an issue with his microphone or something and couldn't get in. So he
Yeah.
was in the chat the whole time.
Was he using his computer or his phone?
I'm not sure. I
I
think
don't
he
know.
said his PC was giving him problems. And like he came on and then he came on and then he just couldn't talk. It was showing his symbol that you made him or some shit. And then it was like it took him away and he never come back. He came back and chat, but hopefully he can fix that. What was you showing there, man?
The Skywalker seeds that I got in the mail today from GG.
Yeah, they
Oh,
broke
that's
one.
cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, one of them was crushed.
Yeah, they
Oh.
broke one of them. There was 4 of them, and they broke one.
That's why people use them little twos, man. That's crazy. How the hell? That's a lot of force to break a damn seed.
Yeah, show
Well-
them how bad they broke that bitch.
When it's in an envelope, just a plain envelope with no padding, and it goes through those sorters, they've got
Oh.
wheels on them. So this just probably happened to be right there in the right spot. So when it went through those wheels, it crushed it.
Yeah, no, I had my mother-in-law send it. I don't know what she sent it in. I'm guessing pretty bad packaging, but I'm glad at least 3 of them made it to you.
It was just a plain envelope with nothing in it but the baggie with the seeds.
Yeah, she's not a grower. I probably should have specified a little bit to her.
Yeah.
But they were freebies for me, so I figured might as well give them away.
Yeah, and it's just an extra strain that I've never grown before. So yeah, I'm always down to try new strains.
Are you putting that in the New Year's Grow Challenge?
Yes. Yes,
then
that's why
somebody
I'm
else-
hoping that I would get it in, so I could go ahead and get it, get it in there too.
Are you having problems with your New Year's Grow Challenge not showing on your profile? Like mine does not show up on my journals on my profile.
I haven't even started mine. I mean, I signed up, but
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
actually started
Okay.
the journal.
I thought you
yet.
started one. That's why I asked you. There's not many people who have started one yet. So I'm just curious if they're having the same issue I'm having.
You went ahead and started your journal?
Yeah, due to my YouTube and shit, I couldn't have a dead YouTube where I'm not uploading videos. So I had to start about 6-7 days ago or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know, it isn't the end of the world if somebody starts 2 weeks early or late. You know, we all try to drop our seeds around the first, but I tell people, you know, just because you missed it, it doesn't mean you can't join us. CocoForCannabis.com.
Screw that, man. If you don't drop at midnight, you're out. No, that's the truth.
Drop mine as soon as that bull in New York hits
Midnight or
0,
nothing.
I'm dropping mine.
Don't listen to these people.
No, I definitely want to get as many people involved as we can. And so if that means a little early, a little late, whatever you got to do. Obviously there's a limit, but if you still can make the flip date within 2 weeks or something, you're eligible,
And you keep your journal, you want to keep your journal active. Hell yeah.
I mean, if you start too late, I mean, it would probably put you in a position where you would you would miss the next grow challenge, or you'd have to harvest early, or depending on what your schedule. Some people don't grow in them just because of that. It messes with their schedule,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's screwed
especially
mine
if
up a
they're
few times.
if they're doing perpetual gardening or perpetual harvest, and it doesn't meet their schedule, and they don't have the room to do it.
Yeah. So it's not for everybody, but it's nice when your friends can join in. And that was you, Puffy, that mentioned maybe doing like one of these lives and doing a seed drop.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, a bunch of us who plan on dropping on, on the ball drop, go ahead and just get together and just, have a dropping party, popping
Yeah.
party.
100%.
That sounds fun. I wonder one thing though. You guys can call me out here because I sometimes overthink shit. But we've always had this tradition of for the last couple of years, like Dan knows, he's been around for a little while too. We go to the chat, and there's been the little thing. You go there at midnight in the chat,
he's home, or
and you drop it.
he's at work. I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Huh?
What? What's up? Dan, I like that fish, man.
Fish, that's a shark.
That shark, that's badass. I think that's beautiful and so
The
cool.
red
It's
line.
like awesome Christmas.
Hey, put something in there, man, so we can watch it eat it.
The black one or
No.
red lines?
Huh?
Which one? Which one?
Right there, the one that
Oh,
I'm
that's
looking
so
at now, the
cool.
shark right there in the middle.
Beautiful.
The black one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because these are also sharks.
Oh, that's cool.
What kind of
That's
sharks
so
is
cool.
that?
These are roseline sharks because of the red line on them. And actually the other one is also, they're a barb. The red lines are barbs. They're called a shark. This isn't even a shark, but it's called an ID shark. And it actually can get like 6 feet.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
But,
that's cool.
Let
Does
me
it get
just-
as big as its environment will let?
No, that's a falsity, bullshit wives' tale. Like a fish is not going to be like, oh, I can't grow anymore.
Well, that's what I thought.
Oh.
I thought koi fish were like that or some shit. They would only grow as big as the pond they're in.
No. No, well, maybe I'm wrong to a degree. Maybe once but they're
Yeah,
just
it
gonna
could be
grow.
an old wives. I've never questioned it before, but now that you mention it,
I've come across videos and they've always said it. There is a koi in Japan, and I think it might have passed away, but it was like almost 300 years old, or it was 172 or 27.
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, nice nug.
Nice stuff, Puffy. Looking real
Real
nice. Looks finer than a new set of snow tires.
Didn't want to
Oh.
focus in on it, but this is a royal green crack.
it has a nice green look to it, man.
But it's also got a lot of purple hue to it too. And that's where it gets the royal in its name.
Royal out. Yeah, I like that. It's like almost like a neon green under there though, or something. I like that look. Hey, you gonna show him your shirt?
Oh, my Christmas sweater. It's sparkly.
Did you get an ugly sweater?
Yeah.
It's not ugly. It's the best sweater ever.
Oh, you gotta put her face
I
on
gotta put a
first.
mask on here.
No, I'll tell you where to go so he can see. All right, come. Yeah, there you go. Let me turn the light on. Hold on. There you go. Now move it. It changes colors when you come
shiny.
up.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Yeah,
everybody wants to touch it. If
Everybody
you
wants
to.
back up a little bit. Yeah, everybody's trying to rub my old lady's breasts, man. I'm like, hold up, gang. What do I get out of this?
What a fun sweater.
Yeah,
What's up? What's on the back? Nothing?
nothing.
Nothing. Oh.
Plain Jane. But that's pretty cool, man.
No, I've never seen that before. That's cool.
Doesn't take much to amuse us. We're stoned.
Yeah.
I love the, it's an interactive sweater.
Pretty lights. Yeah, that's cool. It is. You can see.
All right,
it.
fellas and ladies,
We have-
I'm gonna
we
jump
have
up and out of here, but I will catch you guys in Cocoa for Cannabis first.
Yes.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to your family.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry humbug, GG.
Merry humbug.
Be safe
as
and
well.
enjoy yourself.
You too. How do I leave? Let me out.
Open the door.
Let me
Give
get
me
rid of
this
the riffraff.
box.
Hold on. Let me go get rid of the
You
riffraff.
gotta turn the knob
Yeah.
to the right.
Yeah, get me out of here. Kick me out, motherfucker. All right, cheers. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Holy crap! There was a button there that said "remove and report."
Yeah, you don't want to do
I almost clicked it, man. I thought it was
that.
just.
Hell no.
I had to push close instead of.
I had that
report.
show up once too.
Yeah, remove and report. I'm like, oh.
It's like, ah.
Have you guys had a lot of visitors tonight?
We had Crack Babies. We had NG Grows
NG
was
was
here for a
here.
little while. Me, Mountain Dan, Crispy,
Ottoman,
Ottoman stopped in the chat.
Um,
Rowdy stopped in the chat.
studio. Oh.
Staggering Productions.
Yeah. I don't know. You caught what I was
Yeah,
saying.
Studio 54 over there.
Studio 54 disco style.
But no, other than that, it's been we just figured we're not doing nothing. We're sitting around smoking up. We actually just hanging out anyhow. So what the hell? Might as well come on here. What are we gonna do? Sitting there and watch Christmas specials? I've watched Home Alone 3 times already this week.
All of them?
Yeah.
All of them? The first one.
Yeah, first 2. Is
Yeah, I
there a
was
third one?
Yeah, I don't really do a whole lot, especially on days that I don't have any work going on. So if there's ever a time you guys are just bored and want somebody to hang out with and chat with, yeah, just hit me
Yeah.
up.
We
Yeah,
figured,
I'm-
hell, it's
It's
Christmas Eve.
and we like you folks. So
Yeah, and we paid for this service, so we
we're
might as well
like,
use
yeah,
it
why
up.
not? For all the people that just want to hang out,
Yeah.
we're just hanging out, smoking some
There's many
some
times. that-
fine bud that we learned how to grow at Cocoa for Cannabis.
Yeah.
And we're testing out a great piece of machinery, the Cantrell. It's doing some
good seeds.
some good
fun.
good seeds and yeah.
It makes it fun. Seeing, look at the sharks.
I
like
love
seeing
that.
the
Like
sharks.
that is so badass.
I still wanna
to
see
me.
that
It's
thing
like
just-
a Christmas treat.
I want to see some like throw a little guppy in there and watch that thing come
No.
across there like a freaking.
No.
Actually, all of my guppies are in there.
Oh, really? It does. What does it
Oh,
eat?
they're just being
I threw in some pellets. They're searching for them.
oh cool.
That's
Ate
why they're
pellets.
dodging around like that. Okay. You got every time we ever had fish as kids, I'd overfeed them.
Like I said, he's not an actual shark. He's a bottom feeder.
He's an ID shark.
Yeah.
Is that what
That's
he
right.
is?
Yeah.
ID shark?
Yes.
See, I know. I was listening. I pay attention, man.
Beautiful
Yeah.
creatures.
I want to say
Majestic.
ID is standing for iridescent, I want to say, but I'm not 100%. I think it might be just
Iridescent.
literally ID and shark.
Oh, cool.
Does it have bioluminescence?
Iridescent shark care guide, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, not that I've noticed.
Cool, because it might,
Cool.
yeah, that's pretty wild, man. I was
It could be
watching-
if I took it out under the light. Like the
Yeah,
sunlight.
We watched
But-
about octopuses, man. Those things are wild. They're smart. They're like they're weird. They're like the aliens.
Yeah.
I call them really. They're the aliens. Yeah, they said
Oh,
something
they're-
about their DNA doesn't match like much of anything or nothing at all or some shit. Like they're like one of their own little separate slice or some shit.
Anunnaki.
Right.
They're the Anunnaki. We're gonna cut them on CRISPR. We're gonna hit them with some CRISPR, some genetic markers, and read them out. They're
Uh,
smart, man. They solve complex puzzles and shit. They get out of boxes and they
mhm.
they have forethought and they have remembrance, and it's just pretty crazy how they work. And
They
they're
gotta
just-
be smart. They only live a year, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's the giant red octopus. It only lives like a year. It's wild.
They don't have any
wrong.
muscular skeletal system or whatever. They have like a beak, I
That
think.
beak.
And,
Yeah.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. they can do-
Anything that beak can get through, they can.
Oh yeah. And they
Yeah, that's wild.
it was cool. They had to like lift the ball, do this other thing, and then put a slot in a hole. And this thing, it did it, man. It learned how to do this all in like 15 minutes or something. It was wild. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. And it was
I'm
showing
lying.
how
These puzzles. It was.
they
solving.
had like hidden cameras and not hidden, but like nighttime cameras in like this I want to say it was like a restaurant or some shit where they had this big tank and they couldn't figure out how this thing kept getting out. So they
Yeah.
was looking at the cameras, man, and this thing was crazy. It would like undo the latches and everything, man, from inside the tank and fold it up, and it would get up on top and everything. I'm like, damn, this thing has like a mind. You know what I mean?
And I'm
It's
wrong.
in-
It's this the specific red is 3 to 5 years. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay. Still though, that's pretty quick, man.
Yeah, but most species only live 1 to 2 years.
It's not like one of them giant tortoises that lives like 250 years.
Yeah.
Jesus, yeah. Some of the long living animals on this planet is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
That's pretty awesome. Like,
it's crazy.
you're that long.
Some of them birds too, man,
Beautiful.
like them cockatoos and shit. Like Brandon Rust has one, Lucky.
Yeah.
He has a Lucky, which is I don't know what kind of bird it is. It's I want
they
to
like
say
have a human lifespan, don't they?
I think he said it was like 90 years. So like a lot of times people will have one and then they'll pass it down to somebody.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by a human lifespan. Like if you were
Yeah.
born.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're
figure-
a lifetime animal.
If you buy one when you're 20 years old, man, you're gonna have it
Yeah.
when you're 70. You know.
Yeah,
That thing's and it's
That's
gonna mean
pretty-
it's gonna mean a lot to you. It's gonna know you and talk to you and all kind of
A
shit.
lifelong companion.
I've wanted to get a bird for a long time, but
Or a monkey.
exactly that now. I'm too old.
A monkey would be cool.
I'm not gonna say anything.
And until they mature and want to screw the hell out of everything.
And changing diapers frequently.
Throwing shit all over you. I guess that part isn't so cool, but the other parts of having a monkey would be super cool.
Get me a beer.
Yeah.
Let's go to the zoo.
Pack a bowl.
I'd rather have an orangutan, right turn, Clyde.
Yeah,
Right?
like Todd. There you go.
100%. They're more laid back. Chimpanzee, like, yeah, the males that get older, they're gonna rip your arms off. Orangutan, they're laid back, but they can get angry.
Hey, shout out to Daniel Colby in the chat. He said he didn't even know this was happening. It's just something we've been messing around with, Daniel. It's nothing too crazy. Just some friends from Cocoa for Cannabis getting together. We got this this little platform we're just been trying out. I think it's our third time coming on. So hello to you and thanks for stopping by. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
What are you smoking on? What are you guys smoking on? Is that what you
Green
smoking the bud you showed us, Puffy?
Yeah, this is a green crack.
Okay.
Nice.
You're looking forward to growing them seeds out again, huh? Or the ones that you got.
Yeah. Yeah, the ones that just got in well, and then the Skywalkers too. I
Yeah.
haven't grown either strain yet, and I've been curious to see how it grows. So yeah, I'm excited to get them started.
Yeah, he said it took 4 days or something, man, and he thought it was a lot quicker.
I knew, oh shit. Did I mute you guys or not?
No, I'm
No, we
not
can hear
muted.
you.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
No, when I
didn't know
coughed,
that
I mean,
was
but
true. Shit.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear you cough.
okay, good. I didn't know if I
You're
had the
welcome
right
to-
one.
Welcome to come on board.
Yeah, you're welcome to come on here too if you want to, Chew. I didn't know. I never even thought about sending one out to Chew, man.
Hey,
It's hard to
Chew.
remember
I'm
everybody
trying to remember,
too,
yeah,
right?
because Skype, I think it's on Skype that he like it's tough to get a hold of everybody, you know.
Right.
Is
Yeah,
there
we
a
don't
way
mean
that I
to
can see the
exclude.
chat as well, or is this just from the your YouTube?
Who's that?
No, I mean, is there a way I can see? Is there a chat in here, or are you just streaming to YouTube and you're seeing YouTube
I'm
chat?
streaming to YouTube. Yeah, I have my computer sitting beside me and I'm logged on to my page and it's
Okay.
showing
All
just
right.
as if I was a viewer,
The
you know.
chat, yeah.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
you open it up,
there's somebody in chat, and I was like, "Is there a chat? How come I can't see people in chat?"
No, like this morning we was
Yeah, that
on
happened to us this morning. With
this morning
Discord.
we was on Discord and it was the somebody told me to get on Discord, so I went ahead and did it and we started messing around. So I sent out invites to like Crack Babies and everybody. So then Crack's like, hey, you can go live on here. Let's try it. So we went on there this morning for a while. And I think we woke Mountain Dan up with an invite.
oh, you didn't wake me up. I was just like, yeah, I was waking up kind of sort of, you know, that state you're in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah. I had no coffee.
It's like, oh, it's the
Yes.
phone. What's this? Oh, oh, I no.
Yeah. He's saying that is Chew. We're there.
Yeah.
Daniel
And
called
I'm-
me his Chew.
I'm looking to give him a fist bump and be like, hey, Chew, and I can't find the damn thing.
Well, that's what I mean. If he wants to come on, Chew, just let me know in the chat and then I can go to
Yeah.
Instagram and send you the invite.
There you go.
Just let me know. If you have Zoom, I can send you a Zoom link. I don't know how to post it in the chat down there yet. I just can't seem to figure it out. If I go to Zoom on my computer and try to grab it, it won't let me.
Are you like, you're on your, because I got two screens. I'm on Zoom where I'm actually seeing everything going on right now. And then I have my other Google window open to YouTube and watching the delay where the chat is.
See, I just have a laptop sitting beside us here with it open and there's definitely a delay and I'm on the chat there and then I have you guys on the phone and I'm hooked through Zoom through the phone and everything. And then I'm streaming from Zoom to YouTube by my phone, but I'm on the chat with my, you know.
But on your computer, you're able to be in chat, right?
Yes, I'm on chat on my computer. I see you just gave him a fist bump
And we
right
have
there.
it
Yeah.
muted, so there's no feedback.
Yep.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
same,
sorry.
same.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought you weren't able to get to chat.
Yeah.
Or do you mean the
I-
chat in the Zoom?
Yeah, like I can't see a chat on the phone that I'm streaming. It's on. I can only see the chat on my computer.
Do you have
I think
any
I could-
icons?
I
in the
think I
bottom?
could if I was streaming from a computer, but my computer only has a camera facing me, not the other way. So I can't really go on my computer. So if I think if I went on and did what I'm doing on my phone through my computer or through a good computer, I should say, one with plenty of power and shit, I would be able to do what you're saying, which would be on the Zoom call and open another browsing window.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, you'd have to have Zoom on your laptop, yeah, your laptop.
Yep, I do.
Mhm.
And
But
they
like
won't,
now, check
they're
this
not
out.
gonna
though.
run together.
So if I have right now, I'm on Zoom and I'm streaming to YouTube using my phone, which is mounted up here on the thing. But if I go on my Zoom account using my computer right now, it doesn't show that I'm live on another device.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
tap in or anything as a moderator. It's totally separate. I would have
Yeah.
to almost make a separate account to come on to my own show. You know what I mean?
I wonder if you went on IG, like, the link you send me,
Yes.
if you have that link available through IG, you click on that, it should run Zoom through your computer.
I don't know. I'll have to try that.
I'm computer illiterate. I'm just assuming maybe.
Well, that's what happened to us when me and Crispy went on the Future Cannabis Project show. We got, so they sent us a link through StreamYard, which I'd never used, didn't have downloaded or anything. So
Right.
I clicked on this link and it took us right to it. We were live on, it was right before the show was actually going live. We were just bullshitting a little bit, getting, loosened up. And all of a sudden I went to move the camera and I bumped it and it took us away. It took us back. Well, when I went to click back on that link again, it kind of had expired and it wouldn't let me back in. It would let me get to there, but it wouldn't tell the host that I was there. It wouldn't let my mic or my video show. It would just let me see what they were seeing. It was so frustrating. So the way that I fixed it was, and I'm totally computer illiterate too, but this dawned on me after I was sitting there for 20 minutes. We're like, damn, I guess we're missing the show. I ended up forwarding that link that he sent me to my cell phone as a text message. And it kind of like regenerated it. I was able to click on it again and go right in and do my shit. And I made sure that I didn't bump it. So if you ever have that problem, try it again.
Okay.
Yeah, Chu is saying that he's on my YouTube channel. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
We access the YouTube through Zoom. I don't know. It's all shitty. It's all tough to figure out for us. For me, anyhow. Now I gotta figure out.
We're getting better at it.
So what I got to learn to do now is I have to get people on here. Like Dr. Coco is going to be our first interview person. So we're going to we're going to start our podcast and we're going to interview Doc Coco. But what I want to do is I want to record it on here just like we're doing now and live stream it and everything. But I also want to record it audio wise, and then as soon as it's over, I'll go post it on Spotify or Anchor or whatever and get it spread out through all the podcasts that way. And so that's going to be our goal, but I still have to play with recording that and trying to learn how to send it out. I thought I posted it straight to Anchor and then Anchor would distribute it for me. But someone told me, no, I posted to Spotify. And if I have the Anchor app downloaded, then it will know right away and it will spread it from Spotify to everywhere else. So I'm still a little confused on that. We'll figure it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks and we'll be doing our shows.
Yeah.
And they'll be posted on here as well.
What podcast are you doing it on?
Well, I was going to do it on Zoom because you can record audio on Zoom as well.
No, I mean, what podcast? Do you have a show already set up on that you're going to be doing it, or is this something?
No, it's just going. We're just starting it up. It'll be our very first interview. We're going to call it "Learning and Burning" with Crispy and Smart, and we're going to
Well, we're
smoke.
still working
Nice.
on it.
We're going to smoke down and just interview different people like Doc Coco, all different kind of people, from a brand new grower to breeders to women in the industry to friends of ours from Coco for Cannabis to just different people. Everybody has some good input, no matter really what. They have some views
Something
or
to say.
they've used products or whatever. And then we're going to try to learn, like Dr. Coco has been helping us try to stay away from certain topics. Like you don't want to product bash people, but you want to be honest, you know what I mean? And there's like a fine line to walk. And like he was telling us, there's YouTube algorithms. So he's like, you don't want to go on there and say, the local, the flu that's going around that everybody's talking about right now.
Thingamajigger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't want to say that word because as soon as they hear that, you go into a certain algorithm where you kind of it just brings undue heat on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
you
that's
end up basically getting shadow banned.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
because of that one word. And it's not just that word. There's also things like firearms, guns, and things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the world we live in, and that's where they're going to put you. So if you want to have content, you either be a martyr and don't say that shit, or you abide by those rules, whether you like them or not, and get
Yeah.
your message out
Get your
there.
message out.
You know?
Yeah.
My
Got
buddy
that
was
moment.
asked to be an admin to a GI Joe traders group, Canadian collectors group. And as soon as he got there, because they kept on getting flagged and removed and banned and all this shit, and he's like, from now on, when you're trading these, call them pew pews.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
it's like seriously, because they were saying this GUN and that,
Yep.
you know,
Right.
for
Yep.
this character, and it was literally like they think you're selling them. It's like,
Well, it's just
yeah,
like this-
miniature plastic things.
Does it
Yeah.
matter if they mark their channel as a 18 and older only?
That's a good question.
Because the
One
only thing
thing-
it will do is basically change your algorithm to basically not send it out to any of their, you know, the people who are signed up, who their age is actually verified. If it's not
Mm.
verified though, or them not using a profile, it'll still come through though.
Right.
One thing I'm not sure yet, like it's weird because I'm not sure how exactly all this shit works, but I know one thing that seems like you don't want to put the word cannabis in anything like when I'm doing my videos, like I'll put auto flower training or something, or but you kind of want to keep the word cannabis or weed or just those kind of trigger words, even though again it's not really right, but that's just how they run the show. And
Well, there's
guess-
ways around it too, is like on the YouTube, you don't put it in your, what do they call that? The clickbait, whatever title,
the title,
Uh,
yeah,
the
you put it in the
fingernail,
description.
and then you leave it out of the description too. And what you do is you put
Yeah.
other information that can be questionable to YouTube in the comments.
Yeah, there you go.
And yes, it's
Gotcha.
you and it's your channel, but anybody could say that stuff. And it's like, you're just, I don't know, how do you put it?
It doesn't hold the same strike against you as it would if you put it in the title versus putting it in the comment.
Exactly. Yeah,
Well,
it's
they-
a comment.
they don't-
They're
they
not
don't-
tracking the comments
Yeah, they
like
don't
that.
monitor comments. They basically rely on reporting from other people in the comment section to weed that stuff out. They don't monitor the comments at all. So you can
Right.
put
Yeah.
whatever you put in there.
Yeah, it's crazy the shit we had to go through, man.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I was like, he and Han about when Doc offered the influencer gig. It's like, all this stuff that I'd have to learn and figure out to accommodate and make sure that I'm doing it right so that I don't screw up any kind of rapport he has with the company, right?
Are you Spot? Are you trying to get monetized?
No, not right now, not anytime soon. I don't think that that's really an option or anything. I think you have to have quite a few followers to do that.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, are you looking to get the channel monetized?
Yeah, I mean that would be awesome, man. If you could put food on the table and do something you love, I think that'd be awesome, right?
Well, the only thing that I would advise is no smoking on camera, no plants on camera at all. You can't show your plants
Oh, wow.
because
Wow.
they'll demonetize you. You can talk about it all you want, but you just can't show your plants. Or
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what's been going on with what is it, Cannabis Life Television or whatever, with Rob and Trey. They keep on getting deplatformed or whatnot, but they're always smoking blunts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tobacco wrap ones, so it's like, can you not smoke cigarettes on
I
on
don't
the
think
channel?
so. Tobacco's got the same damn stigmas,
Well, stigma,
Oh.
yeah, I get it, but the legality, like
Right.
cigarettes are, yeah.
It's
Again,
worse.
probably the 18-year-old and up or 21 and up restrictions you were saying, Puffy, put on your account.
Yeah, the 18.
Yeah,
18, you get the 18 or whatever, and it restricts it.
Yeah.
I mean, people can still find it if they're searching for it, but it'll still tell you that it's a restricted video unless you're signed in. I think they're making it to where if you want to watch a video like that, that you actually have to be signed in under a profile, and then that profile have the age verification done.
right.
Yeah, that's weird you mentioned that because Crack Babies actually helped me with that. I was having problems for the longest time. It was giving me all kinds of shit. And Crack Babies is like, go to the settings and check your birthday. And when I did that, I'll be damned, it showed my birthday as it
You're a
showed me
minor.
as like, yeah, it was like 14 years old or some shit. It started my birthday from the day that I started my damn account or some shit in 2014 or 2007 or whenever the hell it was. And I was like, oh man. So I changed it and it immediately helped me. I was now able to share my channel and there was never any share buttons and shit. And it was starting to
So-
bug me. I wasn't,
I gotta put this out there for YouTube in a sense of like, what does it stop anybody from opening up their Google account or whatever and putting a false age in and going to our channels and seeing restricted content that because they're minors, but their account says that they're a 40-year-old.
oh, sure. I mean,
You know, it's so
I
many
guess
ways
at that
around it.
point, at that point, their defense is, hey, we put parameters in place to stop it. We can't stop everybody. You know what I mean? It's like trying not to sell cigarettes to minors or something. It works, but not everywhere, not every day, not every time.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get it. As their back defense is like, well, we've done this.
We've done everything we can possibly do. We put two-factor restriction in the way where they have to be approved for this age. They have to fill out this. And I think you also have to actually be on YouTube for a little bit before they'll let you go live or do certain things too,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't your account has to be at least like 30 days old, or it might not be that long, but it's something. You can't
Yeah.
just like make an account and 10 minutes later be going live,
Yeah, yeah. Isn't that what happened to you, right? Like you had to wait a bit to go for.
Yeah,
full
well,
live?
yeah, that was for
That
was
was like
for YouTube and Zoom to be able to
24-hour.
verify who I was and to
Ah.
verify like connectivity. But I think like if I go on YouTube right now and click on let's go live, it'll tell me you don't have the right parameters and to be able to do that. And without paying for Zoom and being able to live stream. And the reason that YouTube won't host me is because I don't have enough followers.
Huh.
You got to have like over 1,000 followers before you can just go live like you do on Instagram, for example.
Right. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess
Get
they
it,
just
though.
don't want any old buddy jumping on here and making videos and going live unless you're
100%.
because I guess by me using Zoom and coming in that way, it's like a double verification for them. They know who I am and where I'm coming from. That's how I see it. I don't know if that's true. Puffy knows more about computers, but I feel like that's like a double verification for them of who you are,
It's a one of who you are, but the more followers you have makes it worthwhile for them to let you do it. That's why
To
they
be
have
able
that.
to- Yeah, for them to pay for a server to host you or whatever. I
Yeah,
guess.
costing them to do this.
Yeah.
And we're like benefiting from it. So they want to balance that out until it's benefiting them the most. And then they'll start to pay you.
They're not hurting for server space.
No.
But yeah, man, I'd like to get monetized on YouTube. I think that'd be awesome. I think it'd be awesome to have a whole nice list of products that we use, from AirPods to a pair of pens to the lights to the cocoa to everything. I would be able to, as long as I believe in the product and I use it myself, I think it would be cool to be able to offer your
Documentation.
friends and your fans, as we move forward trying to do podcasts, we get some fans and shit and be able to save them money on a product that we know is good, that we would tell them to buy even if they didn't have a code. You know what I mean? So I have no problems doing that. I figure that helps put some food on the table. It helps pay for Zoom. It helps pay for a better microphone. It helps us pay to do giveaways. We can start buying seeds or buying lights or buying different things or getting donations and give them away. So it's like a win-win for everybody. It's not just a greedy one-sided thing,
Want to see my hurtin' bonsai avocado?
Always.
Sorry, I'm cutting you
Oh.
off.
No, it's good. It's time for a new subject.
Oh, yeah,
Let's see
show,
the,
show.
show me some Cotto.
Avocado. I'll put it there first, and then I'll have to back away. Whoa.
Cool.
We need more light.
I could see.
I'm having a hard time seeing it.
I can't even see my screen, so
Let me-
There,
Okay.
it's-
well, like, yeah, this is not looking the way I wanted to show it. I got one branch coming out here, and then the main.
Oh, I see
That's
that.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
I want it.
Now,
Hopefully,
did you
I
say-
can get others.
you grew
Right.
that from half an avocado, just putting it in soil.
Just a seed, and no, I'll show you actually what I did, because I got this other one going on.
Okay.
Okay, you see this? Oops.
Oh, what
Okay.
am I looking at?
What have
there?
we got here?
Okay, it's a cloth or a paper
Okay.
towel or whatever. You get a wet paper towel and you wrap it around the seed, and that's what will let it germinate. So this is the stem, but I've been screwing around with the seed because this one is going to be my more real focus for the bonsai.
Okay.
Oh,
That's the roots.
cool. Look at that. That's so cool.
It should be more like this, so that this will be all straight up and the roots go down. But I want, yeah, that to go up and the roots to go around and then down.
Looks like a giant cannabis seed with the root.
Yeah,
top root coming
he's
out.
using the same germination methods as a kid. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Well, this
Except
is
it's-
another way you grow an avocado, but I put actually mycorrhiza in there, and that's why all the discoloration. But
How long has it been since you first got that wet?
oh god, I'd have to check my phone.
A
And
week, month?
it's a month or two.
Okay.
Oh shit, don't do this. Yeah, definitely. They're slow growers, but they're strong. I want to say they're strong.
Nice.
Our cat would destroy that.
Oh, she chewed the shit out of it.
She's
Derps,
not good.
Derps isn't a chewer, huh?
Oh, these are all in my tent.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My veg tent. There's no point. Well, I could have it off while it's not being used, but why not grow avocados and chili peppers?
Sure. Yeah, the
Hell
chili
yeah.
peppers. How's those chili peppers? I know I got a bunch of them drying out
They're
right
drying. They
now.
look really cool.
They're about,
Yeah.
hell, it'll be spring by the time they're ready, it seems like. Maybe another month.
I've got some of the ones I harvested are in the fridge. I dried some. And then they're just on the stove in a jar that you just throw them in the food, right? Then I trim back the plants, and yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actual 10. Wow. A whole bunch of fruit on this one, but the other ones
That's
are not.
awesome.
Yeah, the one that I thought would fruit the most, the biggest, sturdiest, healthiest looking one, grows too many flowers, I think, and then can't support the life or the fruit in them, and then it doesn't fruit in the flower.
Too many flowering sites for what it's able to,
feed
to take care of. That's the light.
fruit.
Too many
Well-
flowering sites, not enough light, right?
No, because with these ones I pinched. You pinch the
Ah.
ends to actually create more flowers, so you get more. What it is I need to feed it better. I hope I'm not yelling.
So there's somebody in chat saying they must know a little bit about palmology. So they're saying that it's like an apple seed. It only makes crab apples. Chances aren't good getting an avocado seed to taste good, like 1 in 1,000. So
Oh yeah,
there
but
you
they're not
go,
gonna
man.
fruit for like 10 years anyways.
So yeah,
Okay.
it says, and then they wrote same with the mango. Yeah, I know that most apple trees are grafted because they pretty much graft the apple that they want onto a good native rootstock. And that's
Every
pretty
single
neat to do.
seed in an apple will produce a different apple.
Yeah, yep. It's crazy how that works, man. We was Chef OMJ was teaching us about
Yeah.
that.
I found that out in a book called Botany of Desire by Michael Pollan.
Botany of Desire. I've heard of that or seen that or something.
And
Maybe I
Michael
saw it.
Pollan's been on Joe Rogan. Yeah, he's great.
Well, if he's been on Joe Rogan, then he's solid as a brick wall. I like Joe Rogan. Anyhow, shout out to Penny Peeble Ripplers, Pebbler Ripper. I don't know. We'll just say Penny. Cheers, Penny.
Cheers. Merry Christmas, Penny.
When I think of
Penny?
Penny, I think of Wonder Years, the girl that lived next door in the Wonder Years.
See, I
Oh.
think of the Beatles song Penny Lane starts playing in my head.
Penny Lane.
Yeah. It just starts playing, which is cool. That's cool.
Hey, Puffy, one time, like a year ago, I was using talk to text and we was in chat one morning and I said, I was like, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny, Mountain Dan. And I just put send, and my phone read, that's pretty funny, Mount Me Dan. And so, ever
And
since
that's
then,
what she said.
so now every now and again you'll hear me call him Mount Me Dan, and I think I quit doing it because I don't want people to think I'm being disrespectful to him or anything or calling him outside of his name. But it's like an inside joke, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as nobody else starts saying that or typing it.
Right.
It's the ladies, right?
That's why I don't do it, man, because I don't want to start something or be that dude. But I always think of that because whenever you pop up, I swear that's the first thing that comes up in my head is there's Mount Me Dan, because it's just something me and my old lady say. It's funny. And so I didn't know if Puffy knew that story or not.
I didn't
yeah.
know. That's the first time I've heard of it. That's funny. You'll
Yeah.
never hear me use it, Dan.
No, I don't like calling people outside their name and shit just for the reasons that he mentioned. Other people will pick up on it.
We love you, Mountain Dan, and like we don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
what other people are taking it out as. but
Exactly.
yeah, we got
Mountain
nothing but
Dan.
respect.
That's
for
funny
you.
though, man. That damn chat, that damn talk to Texas
Good
burnt me
memories.
so many
Uh.
times, man.
Good memories.
I hear you.
It burns me all the time. I don't have that phone anymore. I was
Yeah, we
telling
got rid of it.
I was telling someone the other day, man, that phone had a stylus in the side of it the whole time. I had the phone for like 2 years and never needed that little.
Yeah, that was funny. That was
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
That's good.
That
What was
We're
you
getting-
holding up there, Puffy?
It's my glass pipe. I'm trying pixie sticks.
What's the pixie sticks?
It's where you put a joint in it.
No, it's just a strain.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
Oh, strain. Okay. I thought it was some cool way of smoking. Like Dan was on that track too.
I
Yeah,
was
these
thinking of the
are
candy from when we were kids, the pixie stick with the
Yeah.
yeah.
some people. Well, let me get this background off here, and it'll show up a little bit better.
If you hold it, in
put your
front of
hand
you,
behind you.
Yeah, put your hand behind it or something.
Oh,
Mountain Dan's. Where are we at, Mountain Dan?
Lights out.
Gorilla
Ooh,
Radio. Turn that shit up.
lights
You know,
out.
Okay, there you go.
you can stick a joint in the end of it if you want to. If you don't want to hold it, but I just packed in with bud.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
got that little
It-
pinch down there, so I don't ever suck anything through.
It's basically like those metal cigarette ones,
Yeah.
but it's a wider mouth and yeah,
Yeah.
or draw tube,
I
wider draw
think
tube.
it'll actually fit a cigarette in the end of it. Is as thick, I mean, as wide as it is. Probably easier to see this end.
Look at him up there dancing in front of his infrared camera.
Oh,
I'm not dancing. Am I dancing?
I don't know.
oh,
looked
hell
like it.
yeah.
I'm walking around like all this stuff in my place to be like, oh, I gotta get this camera back somewhere. Fish tank lights went off, so
Oh, I guess the fish need dark periods too, right?
yeah, they sleep.
They need to sleep.
I never thought of that.
A little lower.
Merry Christmas, Penny. Merry Christmas.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I got this shitty little tripod, wire
Ooh,
tripod. Stop seeing my crotch.
Ah,
This
I
is
know.
a,
Christmas crotch.
this is a family show.
Let me
get to
man.
the other
I'm
side.
That's not
I'm
your
not
bag.
to ask you to refrain from those types of shots and
I'll be like Uncle Roger. Sorry, children.
Yeah.
Where's your tripod at?
Hey,
I said, where's your tripod at?
well, it's underneath the camera.
It is now. Is it that little short one?
Oh, yeah, it's this little, yeah, I don't know how to show you it unless I disconnect the camera.
Right.
It's a shitty thing.
Oh, yeah, I saw those. I ended up getting something.
No, that came with a GoPro. I didn't buy it or anything, so, well, I guess I did, but, yeah,
That'll actually extend up to 60 inches tall.
yeah.
Cool. Ours is a little arm that it clamps to the table and it's 38 and a half inches long. And then at the other end, it just has another clamp that grabs your phone. Spring loaded clamp.
Yeah,
Well, I figured that being that tall, be able to get a better angle down on the plants whenever I
Yep.
start doing my channel and everything, and
Yeah,
get
man.
to stuff
We're
for
looking-
the journal.
We're looking forward to that when you start your channel.
Yeah, I'm getting excited. It's getting close. You know, this New Year's Grow Challenge will be the start of the series. So
Awesome.
yeah, I was just thinking new year, new strains that I had never grown before.
New videos.
Yeah, new channel, new videos,
Awesome.
new journals, just kind of new beginnings. So yeah, it's just going to be
The next step.
just a whole new thing starting next year. So yeah, I'm getting excited.
No
It's a
doubt.
new
Nice.
beginning.
Yeah. Cheers to that, man. Cheers to that. You got a lot of shit to share with people, man. They're going to appreciate you doing so, taking the time to do so, and look forward to it.
It'll be fun. I think it'll be fun.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It's fun hanging out, learning,
Yeah. and
talking
then-
about your favorite subject. Hell yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, there's like this right here, what we're doing now. I love doing that. So
Oh, yeah, this is fun.
I
Cat's
can't-
dying to get in on this action.
Or
I
Kitty, she
can't
wants
wait till we
treats.
actually get all organized and start, doing some, kind of focused, sessions on growing and specific topics and
Yes.
that. So
Yeah.
I'm ready for that.
I think in the new year, that's going to be part of the whole thing is to try and get one, like I said, every Sunday, we'll try to maybe start out with one or two topics and then just let it kind of go on its own volition. We can have more, but I think we should at least have one or
Yeah.
two, you know what I mean? And
Uh,
then let it get rolling.
isn't
And,
Hank gonna be doing some candy?
yeah, remember
Yes.
Naw's supposed to do some
Yeah, he
candy
said
and
about
stuff.
doing making candy, walking us through that.
Yeah, he's supposed to be making some
flowers.
candy.
Yeah.
Like a cooking video type thing, or
Uh,
just a discussion on how to?
just he's gonna do it on the screen here like we're hanging out now.
But
Yeah,
he'll be
yeah.
doing that while we're
Okay.
hanging out
Doing that and
talking.
talking, and we can ask questions, and then while he's like doing some like he said, he might need 15 minutes while the stove heats up or whatever. So we can bullshit about other stuff and then come back to him and just kind of like, and then
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the end of the show, I'll post it on my channel and write come hang out with the fellas while we talk about potting up, and Naw makes some candy also in this episode.
Yeah.
In the description you can put a little paragraph, and I think that'd be cool. I think people would
think it'd be
enjoy it. They
fun.
would come and hang out, and then once
Yeah.
they start seeing it, they can come hang out live with us and chat and everything else.
Yeah,
No, I'd better have a pretty deep recipe book, because I think that'll be probably something that gets requested, that he make more stuff.
Oh yeah, doing it live online and shit too. Yep. Him and his
His
wife.
wife makes cake.
And then, yeah, maybe we could have like certain people on, like, who knows, you could get like maybe have Doc stop by one day and have somebody else stop by, I can send them links and tell them if you ever get a chance, drop in,
yeah.
So yeah, I think we could have a lot of fun. And then like he's saying, if we keep them semi-organized and keep, as we mentioned earlier, certain topics out. And now I know how like somebody comes in, I can keep them in the waiting room until I change their name if it happens to show me their real name or their real phone number. And that way we don't have to
Yeah,
scrap
deal
the
with
whole
that again.
episode that
Right.
way just
Right.
because of that. So there's some growing pains, but definitely want to start doing that when we can. And then
Well,
you guys,
that's why a meeting like this helps quite a bit, because you're kind of getting used to how it's functioning and learning that you have to keep your eye out for things like that before you let people in. So, there's
Yeah.
no risk
Yeah.
of something
And-
being exposed.
It would be assigning a moderator as well to, if you deviate too much off topic sort of thing.
Right.
yeah, yeah,
Because
I thought we were gonna self-monitor on that.
that's what we're gonna
Oh,
try
yeah?
to do. I mean, I guess it's.
But you always want to, everybody's going to self-moderate as much as possible, but we're stoners.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You start to
We're
get
gonna-
off on a
we're
tangent.
gonna
So
do-
it's just, it is what it is. I
Like
guess it
trolls and stuff, or like those,
we're gonna have to try and keep what I'm afraid will happen is like we'll have all of us, we'll have Rusty, Crack Babies, Berkshire, Nah, we'll have, there's gonna end up being like 12 or 15. I think we can support up to like 15 people, and it's going to be really hard to not have 15 people talking over each other. So
we'll cross
it might
that
have to come to a hands up kind of deal where I have to mute everybody, and then if you put your hand up like Puffy just did,
Right.
I can let's
Yeah, I
see.
think I feel like I was saying the last time we can all self-moderate too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep, I was able to go. I can once it
We pretty
goes.
much do that at CFC. I mean,
Yeah.
for real.
We did it.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, the CFC's open chat though. Like, I mean, when you got a channel and you want to be talking about a specific subject,
Yeah,
and then
I
you
mean, I guess-
deviate off the subject too much,
right. Then we would
totally
be in touch as a
Right.
puts you
group,
lost.
like, if somebody starts deviating too long or getting too long-winded, or like, here's a perfect example. I was watching Fumador and the Flavors the other day in the morning, and I don't know if you guys heard about this earlier, and I don't think either one of you guys were there earlier. So I was watching Fumador and the Flavors, which is a podcast that runs most mornings or most nights from like 11 at night until sometimes like 4 or 5 in the morning. They go for a while. So anyhow, he gets on there and he got into an argument with one of his regular panelists about something that was going on with his plants. And the dude's like, it's definitely not calcium, blah, blah, blah. And they just got into this big cussing match. And within 15 minutes of the show starting, it was already, he was like, you know what? He goes, Fumadors is like, I'm missing other shit with my family to be here and host this with you guys. I don't need this shit. And he just logged off and left. And I'm
Oh, wow.
thinking, man, like that, I don't want shit like that to go down. You know what I mean?
No,
It's
it's
gonna
definitely
be- it's going to be up to like, I guess when it comes down to it, I'll have the actual muting powers, I guess, and moderating powers that way, but it'll be up to all of us because it's our channel as a group, it's going to be like, all of us
Yeah,
get in here and have fun.
And what I meant by like the moderator, I don't mean the blue wrench thingy. I just meant one
Yeah.
person that's specifically the focus of no control over the call, but just be like, hey,
Well,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, no, I got you.
he's like, even if you're smart and crispy, like you guys are not necessarily going off on a tangent, but just off topic too long.
Yeah. Be like, hey, ring it
Because
in.
we
Yeah,
all
bring it
we
back
all
around,
do it.
making hash. Yep.
Yeah, and I know, like Gigi said, she's like, I've been here for so long because I can't shut up, and I'm thinking, fuck, I talk too much too.
Well, I think
It's not a bad thing.
No, I think-
sometimes.
we all talk about pretty interesting stuff. I think all of us are guilty of rambling on sometimes, but like you said, we're stoners, and I think other times
First
people aren't
and
really rambling. I just sometimes get a short attention span too, just because I'm stoned and I'm thinking, oh shit, I kind of missed half of that,
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I
I
mean,
need to catch that.
this
right?
it'll be fun, man. We'll have it up and going, and we'll figure it all out. And-
But I say put Crispy in charge of that. I mean,
oh, I wanted to tell.
I don't want to be in charge of anything.
Well, I
I mean,
wanted-
it's dangerous.
just
I
like,
wanted to tell.
just like
Yeah,
a
man.
host role, you keep the show moving whenever you know, things start getting off topic, you can kind of steer it back on or move it on to the next one. You know, if you feel like that we're getting too far off topic, you can say, well, guys, I think we've exhausted this topic for now. What else have we got up? You know, just something
Yeah.
to break that monotony, whatever's going on, or steer it back to, you know, to growing or whatever our topic for the
Whatever.
channel is supposed to be.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And I think that'll get easier
really
for us
sucks.
as we go on. I
Yeah.
wanted to mention this to you, Puffy. So earlier I mentioned that Crack Babies couldn't get into the live with us. He had a video and a microphone problem. So he ended up getting to the chat. While he was in the chat, somebody come on here and started posting like vor.ogh and all kind of weird shit, you know? And so I gave him the wrench and he started knocking them out. Then they come back with another name named Denise, and they started posting these weird shit. So if you see Crack Babies in there with a hammer, that's why, because he was patrolling chat for us today because he couldn't log in with us.
I don't like having that wrench because I think it's too much responsibility. I don't want to be the person that governs someone else in any fashion.
She doesn't want to watch the chat. That's the problem.
No,
She
bullshit.
doesn't want to sit there and stare at the chat.
I always forget about the chat. Even like, I mean, when I'm watching other channels and there's say the Grow Show, Cheap Home Grow,
Yeah.
I always forget, like, you guys, everybody's in the chat. I'm too busy listening to everybody talking and I want to actually correspond with them. And when I go to think, oh, I can say something in chat. Oh, fuck, all these people here.
Yeah, man. You could
Yeah.
just tag, like, if say you have an IPM question, you just tag at Zenthanol and it'll light
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
the-
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
In the
totally.
chat. He will answer it live a lot of times.
Yeah. Yeah, I've talked to Spartan a couple of times.
That's
Good
cool.
people
Man.
in there.
Oh yeah,
You
Spartan's
guys
a hell of a
feel
dude.
it's too scientific for me.
Zenthanol.
All of them. I mean, they get so deep into the science of growing that I'm like, dang.
Yeah,
But-
This is like college education courses for free right here.
Yeah.
it is. It is, man. And that's what's so amazing about it is that they bring that to you free. They donate them 2 hours every week, you know, and they come on and share something that they put in a lot of work to find these answers, you know, whether it be by observation, by reading a book, by both of those things combined. I think it carries that what they say, there's iron in your words of wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a little beyond my scope of growing and control. Because they get down to like the minute parts
Oh,
of
yeah.
growing, you know, pretty much what your very seasoned grower would be thinking about during their grow, not someone who's only been growing like 4 years like me.
Well, yeah, I think you're cutting yourself short, man. I think you got,
Experience.
yeah, I think you got some.
goes a long way.
I think if you combine your experience with as much book knowledge as you can get, I think it would be good. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's out for a different thing, you know. It's about what, like me, my personal belief is, and Crispy will tell you, is it's the curiosity of it. Like, why is this happening, or why does a photon act that way, or why do these bugs have all these Latin names, and why is, you know, and it's not really that I'm going to use that or that I'm going to go and change my grow based on knowing some of this shit. But it's just curiosity. And then when it comes up, sometimes I do feel like, damn, this is pretty cool. I actually remember this conversation from a year ago from talking with so-and-so, and it helps me to be more involved and be a better part of the community. So I try to learn some
Better
shit
grower?
some shit I don't really think makes me a better grower, but I find it interesting. And, but then, you know, I guess maybe I pollute my mind with some shit that I don't really need to worry about, you know, and I guess, I don't know. I'm just
I think-
into it.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're watching to those grow shows that you think, okay, they're talking way out of my league, you're listening, you might not recall, but your brain will never forget. So later on, when you do go, like Smot was just saying, I remember that conversation like from a year or two ago. The
Mhm.
knowledge, it does embed itself. And then, you know, when the future comes and we need it, because we're like, oh, you know, I really do want to study this. some of that stuff's gonna, oh, right, yeah.
Yep.
You know,
And
Yeah.
sometimes you get lucky and you get a problem in the garden, you recall a conversation, you're like, I know exactly what to do.
I know what'll
It's,
help me.
and it recovers immediately.
Yeah.
You know, that's when that's nice, when you can apply it, and observation's a great teacher. Failure is too.
But-
Learn from our mistakes. We've made many
Well,
of them.
There's a lot to be said for keeping it simple, though.
Oh,
I can-
hell yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you're looking for that utopia grow,
Yeah.
if you're pursuing that perfection, and you're OCD, I guess, then yeah, I mean, that's a lot of stuff there that can get you really close. But if you're just a hobby grower, or
Mm.
somebody who just grows for them and maybe a couple other people or something like that, not really on a big scale, it's really hard to apply all that
Right.
knowledge into your grow.
Right, because like even with Brandon Rust, a lot of his knowledge and a lot of the stuff that he does at scale is for it's just that, it's like a field agricultural scale, you know. So a lot of that, but like like we were talking, he tests what's called exudates. I guess they come from the roots, and he tests his bricks levels and different things. Like those are things that me and Crispy are never going to need to know, like, well, I'm never going to have my bricks level tested. I don't think that's ever, I would, it's just never going to, I don't make soil, so I wouldn't have to front load certain ingredients and then see if they're showing up in my plant the way I want them to at the right levels and shit like that. So, but it's cool to know that science, and it's cool, but I'm with you, Puffy. I only like to take it so far because I do get out of my element, you know what I mean? But like we were listening to that some of that breeding show, and we were listening to some of that cloning show about DNA. I'm not a geneticist or anything, but it is cool. Like a lot of it flew right over my head, but I grabbed little bits and pieces and was able to put together a rough picture, of what I believe. And I think it'll help me make some stimulating conversation moving forward, especially if I get a high caliber person on the show. And when I say high caliber, I mean like someone, I feel like this is how I look at growing is like raising a child. They say it takes a community. So if you really want to, I don't think any of us, even on the show, when it comes to the Sunday show, if you notice, none of those guys claim to be great at every aspect of growing. They do have a pretty honed specific detail. Like let's say Brandon Rust is really good with Bokashi Earthworks. Then you have Matthew Gates, he's the IPM specialist, Then you have Doc, he's more on the PhD side with lighting and some other aspects, and then there's Jack, he's the host and he's a breeder and he has his own, he knows every strain that I think has ever been made. So there's like a whole bunch of honed in talents that come together to make one big thing. And I think that's how it goes. Like, I'm not going to be an IPM expert, but it's nice to know that if something happens, I have a close friend there that I can get a hold of in Brandon or in Matthew Gates, and he can help me along. And I will know from following him some of the basics. I should be able to identify the bug and maybe find out what biocontrols to take just from following him and shit. So I'm the same way, man. I think there's everything in moderation. I try not to get too deep into some shit, like with the lighting science and stuff. I try to keep it to where just the basic what I need to know, and that's it. I don't even know how they make diodes and all that shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mountain Dan.
I just
But
want
I
to say,
enjoy
you
it.
mentioned exudates, him testing the exudates.
Yes.
Is it strictly from mycelium and mycorrhizae that exudates come from? Because that's what this is, mycelium and the exudates that they produce as an enzyme to kill bacteria is another thing that's attacking the mycelium.
We just talked about this. So the mycorrhizin shit actually, I posted a picture on Instagram. The mycorrhizin shit actually embeds itself into the cell walls. So it's kind of connected the soil. That's how they connect the roots to the soil matrix, is by that mycorrhizal connection. So
But
it makes sense that that's where the exudates come from, is right around the roots area because of what you just said. So that all helps.
Is it
tie
from the
together.
mycelium or also the plant?
I feel like they're one whenever that happens because they lock
Yeah.
into the roots and they help the diffusion and they help like the passage of nutrients
It's a
and different.
symbiotic relationship between the two, and
Yeah,
they work.
symbiosis, but it's
Yep.
symbiosis, but it's the symbiosis, it's the mycorrhizae or the mycelium that's causing the exudates that's benefiting the roots.
That's a good question, man. And so and another thing that my brain went to is what do you do with that information? So I guess so part of that exudate is like so if he calls it front loading. So I guess when he's mixing his soil and his earthworks, his Bokashi earthworks, if he puts a lot of like phosphorus in the beginning, and then when he's in flower, if he tests that, which I don't know how he does it, but if he does some kind of test, then he knows on the next run I can back off my phosphorus because my plants showed a lot of it in there, even at week 3 or week 4, or it was deficient early on based on testing the exudates. And I don't want to misquote that dude or nothing, but this is how my mind went about it. And so I'm not sure exactly what front loading is. I assume that just means a certain set amount that you put into the soil when you're starting off, and like with calcium and different langbanites and whatever his inputs may be, that's how he figures out, that's how he's honed in his certain soil recipes and shit is by testing that. And the Brix level too, I guess, is the amount of sugars or whatever that's in the plant. And that's how, the energy comes from the sugar. So that's supposed to be a good test too. And, that's a lot of that shit's above my pay grade, like I said before, but that's just some of the gist that I got from them.
There you go. I got you.
Me rambling on. Let me shut the hell up like an idiot. I'm rambling.
No, that's good.
Yeah, it gives the rest of us time to think.
That's just I pick some stuff up, man, and then a lot of times, it's hard to remember it exactly how they told you, and then I always feel like I'm going to say something wrong, and someone's going to hold me to it and say that I gave bad advice, and then it comes down to, well, he said, she said. Hey, this dude, so you take it for what it's worth, man, and do your own research. Hopefully that'll help points.
I tell
Well, and the
people
worst
that
that can-
all the time, I'll give you advice, but don't think that it's set in stone on anything that
Right.
you do, because what you do may be different than what I do, and it may not work for you.
Right,
It can
it's
be
meant
done
to-
exactly the same way.
It's
Yeah.
meant to cause critical thinking on your part, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I tell everybody, take everything you hear with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But
That's it, man.
listen to it, but take it with a grain of salt, because it may not work for you.
Try it and see what your own observations are, because you
Yeah.
can never deny like one-on-one observation. Is that considered empirical evidence? Is that what they call that? It's supposed to be.
Empirical, wouldn't that mean that it's repeatable?
Maybe that is what it is, empirical evidence. Like, yeah, if you realize, all right, now I'm topping my plants for the 5th time, and every time I've done it, it's worked great. That's kind of like good evidence that that's a nice way to train. Or that's just an example, but whatever.
Yeah. And I was gonna say before is like the worst thing you can do is like if you give advice and then you find out they're like, oh, that was bad advice, and you actually go, oh shit, it was. Is you got a channel and you just tell your viewers,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
correcting myself. I'm learning as I'm going too.
Oh yeah, there's one thing that I've learned is not to be closed-minded on almost any subject, man. And that's just it's I don't know if you call that being humble or what, but you have to be open and fluid, just like they changed what they consider to be par now. They have the extended par range that is directly responsible for creating biomass, which they said for a long time. Well, ever since I've started paying attention, was that the only thing responsible for biomass was 400 to 700 nanometers. Now they're saying it's 380 to 750. So science changes as well. So you have to be open-minded, and you have to be willing to base your try shit and look at your own observation. This is how I see it.
Yeah.
That's why I want to do this cloning and different things, and I want to be able to see for myself. Well, I've been hanging around and seeing hundreds of people take clones, and I've watched them over and over and over just every day in chat. Like I would see Professor take the cuts today, and then I'd ask him every day, "We got roots yet? We got roots yet?" And he would never check in 7 days. So like I follow these people religiously. It's almost like I'm there with them, but it's still not me doing it. So yeah, I got a lot of it going, but I want to be the one actually doing it and to get it in my tent and watch and see how shit changes and how it acts and
That's me with training.
yeah.
Like the removal of so much of the lower growth. Like, how do you do that? I know how and I don't know how, and I'm also afraid to do it.
Spot, next time that you're ready to do some cloning, let me know and I'll jump on with you. Do a video call with you and sit there with you and just kind of walk through it with you. I get roots on my clones between 7 and 10 days, guaranteed. And I get
awesome.
over 90% success rate on my cloning.
Dude, that's cool, and we're looking forward to that. I can't wait to get like once we find a strain that like I mentioned before, we have only 2 seeds of Jungle Mac. If that's something that I really like and it cures the way that I think it might and all this other shit, I'm gonna want a little clone, even to keep as a mother, and keep it under low light and just have it hanging around, man, and take here and there. And if you get tired of that strain, like you can just keep the mother around. It doesn't cost much,
Yep.
Well, you're not going to really keep the mother for any more than a year anyway. So,
well, we would take a clone from a clone from a clone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Going that way.
Last pull of clones, you just keep the most vigorous one as your mother
And the mother again, yeah.
Yeah.
Make it the mother again. That's kind of what I was hinting at. But I think it'd be cool for us to be able to get in and start getting our feet wet, even if we take clones that we're not really going to use. Just like shit that we're going to cut off and get rid of, we'll clone it just to see different things, to see if different parts of the plants take longer to root than other parts of the plants, and if some seem to, just to get that visual for our own self. Because I don't discredit what anybody tells me, especially people I respect like you guys. But you also want to take that and go see it for yourself, So
100%.
when you're on a show and you're talking to someone, I can say, I took a clone and I know this blah, 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 versus, hey, my friend Puffy and we spent a lot of time together and he told me, it just doesn't carry the same thing. So I'll look forward to doing that with you, Puffy. And I think that'll be really cool. This is why I can't wait till I don't have to hide my face, because it'll make it easier. It's hard to do shit. My glasses get foggy because I have to have a mask on. Then I'm trying to cut clones and do stuff. And it just makes it so difficult. I got to find a little bit better of a way or a better mask or something.
Like I said, we can just do a private call and I'll sit there. I'll just sit there with you, as you're doing it and just kind of guide you through it and kind of tell you the reasons why I do it the way that I do it, and, kind of help you understand how I have the success that I do with it.
I like that. And I'd appreciate that very, very much. I know because like I said, I watched Professor, man. He takes them clones and that dude's perpetual. He's always got 50 plants gone, and he's like you, man. He wants that perpetual. He has them. I'm sure you've talked to him plenty. He has all them tents gone. He has 3 tents gone, his little cloning station. And he rides them clones for a while, man. Some of them he'll ride, he said he's rode them like 10 different clones, and before he gets tired of it and starts another seed.
Yeah, my Slurricane, I've had it for about 2.5 years, the same strain going.
That's awesome. That's something you like, man, and you know exactly what you're going to get, and what it does to you, how it affects you and shit.
It's a really hardy, easy grower. I mean, you can veg it for a long time if you want, or you can send it to a veg early. It grows really thick, stems, stalks, main stems and everything. It likes to be trained. Like, it'll actually grow faster if it's being trained than if you're just topping it. So
that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Digs the stress.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can do high stress on it too, and it recovers really fast from that. Like I can break them over and within probably 3 days they're already healed up and starting to grow back up again.
I'd wonder what the lineage of the crosses that brought it, like if it was one of the,
It's a cross between Do-si-dos and Purple Punch.
right,
It's pretty cool.
but even, you know how
Even
some
go back
strange,
further
like,
than that.
Oh, like,
How did,
like
where did they come from? And
No,
where
we're
did
talking about what
Mhm.
genome?
we
Pardon?
just grew Do-si-do, and I can't. Do-si-do is Girl Scout cookies crossed with what was it? You remember?
I never remember this. I'm always
It's like New England clam chowder, the red or the white.
right.
Right.
chowder.
New England clam
But-
chowder.
I was only asking for the, like if you, when you go back, I just, plants that respond, am I muted?
No, you're
No,
good. Run with it.
Good.
Um, it's basically like plants that respond so well to stress training. I wonder if their heritage is from areas that are like high wind or high traffic of other animals that
Animals, yeah.
they need to be responded back because something's constantly happening to them, that strain and that I don't know, period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, that's how they all develop those different genomes is their environment,
Mhm.
whatever their natural environment is, they pick that up and they evolve to cope with whatever's going on around them. So,
Yeah, like I only kind of figured that, kind of heard about that kind of stuff after I bought a bunch of seeds, but I can only control my environment a certain way, and I should be looking for seeds that will coincide to all increase my quality of grow, instead of fighting with like one that does want to have 16 degrees Celsius at the end of flower to do all
Right.
the things that it wants to do. Or it's going to do what it needs to do, but the temperatures are too high, so everything's volatile and poof.
yeah, I try to stick with more strains that have that tropical lineage.
Right.
That like the high heat, just so it saves me money on air conditioning.
Right.
I can let the temperature get up there a little bit higher and just kind of control it more with fans, just keeping fresh air coming in.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I wanted to hurry up and say shout out to our friend in the chat, the American one with the Keens. He's a regular on that Sunday show we were just talking about. And I wanted to let you know, the American one, you're welcome to come on this show anytime, buddy. We do this every so often, mainly on Sundays. And if you want to ever jump on here, we will definitely send you the invite. And yeah, I want to say it's after midnight, so it's actually
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Oh, Merry
Christmas.
humbug.
Thanks for stopping by. It's awesome to hang
I
out with
still
you.
got another hour here, but I know you guys are there.
Yeah, we're there
Yeah,
here on the East Coast. It's Christmas.
it's Christmas. I thought I heard like some reindeer up on the roof just
Yeah.
a little bit ago.
Yep. I'm watching the radar. Yeah, it's nice to see the American one stop by. He's actually a breeder, and we're going to be growing the Amy Aces. He's the one that grew the
Yeah.
Amy Aces that I'm sorry, he's the one that bred the Amy Aces that Crack Babies is currently growing. Rowdy just got some. Our friend Real Red Hair's got some. We have some, and a few other people we know that are growing Amy Aces. So we're looking forward. We're going to have a tent just for those two here in the New Year's Grow Challenge, and he's the breeder. So yes, definitely shout out to Tao and to our friend Chu, who's also in the
Yes,
chat saying
yes.
Merry Christmas. Shout out to Chu. Shout out to Penny.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
It's awesome to see
Or happy
everybody,
holidays, whatever.
even if you only stay.
Hope everyone's
Yeah.
having a great time.
Yeah, even if you only stay for 5 minutes, man, we appreciate you carving out a little bit of time on a holiday and when your time off to come by here. There's Puffy D. Everybody is in the chat. We recommend that you go give Puffy D a like and on his Instagram and stay tuned for his YouTube channel. He's got a lot to offer, and he's about to bring it.
And he's gonna help us out with the clone.
Yeah, he's gonna-
Cloning. which is going to be awesome.
We'll
It's
do
a new territory for us.
We could do a clone video together and we'll post it on our YouTube videos.
Yeah, actually, we could figure out a time to where I could be pulling clones at the same time and we can just do it together.
Yeah, that'd be great, man.
That way I can actually show you instead of telling you, okay, this is the way I do it. I can
Right.
actually show you how I do it.
Maybe in like one of these grow challenges, we'll get something going to where we start seeds at the same time or whatever, however you want to do it, you know. I guess you won't be starting any seeds, you'll be moving yours up.
Yeah, I mean, because I'll be starting right on the first, so, and I'll probably be doing either 2 different strains or 4 different strains. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, I'm excited. That's like coming right around the corner.
I
It's going
know.
to be like a brand new journey again.
I'm ready to scuff the seeds and get them in some
Yeah,
water, man.
buffering some things. So I'm looking forward to all of it. I'm excited.
I had
checked-
the little sandpaper tube out, and was holding it, walking around the house, holding it, ready to put some seeds in it and start scuffing them down. What's going on there, Puffy? What are we looking at?
Oh, that's the Slurricanes, the last set that I've had. I haven't even pulled clones off of these yet. These are the ones that I had pulled whenever the plant was in like 3 weeks of flower.
Oh yeah.
And I went ahead and pulled them and re-rooted them and re-vegged them. Yeah, they was looking pretty alien-like whenever I very first started vegging, nothing but single-bladed leaves.
Yeah, and then even as they're growing, they have that little tuft of weird looking shit there at the bottom of the plant for a long time, right? Until they get big enough to cut it all
I
off.
just cut all that off. As soon as I see it start vegging, I just cut all
Yeah.
that off.
No doubt. That's
Because
always
it
the
doesn't need it
telltale sign.
anymore, and all it's going to do is try to suck nutrients and everything because it's still thinking that it's in flower mode, and so I just cut it all off so it'll go ahead and just revert back.
Okay, gotcha.
But even when you do that, it's really not hard to get them to re-veg. I mean, all you have to do is just throw them under 24 hours of light for 10 days straight, and they'll start re-vegging again.
No doubt. They call that monster cropping when you do that in flower, right?
Yeah.
And I also heard there was another. This is something that confused me. So monster cropping is known as taking a plant that's in flower, cutting a clone off, and re-vegging it. And like you mentioned, but then there was somebody else who harvested all the buds and left like a bunch of the fan leaves, switched it back to 12-12 and grew that plant out. It was the same build and grew that same plant out again. And they called that monster cropping too, but it was the whole plant, not just a clone. So I guess both of them are technically.
Yeah. That's basically what it is you harvest everything on top. You don't lollipop the plant. That way
Right.
you still got your vegetative growth on there. You just
Right.
you harvest the tops and everything and you throw it back. You do the same thing. You throw it back under 24 hours of light for 10 days straight, and it'll
Yep.
start vegging again. And then once you've got it grown back out, you can just throw it back into your 12-12 again.
Because I see some people will take so they're flowering their plant out and they're starting to love it. So they'll take one of the lowers off and clone it and continue flowering that big plant out, harvest it, and that little clone that they took is now their next plant going, and that's how they keep
That's
it
what these
protected.
The basic thing is I think the cloned one flower is called monster crop because like the plant will become more bushy and more yield afterwards, or depending on how you manage it, I guess. And I believe
Okay.
that's why they call it the monster crop. Doing the one where it's strictly the plant you harvest and you allow it to re-veg, it's a re-veg plant, but it can still become bushy.
Yeah, it will. The only thing that's bad about doing that though is your buds won't be as big as what they were the first time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they'll be more like your popcorn buds, they won't be all stacked up again.
I seen this one person that had I think it was like the 15th generation, the one plant just re-vegged after harvest 15 times, and the plant just looked the same each time.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, it was the first time I was looking up this stuff, and I was just like,
How was he growing?
soil, some sort of soil. Now that was 2 years ago that I looked that up.
I'll have to look that. I'll have to look for that. See how they did it.
Chew is in the chat. It says, Chew says, I re-vegged a mature plant with 2 fan leaves left. And then Gigi's in the chat. Hello, Gigi. And Chew says he used 24 hours of light for 30 days.
Took 30 days. Well, I guess two leaves. Yeah, it probably would take that long.
Yeah, because that's not a lot of photosynthetic capabilities
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's why I say leave the veg on bottom. Don't lollipop it up if you plan on doing that.
No doubt. That's pretty interesting stuff. I know that it was Berkshire Bud is the one I was referencing. He took all the buds off and just left the leaves and re-vegged it out. I want to say he did it twice.
Yeah, it was pretty.
I think the third time he might have caught bugs and got rid of it or something. I don't know. I don't think it finished the third time. But if you see him around, you could ask him. But he did that. It ended up getting pretty damn big. It filled up.
Nice,
It filled up his whole tent. I think it was a 2x4, but compared to it was just weird. It like you said, it looked funny for a long time. And but yeah, we come back and grew the buds, and they're saying in chat that they don't think that it's the same. They don't think it's the same size. It doesn't get as big.
It'll get bushy.
He said they grow well, not popcorn, but we'll agree that they are not as large.
Gotta love when you can't find what you had found in the past.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Dude, it happens. I'll save a file to my phone, something I really want to go back and read or something, like a reference, a paper, and then it goes to a file that I can never find ever again. Or I'll find it 6 months later when I totally forgot it, I'll stumble across it. It's the worst.
I always bookmark if it's something that I think is worth remembering or worth rereading or referencing.
I was just getting into the growing, so I was like researching anything and everything, and so
I was the same way. Before I actually germinated my first seed, I probably spent 6 months researching, just looking everywhere that I could, talking to seasoned growers, basically spending time in their gardens, them teaching me how they do it before I actually popped the seed. And so I had quite a bit of a head start on knowing, what to do and everything.
yeah.
But even like through my first harvest, I had a guy that was a 12-year grower locally. So I could pick his brain about anything that was going on in my garden, and he could give me an answer for it and help me out. So
Nice.
that's the reason why I like helping other people out, is because that's how I learned the biggest part of my knowledge about growing is just from somebody who's a seasoned grower.
Excuse me. Chew says he has the grow journals for the original and the re-veg in my grow journals on cocoa for cannabis. Dark Star was the strain. So that's pretty cool. I have to check those out. Dark Star was the strain. It's not just a song by who is
Yeah,
that?
I know. I'm just surprised that somebody did one on purpose.
Yeah, maybe.
Who sings Dark Star? Damn it. I'm too high up, man. I gotta be like 7 joints deep at this point. I'm hiring 2 Georgia Pines.
I only had those bong hits all day. I'm surprised.
Dark Star. I think it's Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
And you call me old.
I don't know. Who knows? I know that when he was growing Dark Star, I brought that song up enough times for it to be annoying, and now I can't remember. Mary Yule Log. Mary Yule Log. Hell yeah. What the hell is a Yule log? What's that mean? I never did understand what a Yule log was.
Isn't it the fire? The special log, like it, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like
what
the-
is
it's
it?
The Christmas morning,
What do they blast the
starting your fire,
log?
throwing the log on the embers? I don't know.
Is it a certain log that they bless? Yeah, it is Crosby, Stills, and Nash. No Young. Oh, my bag. My bag.
Bag.
That's a nice bud you was showing, Puffy. Looks real nice and dense too.
Yeah, that's the Royal Green Crack. Trying to get you a better view of it on my back camera. Back camera's higher resolution.
Ah,
It's pretty good though. It's definitely a real energetic kind of focusing. You know, you don't get lost. You don't have a squirrel.
I think that's all I've been growing is squirrel.
Squirrel.
I keep on
Squirrel.
finding myself, I'm doing this and the next, like last night, I was gonna put the Candy Kush I popped into a Jiffy. I had a Jiffy in my hand, and then I found myself doing something totally had nothing to do with the seedling, and the Jiffy was gone.
squirrel. You got a lot of shit on your mind. That's what it is, man.
I do, but yeah, and I was trying to like, yeah, I got so much around the apartment too that I'm distracted with, but
I noticed you was changing like your tanks all around for the first time in over a half a decade, and
no, like more than a decade or half a decade.
yeah, what was it? 7 years?
Yeah, about 7 years, I'd say, for a couple of the tanks.
So there you go, man. That's what I mean. That's definitely that shows like I don't know. It's weird. Like you change now, your job's changing. All this stuff's going to be changing for you, and now you're changing your apartment around. It's like a new Mountain Dan's coming out of his cocoon, just like one of those
Yeah.
one of these spiders that's molten.
It's a good,
Yeah.
it's a
A
good
good thing.
change.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Hey,
it's very nice.
I got a serious question, guys. Who do you guys know in the community that's a breeder?
A breeder.
Like,
Yeah.
Like I say, the American one in the chat there, he's a breeder. He's and then we know Kyle from Predicated Breeding.
Okay, well, I have a question for anybody in chat.
Okay.
I have a cross of an accidental cross of two strains that I got the seeds off of. If you know how to stabilize that cross, let me know.
We need to get Rusty or Berkshire or the American one or I don't even know. Maybe Chew knows about breeding. Breeding's definitely not my strong suit, and I don't know how.
Yeah, I know nothing about breeding. I've never even thought about getting into it at all.
It's
I've read
a
about it, but I've probably been pulling a lot of shit out of my ass.
I
Yeah,
would
it's a
like to
lot.
have a separate building to be able to do that in. That way I don't risk pollinating my actual flower tents, you know?
Right. Smart
Isn't it
man.
one of the bigger things about the breeding or stabilizing is you're gonna, well, we were covering earlier genotype and phenotype, but you're gonna have all of those seeds and you wanna grow all of them and pick all the best ones to
Right.
start off, right? To stabilize and to find that is this new cross, this is the one that we're gonna bring to market, sort of thing.
So how do you stabilize those phenos?
Well, I think when you find the best growing ones, the males and the females, and then you're gonna cross those.
Well,
Like,
he has He
Just
doesn't
doing a
have-
back cross to lock in the genes. Is that what you're talking about?
Pardon?
Just doing a back cross to lock in those genes.
I think so. And yeah, so then you know that these guys, cause like in a field, that's what they would be doing, right? Over generations.
Yeah.
And then once, and this is, I think the clones would be where you use the S ones. And is it, if you're going from seeds and pollination, like for generations, that's where you use the F in front of it?
Okay.
It's a question and I think, like, I'm
See,
going off of,
I think you would find what they call a stud male, or you find a male
Hmm.
and you collect that pollen. And like you said, Dan, you would
find the best
pollinate,
female.
find the best female, pollinate that. Then you would take those seeds from that, grow them up, find the best females. And then I think you'd pollinate them again with the same pollen. so you
male?
that way you didn't introduce new genes into the thing, you know? But
Yeah.
somewhere I'm missing something here. I know I know what I'm just saying there's not right, but it goes like down that way. But there's different ways of doing it. Now, you could also take and you could take how do I want to say it? You could take
Yeah. Turn a female to make female
Yes.
pollen.
right,
And
you
then
could treat it with
self-pollinate.
STS and then have
Yeah.
those seeds, which would be. But even then, I don't know what would constitute. I don't think you could describe any female. You would. I don't know how what you would consider there or how that would work. I'd like to see. This is why I want to do these podcasts, Puffy, and I want to interview breeders and say, I have questions. Can you help me break it down? That might be something I have to break up into multiple episodes because I want to learn about selfing, back cross, interbred lines, F1s, stud males. What constitutes a stud male? Do you keep a stud male like a mother, or do you just collect all the pollen and use it, or how does
'Cause
that
you'll have
work?
tons.
Yeah, exactly. So like, how do you store the pollen? I'm sure that's
In the
like
freezer.
something- Yeah, just certain things, man.
Fridge-
I'd
freezer
have
might
all
kill it.
these- And it might take a while to go over all that for me to really paint a picture and be able to put it into words that I think
Yeah.
a lot of us can understand. They're telling us right now in chat.
Chat.
Let's see. Throw them out and back cross them with the mother or the father, or cross the phenos from that breed and do it. Try to get more characteristics off the mother or the father. That's all from Chew. And then let's see. Hempel Gigi said, sorry. Growcast just did an episode on this. Yeah, there's quite a few podcasts out there.
Yeah, I think before I ever started growing, I might have, through my research and everything, had come across an article about how, there was a whole flow chart on how they were taking, certain characteristics from each seed and working them into a final strain that was, stable, and those phenoms were locked into that, that particular seed. So they
I
could
think
produce-
that takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, that's what the phenome hunting was all about, was trying to get those perfect combination of
Well,
scents,
now-
flavors, and oils and everything into a particular plant.
And this is where we were talking earlier with the genotype and phenotype.
Yeah, you'd have to grow them in different environments, that way you could really find out how those genetics, which would be the genotype, how it acts in different environments, which would be phenotyping. So, and then you could, that's how you could find out certain things about your plant, like whether it stretches or doesn't stretches, whether it hermes or doesn't hermes, if it can handle a lot of say dryness or different things. That's when you would stress test it, I guess, but again, I don't really pretend to know the breeding, but I would figure that somewhere along the line there, you're gonna have to put some of them to the test and see what happens. And that's how you're going to choose, because You can't just go by the prettiest one, you know?
No, no.
Kind of why, not why that's not why, but I stopped looking into the breeding aspect of, because how much it does entail, like, whoa, let me start learning how to grow this thing first.
Yeah, how long it takes, just how many generations you gotta get it to go through just to stabilize one particular strain, you know, one
Yeah.
phenotype.
And you want to grow every single seed from that plant almost, because if
Right.
you don't, that one that you want is in the one you didn't pop.
Yep. Damn, man, it says in the chat, Hep with Gigi said it won't let them back in because remember earlier they didn't know how to leave.
So we had to boot them.
So I pushed,
So you
remove.
kicked
I
them?
pushed remove and now it won't let them back in. It says that they've been removed by me. And I wanted
Can
to
you-
say it's, I'm on here looking, but I don't see any way to do anything.
Undo it.
No, eh?
Undo what's been done.
It won't let me invite them or nothing. When I push invite, it wants to invite people that's already in my phone and all this other shit. So I'm like,
There's
no,
no,
don't invite
what do you-
grandma to the chat.
Oh, yeah. She don't see it
what do you
like we
call
do.
that little icon thingy for settings? I don't
Yeah.
know.
It says meeting settings. I tried to click on meeting settings and there's nothing there saying that there was like somebody removed and trying to get back in or I don't know how it would work. Maybe if you're removed, you're out until the next meeting starts or something. But I'm looking. I just don't see nothing. But anyhow, I didn't mean to put Gigi on a block out. That wasn't the
That's
intention.
not our
That wasn't the
intention,
intention
no.
at all. I don't want and then Gigi
Merry
wrote
Christmas,
that-
Gigi.
Yeah,
Yes,
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Sorry.
Here's a block.
Merry Christmas.
Here's a block out for you. Yeah,
Well, I guess you were
Choose
better
saying
than
only-
you were, Gigi. You got a lump of coal in your stocking.
Choose in the chat saying the only way to do it is to do like a high number, and I agree with that. Like the more you can do,
There's
there's
Gigi.
there's
This
G-
one's for you.
there's your Christmas present, Gigi.
Did I miss Crispy flashing the camera?
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
yep. Face mask on and all. But yeah, they say like when you're doing anything, numbers is where it's at. So if the more numbers you have, like you were saying, pop all 10 plants if that's what you have. You know, but if you only have 2 seeds and work with 2 seeds, that somebody was saying like don't be discouraged by what you have, work with what you got. They said the apple fritter came from, I've mentioned this many times and I always go back to this because it gives me hope that they said apple fritter was found by crossing bag seed with bag seed. And it just turned out that the genes just ended up jiving together so well that it turned into a great strain. And so now it's like very popular and it's been pretty cool strain. And it was made from that. So that's pretty cool, I think.
It's like my accidental cross that from that G1 that was a clone of a farmer of 40 some odd years in BC.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, that was my Lake Louise Dreams spot. You remember that one?
Yeah. That's pretty cool shit, man.
You
And
know, like
now
This cross.
Coffee got some shit to work with now
is,
too.
My Slurricane crossed with Gold Leaf.
that turns out good.
I don't know.
Oh,
But he's trying to find out. He wants to know how to stabilize that. And
Yeah, I
that's
got a
pretty
bunch
cool.
of seeds and I wanted to know if it turned out to be good because I plan on experimenting with it and go ahead and growing it and see what I get.
yeah.
If it turns out that I can get some females out of it, at least to be able to flower out and try it and see what, you know, which phenomes had carried over to this seed and see if it turns out to be a good cross or not. It may turn out to be really, really good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you-
Well, like
if you go
to,
ahead and learn how to stabilize it, then, you know, I might figure out how to do that. Like I said, but I would need a whole other building to be able to do that.
yeah. Or you do this is, you have all of those seeds and you say, hey, you know, you want to help me figure some stuff out to look your friends or people and mail like 10 seeds to a bunch of people. You grow this. They know the risk and reward for you. And I was going to quote that from Gigi. She was saying, before about risk and reward, like what's,
Yeah.
what's the negative thing of not popping these seeds? None. You
Not
know,
if you
so
have
if,
the space, not if it's
Yeah.
legal and you have space. Now, if you have plant counts and shit, you're asking a lot from somebody, you know?
no,
If
I,
you have-
yeah.
Yeah, that's the
You-
thing. I do have a plant count here and that's, that would make it, pretty much a really small scale operation, which would take forever to get done.
Yeah. And
No.
that's one of the problems, man, is when you can't rip through a bunch, it's tough unless you're willing to do it illegally or if you have like a big enough license, but
But I just mean like taking these ones that you have now,
right.
popping them, getting a male, separating it, collecting the pollen, or a couple of males. And at least now you've grown this cross, right? And you can keep clones, but you'll
Right.
have that flower and then move on from there of whether you want to pollinate and get 1,000 seeds or whatever,
Yeah.
and just sit on them and hold on them, or do what I was saying before of like spreading them out to people is like
Yeah.
close to
That's
you if you get a
yeah,
good
dude.
plant.
That's a
And if
good
you-
idea. I mean, because I've got a ton of them. I saved a lot of them. All the
A
ones
lot of
that
people,
that were mature, because I let them go ahead and mature out. So I might just find some breeders through Cocoa for Cannabis and maybe just send them out to them and see what they can do with them.
yeah, I was gonna say, if you send them to people and tell them, as long as you're honest with them up front and tell them, like,
100%.
this is this is how I got them. I don't know what to do with them. I'm not sure how this works. Would you be willing to grow them out? Would you want to try them, or would you want to at least, tell me, point me in a direction here how I can make this happen? And I think that's a cool experiment. I'd definitely like to do something like that. And I'm like you. I'd want a different separate building, or at least like a room on a different level that would have different air supply and everything else, or whatever. But
Yeah. Because I don't want to take the risk of pollinating my, my usable, flower.
right.
Oh, true.
So, yeah, it would have to be a totally separate building or else I wouldn't even attempt it. Even if I did, I've got the room to put another tent up, quite a few tents up, or even just a bigger tent, but
You're sharing airflow.
yeah, I don't want to share a lung room.
Definitely not.
Well, I think I'm good for one more joint, fellas, and I got it rolled up
Mark it
here.
up.
Hell yeah.
Mhm. Oh, it's only 10:30 here.
Start
gonna
having some
say-
squirrels and time to call it.
It's 12:30 here. Yeah, we got on here at what time? It was
Yeah.
8 o'clock, like 8:05, 8:10, something like that. So it's been about 4 hours or so.
Yeah. Eh?
Yeah, I was actually surprised that you guys were still on whenever I went ahead and accepted the invite.
I got no life, man.
Hey, our life's pretty awesome,
It is.
actually. I'm gonna talk Smart into playing with my sweater.
Yeah. Nice.
Getting a Christmas present.
Let me rub your sweater a little bit. Not so much here or here, but right in here. Oh,
I gotta be
Merry
doing.
Christmas. We get to hang out with you folks. They're
Yep.
really cool, and I love big love for all of you.
yep.
Big grower love for all of you.
Shout
This is
out to
awesome.
everybody that stopped by. Shout out to
This was awesome fun. I had a great time. Great way to spend Christmas Eve, in my opinion.
and then Chew's in the chat. That's awesome. And I want to shout out Chew, and I want to shout out our other buddy who is a good friend of Chew's, and his name is Bee Buds, or Biological Buds. And this cat, man, he has a voice made for radio. If you hear him, he sounds like the smoothest talking guy, very mellow, man. And I believe it was Dr. Coco was the one that told him on a phone call one time that he had a voice of a radio DJ or something. I was like, he sure does, man. It's so smoothing. But anyhow, Bee Buds is a good dude, a good friend of ours, and I know them two are friends. So wherever you're at, Bee Buds, we thought of you because it's you. So Merry Christmas to you too as well.
Yes.
Mhm.
Merry Christmas to you. We're gonna get fat on some pumpkin pie.
Oh yeah, pumpkin pie.
We just made like a few hours ago, which was pretty awesome.
It's
you
been
know,
cooling. It came out of the oven at 7:50, and we come on here at 8 o'clock. So it's been cooling for 4 hours, and it smells
I
like.
know it's
man.
ready for
Should be-
for me. It's my Christmas present
Yeah.
to our Christmas present to ourselves.
Eat your heart out, Dan, on this one. You're always the one with the good
Oh
food.
my goodness.
Puffy don't know about your cooking, man. I don't know if I think we clued him in on that one Sunday, but yeah.
Don't look at the food he's prepared if you are anywhere near hungry, because you will be starving, mouth watering.
Like the
You know, like
pork wrapped in
Oh,
bacon,
my
wrapped in
goodness.
ham, wrapped in cheese, wrapped in
Freaking, oh.
jam, and then the cinnamon rolls and all the other shit.
With bacon.
Yeah.
yeah, which is one of my favorite foods. Bacon.
I wrap my
go
chicken in
wrong.
bacon,
Yeah.
I put that shit on everything.
Yes.
right?
Bacon,
Right.
bacon and mini wiener wrapped hot dogs and little croissants cooked in the oven
Oh.
and shit. We've been deep frying a lot of shit in peanut oil lately. I've been on a deep fry kick, man.
Got to get an air fryer.
I don't know. I like it in the oil better. Is that bad?
No, it is not bad at all.
I like the
not.
peanut oil is good,
There's
man.
nothing
It's
wrong with
not
that
bad.
at all, Spot.
It tastes good.
I save all my bacon grease, man, and I have a big jar of bacon grease in the fridge.
Right.
Same.
Exactly. Cook everything with your bacon.
You
grease.
guys are gonna get a heart attack too.
My eggs I'm eating right now, it just fried up in bacon grease.
No doubt.
Like
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with bacon grease or deep frying. I'm saying like you don't need that much of it to fry your
Like I
food
said,
and
a
get
small
the same
amount goes a
flavor.
long way.
But I like all that saturated fat.
Oh yeah, it's just all them lipids make everything on your tongue taste good. And then
No,
we
that's
use,
MSG.
is that what it is? We use a lot of Crisco too, like we're making this pie crust, man. You know that's Crisco. But we
Yeah.
use Crisco for deep frying other things as well, like deep fried dough and some other other
Oh,
things,
yeah.
or anything we can deep
I
fry.
I use coconut oil for any of my baking.
That's pretty cool.
Deep
that
frying is
infused?
it's usually like Crisco for deep frying, but most everything else that gets fried, it's usually like olive oil or my wife has all sorts of stuff that all sorts of oils that she uses for all our stuff. So
Nice.
it's not all just Crisco corn oil, canola oil or whatever. It's a lot of different oils that I use.
Yeah, I think it's the right oil for the right dish. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like fried chicken, you want to go Crisco, right?
That's what I say.
Yep,
Good
Crisco.
flaky paste, pie crust, Crisco.
It depends what you grew up on too. Like,
Crisco or bacon grease.
yeah, we used to get unpasteurized milk and like lard in the square block, but I don't know. It's just it depends what you grew up on. Some people don't like that flavor because it just wasn't big in their house growing up. So I guess it's your product of your environment when it comes to some of them flavors.
My mom growing up, bacon grease on toast was actually a treat.
Yep, I've heard that from
Yeah.
other people before. Yep,
Dad got the bacon.
yep.
Dad had hands on the grease for the most part.
Yep.
But then every once in a while, if they did good, they could have a bacon sandwich or bacon grease sandwich.
See, I've always been one to enjoy the pork fat that's on a pork chop. I love that. Now, my brother always hated it and would take it off. And then, so my grandpa used to tell us when you was a kid, if you could get the extra fat off of someone, like it was a huge win. That was big. Everybody wanted it. You wanted the one that had all the extra fat. And he's like, can't believe you're having her cut that off for you. My mom used to cut the fat off of my brother's pork chops when we was kids, man. Yeah.
Like the crust off his toast.
Like the
Or
crust
after
off his toast, man. Yeah. Good thing he's not around here. He'd be pissed at me telling stories about him.
Did she cut it off before or after it was cooked?
After it was cooked, I would get it and put it on my plate, man. She would cook them all up, and then as She would put his on a plate and cut all the fat off, and I would try to get as much of it as I could. To this day, I take as much from my old lady as she's willing to give up. But only on certain foods. There's some foods that I don't want all that fat, you know? Like, honestly, like a steak has to have the right amount of marbling. You guys know, you guys get that. It's the right amount that makes it perfect. So I like to eat, if I can get their fat, I eat it with the middle of the pork chop. I bet.
Yes, yes.
Well, then there's a difference between the fat and the sinew. The sinew is
Yes.
that like hard,
Oh, yeah.
rubbery, chewy, like, no,
Yeah.
like we can cut that off, but the rest
Yeah,
of it,
you want
The gristle.
gristle, that's it.
gristle's
Yeah.
different than that supple butterfly fat, you know?
Oh, it melts on your
yeah.
tongue.
It's like a bone marrow kind of song. Yeah, you guys made me hungry. I got pie on the brain now and pork chops.
Oh, we got a couple of different kind of cookies. We have like a chocolate chip and
We got a ham down there. We got some potatoes. We got green beans. We're gonna have it out. I'm sure you guys.
rolls,
Yeah. Yep.
the whole nine. It's gonna be fun.
We're down to about 12 hours. Start cooking it up.
We're just doing something simple. I mean, there's only gonna be 3 of us, me, my wife, and my son. And my son doesn't eat turkey. I don't know why, but so it's
'Cause
just
he's
gonna
a
be
turkey.
me, and her. So we're just doing like turkey breast.
That's good.
Yeah, that sounds.
That
really
sounds
good.
tasty.
Everything, you know, but instead of doing a whole turkey.
You guys are talking about birds and I should almost pull out a hen and Cornish hen and do that up for my Xmas. I don't celebrate this holiday.
Well, you see the extent of how we celebrate. That is our Christmas tree, literally
Yeah, we didn't.
in front of you.
But in
It's
my
too much work.
in my
See, and
defense,
that's fun.
we just had a water leak, man, and I had to redo downstairs in the hallway and the entryway. We had a water leak and it messed up the ceiling. So I had a big hole cut in the ceiling. I just had to replaster the whole damn thing. So
Not from the
was like-
plants.
yeah, no, it had nothing to do with the plants. It was a leak in
Okay.
the bathroom. It was
Crispy fell asleep in the tub while it was running.
Yeah, man. How did you know? How did you know? She tried a cannonball in there. That's what it was. No, it was the
Sorry.
It was the feed line, man, to the toilet. It started
Right.
leaking down low, and it flooded it out. It pulled the plaster off. But anyhow,
Oh, no way, man.
it killed my spirit, man. I'm like, damn, I got the central part of our house, the entryway and shit, all tore up, and it just kind of killed my spirit to wanna, and I think yours too a little bit, to wanna.
Well, now I must say that he did such a great job. I got a brand new ceiling that I like better. The texture is, it's
Thank
it's
you.
beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's an added Christmas bonus, if you will.
Yeah.
Every day is a gift.
Uh-huh.
So, every day is Christmas. I just got a little bonus of the ceiling work.
I'm only good at a couple things, man. Plastering, growing, loving, just the normal stuff.
Christmas sweaters.
Yes. Yes.
Christmas sweaters. Yeah, shout out to Mike B. He says in chat, Cheer just stops up by to say Merry Christmas. So Merry Christmas to Mike B. I see him around in a lot of different chats. And I see some Russian dude that's about to get the band hammer, Slammo. I don't know what they keep posting this bullshit. I don't know what it is, but they keep posting it. And I keep blocking them. They keep coming back with different names. I don't know what that's all about or why they're picking on me, but
You gotta wonder if it's even like people that are employed by YouTube to like, okay, these guys are new. Let's give them a hard time. See how they treat like people that are being dicks.
I think they're
Yeah.
bots. I think
Yeah,
they're-
yeah.
Yeah.
Or well, yeah, bots.
they might, and it's not even really. It just says like BMH.OHR, and it just keeps coming up. And I think one of them earlier did light up, but that one there wasn't lit up, and I just got rid of it. But Crack Babies was here earlier taking care of that.
Champion.
I don't know what the hell what they're trying to do, or if they're trying to hijack my phone or what. Shit, I don't like that shit, man. It scares me, you know. Fucking crazy.
Hijack. Papers, man.
Yeah, for all I know, there's some kind of computer whiz, and they can come right into my phone. I always think of shit like that.
Like
100%.
No, you're pretty safe, Smart.
I mean, 100% is, I agree. I think the same shit.
Yeah, I know it's probably not feasible, but it's just how I think, you know. And I'm thinking, you know, maybe a long time ago it was different. It says someone wrote, "Dad used to make pie crust with lard." Yeah, that's the best way. That's the
Yeah,
best
the
way to
lard.
get a flake pastry. Rusty was
Uh-huh.
on here earlier saying that they use coconut oil to make pie crust. He goes, and it does kill the flakiness, but they do it for health reasons, man.
Said the flavor was still good.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Russian robots, someone wrote. I never seen them kinds before though. I always see the ones that they were trying to advertise for webcams, live nude teen webcams, all kind of crazy stuff, man. And they'll post like 10 times in a row before someone kicks them out.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, we go till 1 o'clock. I'm cool with that. 15 minutes, man. You guys cool with that?
Sure.
It works.
1 o'clock on Christmas morning. It's only like 50 degrees here too. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nice.
It was almost 80 degrees here today.
Wow.
That's nicer.
Yeah. Much nicer. It was 56 here. And I think it was only supposed to get down to maybe 45 or something tonight. It wasn't going to be all that
Yeah.
cold. So
It's supposed to rain later.
it'll snow on May 1st though.
That's what it's going to be like here.
Yeah.
We didn't get a winter until about like the end of February. Then it'll actually dump snow on us.
Yeah. It'll be blistering cold for January. And then February, like you said, about halfway through February, we start getting snow, it seems like, and then it lasts for until the end of April.
Yeah.
Oh well, ain't nothing you can do about it. It's part of living around here, you know. Mountain Dan,
Yeah.
hell, he got it way worse. He's way out there.
That's some cold.
Freaking 10 months of winter.
Yep. And 2 months of fall. 2 months of breakup.
Nah, we do get about 2 weeks of summer, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Ruderalis.
What about the Ruderalis?
That's where isn't that what it's good for? Those
Yeah,
places where they only
where
get
it's
like 90 days of usable or whatever good sunlight. 75
Oh, yeah,
days.
yeah. If
That's
yeah,
the
I guess so.
autoflower.
Well, yeah, that is the autoflower. I just never thought about it for the light
Yeah.
period out here because it's like,
Very
I don't know, not even 6 hours of light, I think.
We were talking earlier about them Alaskan people and how they do it, and I've seen this in people. They have they'll build boxes and then they put like an old window pane on the top of it, or old windows, and then that helps them grow further into the season when they live out there, like where you live, Mountain Dan. They get an
Mhm.
extra. They can start growing a month early and grow a month later than you would or maybe even longer than you would if you didn't have that box, you know. And it's insulated box with a window for like the little greenhouse effect. Pretty cool, man.
Huh.
You can see them on little mounds in the yard. I thought that was cool. It was like one of them survival tips or whatever they call homesteader tips.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. But they must do something like that here with they do have local veg gardens. And yeah, so since not everything can grow for the full season here, they must pre-germinate and start them off inside.
Yeah, that's pretty sure that's what they're doing. It's weird. My computer's acting up, man. It's like way behind where it should be.
Like the delay behind.
Yeah. Yep. It's just now showing Puffy coming back to his seat.
Dang That was a long time ago.
Yeah, man.
Hmm.
It was paused, and I don't know why. I didn't even touch
He
anything.
probably hit a button.
They
Wrong
wanna
button
know
to be
it's-
pushing.
They want to know in the chat if you do any snow sledding or dog sledding up there where you're at, Mountain Dan.
I do not. I have not. But there
He
are
runs it.
companies.
We have one of those little round plastic sleds that we got over at the Walmart. There's a bum ass hill nearby, so we do a little
Yeah,
sledding
yeah. Then you
like
got
we're 13 again.
Mountain Dan's running around the mountains up there, ass out in the wind,
Oh hell yeah.
taking pictures.
That was badass though. That was pretty cool.
That used to be his profile pic.
Yep.
Assless Dan or pantsless Dan on a mountaintop.
I-
Wild and free, you know, just awesome.
Twigs
I
and berries.
I had that as my profile picture on Facebook for like 3 years. And then I get a ban and it was removed. And I'm like, the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Yep, you got too big, man.
Huh.
You got too big.
No, it's finally the bot or whatever caught up to me because I doubt anybody would have reported me.
That's
Well,
what it was.
So,
It was-
well, you know, at least you had it up there for 3 years.
I thought it was a goat
Mhm.
standing there by the looks of that.
Oh.
He had the goat hanging out, man. Isn't that what they call it in the
I don't know.
what was
Yeah,
that
but I-
movie where they used to show the bat wing? You ever see that movie?
Waiting, too, I think it is.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, that was the funniest shit. He was
that
like,
was
Yeah.
pretty.
that's where they had the goat.
And the goat is you have to pull everything out back and your legs are closed as you're bending over.
Boy, the content got really thin here towards the end of the show, everybody.
Hey, you brought it up.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I
Those
swear.
are great laughs.
I squarely
though.
set that right on my shoulders. I brought the goat up, man. In the movie.
And my
When
naked ass.
they show the bat wing, man. I thought that was the funny. When I first watched that movie, I'm like, what's this crazy? And then I like the dude, what was his name in the back? He was the dishwasher, disciple or some shit they called him. They would go, he would give him some bullshit, random talk.
Advice.
Yeah, that was a great movie, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go find a comedy because I'm stoned.
Yeah, we're gonna have pie and
Pie, watch some TV, and
Bye.
I'm gonna check on Candy
Yeah.
Kush, see if she's popped through the Jiffy, and I'm gonna see if Sour Kush has gotten any color because she was a little yellow.
Dan, you're up all night, huh?
You're,
I won't be, no. But
Like
it's
you
only,
do- You're used to being up all night, right?
well, what time is it where you're at?
right now it's like almost 11.
Oh yeah, you're
He's 2 hours behind.
Two
behind me.
What's that, Puffy?
I said he's an hour behind me.
Okay, so it's midnight where you're at. It's 1 a.m. here, and it's 11 a.m. for Dan, or 11 p.m. for Dan.
Yeah.
Dan.
And I've been kind of going crashing around either 2 a.m. or 4 a.m., but trying to get bed earlier so I can get on to kind of days. But yeah, it's awkward, difficult sometimes. Like I went to bed at 2 last night and I was up at 2 this afternoon, but I was awake at 6 and I was awake at 10 and
Yep.
yeah,
I'm
that sucks.
out of bed.
That sucks, man. I'll
For
go.
real.
I'll go in there now and sleep from like probably like 2. I'll be asleep in like an hour, so it'll be like 2 o'clock to about 6:30. I'll be back up again, and then I'll sleep from like noon or 1 or something until dinner time's ready to eat. And it's crazy. I sleep 3-4 hour intervals, 2-3 times a day.
Well, and I think if you look into genetic history of humans, that is kind of what we're supposed to do. We're not going to be hunting and gathering during the hottest parts of the day. So we would be sleeping,
Yep.
We're having sex.
Yep.
eh?
I'm an animal, dude, and it comes out. My
Well, I
primal
think
instinct.
we're conditioned, we're definitely conditioned to the 8-hour sleep thing so that we can do an 8-hour work day.
Why is she laughing when I said my animal comes out and I have primal instinct? Now she's laughing at me.
I missed that.
I don't think I appreciate the way that I'm acting.
Well, I found that if I get any more than 6 hours of sleep, I'm more tired when I wake up than, you know,
If you woke
Uh,
up after 6.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Hey,
I sleep
cheers,
till 8 o'clock, I feel more groggy whenever I wake up.
Cheers to Chew. He says, Merry Christmas, growers. I'm out. He said, so cheers to you, Chew. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Chew. Daniel.
Daniel Colby. Yes.
Yes.
Good grower, man. That dude grows some crazy big plants, crazy huge buds.
Definitely beautiful plant for
He
sure.
got them,
Yes,
he got them
beautiful.
light movers and he does it consistently. It's not like he got lucky kind of deal. This dude's growing the same style, same weight. And his canopies are always perfect. His grows are always nice. He's lucky. He has like a 12-foot room to grow in too at his house.
I
That
know.
tent that is, he's in a 5x5, right?
He's in a 5x9.
Oh,
Yeah, he got a 5x9 with a light mover.
that thing with all the stakes in it?
Yeah, I think he has multiple tents, actually. I know he does.
Yeah,
He has,
yeah.
But that 5x9 is his big flowering tent, you know?
Okay.
But
Well, it's
yeah,
just
there's Hemp with Gigi saying grower love too. Merry Christmas. Same to you, Hemp. Sorry about the lockout we had caused. Hopefully it doesn't spill
Yeah.
over to the next show. I feel bad now. I was just trying to help them get out in case they had a
We'll
phone
yeah,
call.
we'll fix it if we can,
Yeah.
for sure.
Never should have left. That's your penalty.
Ah,
Oh, there you go.
Puffy's putting it down in real time.
Yeah,
Smackdown.
it's a price you pay.
Oh, oh.
Yeah. You'll learn.
Yeah.
Learn today. You're gonna learn today.
We love you.
You learned today.
That's right. I like that saying. Grower love, Gigi. Yep. Look at Dan working the chat and look at you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm back. I'm black sheep. Oh yeah. Hemp with Gigi's been blackballed, no doubt. But all right, I think we're gonna get going, man. I'll talk to you guys later. I appreciate you
All right.
guys hanging out.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, guys.
Yeah.
Probably won't see anybody until, I guess, Sunday. So,
Yeah, I don't know, man. If we jump in here, we'll send you a thing. We might come on tomorrow because it's just going to be us eating and then hanging out all day, really just kind of like vegging out and kind of like digesting and you know, doing that kind of shit all day. So we might jump on tomorrow. I think me and Crack mentioned it earlier and he said, yeah, let him know. So if you want, I'll send out if we decide to do that, I'll send out the invitations and you guys can come, not come. You know, we'll never take it
Yeah, yeah.
personally. You're not always going to be available. So
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause,
send it,
you
send
know,
it.
Might not
yeah.
be available. Like I might. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna
Yeah.
get into. We never know. That's why I said I don't want to make any
Yeah.
guarantees. I might feel like shit tomorrow after I eat and just want to go to sleep. You know, I don't know. But
I might
Yeah.
like watch Sappy movie someday.
sometimes I get bored. I'm like, shit, let's just go do it. So if we can send it out at least with like a half-hour notice or an hour notice, that's something, you know?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
faux show.
All right, fellas, grower love.
Grower love.
Merry Christmas, all.